The following program does not have a normal intro because I was really too busy smoothing other things over to get it done. So, Ori, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our New Year's Eve special, December 31st, 2023, as we say adios to the preceding year and look into 2024. I hope that you have loved ones to spend the evening with, or if you consider me a loved one and don't make it creepy, that's okay too. I plan on having other friends and people that probably know most of them, join me here tonight and spend my evening with them. And if I can help entertain you, keep along as we look back on 23, look ahead to 2024. I'm confident that you'll probably say, "Oh, hey, yeah, I've totally forgot about that," at least once, and hopefully have some like new glean insights. And if I'm going to start off, I'm trying to stagger my guests. There's going to be some overlap. Expecting some overlap, but the idea is I want to sort of have time to spend a real heart-to-heart conversation with each of them for at least some period of time, which is why I tried staggering them over the 6-hour show. And there's no better choice to start the show off with than my very good and very real life friend who lives just a couple blocks away from me. And that, of course, is my buddy, Ron Coleman. How are you tonight, Ron?
I'm all right. Thanks, Joe. How you doing?
Thank God. Thank God. Can't complain. I haven't had you on here in a while.
No, it has been a while. You've become a very, very big deal since the last time I was on.
No, that's definitely not true. I'm
Oh,
definitely,
come on.
I'm definitely not a big deal. Since the last time you were here, though, I got 2 kids engaged, and you got a kid engaged.
That's
So,
right. That's
yeah,
right.
we're kicking them out.
Those are the real big deals.
Those are the genuinely big deals. Yeah. So I was when I was looking through, I don't remember what it was. Oh, I know what it was. There was a statement last week. I was watching I was covering some story where it was basically I was trying to explain what a neocon perspective is and what motivates a neocon to act and think and act in the way that they do, and that it's all rooted in it's something that a guest of yours, and I thought it was Kurt Schlichter, who might have been Michael Malice, but it's someone you had, and as I'm thinking about it, maybe it was Jack, it was Pozo, but
Oh, I haven't had Pozo on for so long. Everything's changed since the last time I had Jack on.
well, I'm coming there. I have a setup here. So, but they made the whole point about how they're very big believers in the institution, and that's what motivates a Chris Ray type of personality to basically stand up, that they feel like they're doing the right thing, the healthy thing for America by lying to us, and because that's what's good for America, that they're keeping our institutions strong is what keeps America strong, and that's ultimately good. And I know what it was. I was covering Kash Patel and an interview that he had done with Glenn Beck, and he was talking about the deep state. And I was talking about all these people who are purportedly from the right who are on the deep state. So I was trying to find that clip from your show.
Oh, I never had Kash Patel.
No, not Kash Patel. I was trying that clip about explaining neocons, which I had heard on a show of yours like 2 years ago.
Oh, gosh.
So I was.
In other words, that's the last time you listened to my show, which is fine. I don't listen to anyone's show.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I said.
That's what I'm hearing, man. I'm sorry. That's
not at all what I said, nor is that true.
I'm only kidding. Well, listen, but the point is well taken. I mean, and it's actually a very generous point, because you do have people on Twitter, which was where I hang out, who have this impression that neocon, let's put aside the association between neocons and Jews, that a neocon is just the same as a rhino.
There is. I didn't even know there was. I didn't even know there was any relation. Neocon and Jew. There's like some.
Oh yeah. No, neocon is absolutely often used as a way of saying a Jew pretending to be a conservative, because remember the original neocons were basically these Upper West Side liberals, this Columbia University crowd, who in the the 50s and 60s were liberal, And they came around in the 70s and 80s to realizing that they'd made a terrible mistake, that this was their ideas for how to order society, and the better, way to do things was crazy. So they were neoconservative. They were overwhelmingly Jewish.
Mhm.
And that was the neocon movement in the 80s and 90s. A lot of former liberals who became conservatives, but they were always seen as not really bought into the traditional conservative approach, the sort of William F. Buckley, much less Pat. What was his name? Pat
Buchanan.
Buchanan. Pat Buchanan. The what they call the cultural conservatives. Many of whom came out of a Christian-oriented traditional approach to the state and to society and whatnot. But they had common. One of the big things about neocons is that they tended to be very, very. And this is the key point here, not the point that you made yet, but if I were to explain this, neocons, unlike liberals of the 50s and 60s, or unlike themselves as 50s and 60s liberals, were very hawkish on foreign policy because they came to realize that the Soviet Union did not actually seek peace the way they had been raised as red diaper babies to believe.
Mhm.
And in fact, the Soviet Union was quite tyrannical and intended to stay. Thank you, Whiskey. I assume that I say that from both of us, but I assume you mean Joe. The both of us so they tended to be very hawkish on foreign policy, and maybe not as socialist as they had been on domestic policy, but still sort of statist.
I don't think
By
this
the way,
is true anymore. By the way,
everybody was statist, and everyone is statist, including Donald Trump.
I don't think it's true anymore, though. Like, if you take Ben Shapiro out of the mix, okay, fine. A lot of people will label him a neocon. The biggest names amongst the neocons today, none of them are Jews. Like, no one who's labeled. If you look at the biggest neocons today, it could be Nikki Haley, it could be Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell. If you label
So Joe, when you use the term, do you mean it in this? Do you mean moderate conservatives or moderate Republicans or rhinos? Are you using these as synonyms?
Perhaps
Because I'm
I
just
am.
telling you about the origin of the term in political theory.
Okay.
The way I learned about it, in when I was taking politics courses in college in the early 80s, that's what neoconservatism meant.
Okay.
But all these types, and I just saw a comment where someone said, "No, you're talking about McCain and Bush and Romney. They're not neocons. These people are not neocons. They were not former liberals.
Let me just give
They
him.
are
Let me just.
people who are statists. They were the people who became part of the of the of the liberal establishment. And although their preferred solutions, issue by issue, tended to be more conservative than those of liberals, they had no interest whatsoever. And this is the point, Jackals. No interest whatsoever in making structural changes or turning back the clock of the New Deal, for example. Rather, they were interested in fine-tuning the liberal order into a more traditionally oriented, a more market-oriented, and a more foreign policy assertively oriented policy, in a way that you sort of saw Ronald Reagan, govern.
So Ronald Reagan you would label a neocon as opposed to Mitch McConnell, you would call a rhino.
Mitch McConnell is simply a swamp creature. I mean, I don't consider. Listen, I'm not the last word on any of this stuff. I wouldn't call Mitch McConnell a neocon. I don't think he's particularly ideological at all. I think that he's interested in his power. Sometimes he comes through, but when it really matters, he hasn't in most events. And look, the Republican Party is undergoing a serious crisis. So listen, these discussions took place during the Reagan years and during the George W. Bush years. George H.W. Bush, was he a neoconservative? He wasn't really a neoconservative, but were his policies the kind of policies that neoconservatives were much more likely to be comfortable with than those of his son?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that when we use the term, we do tend to see that neocons are much more hawkish and they tend to be pro-Israel. They tend to be pro-Israel, and that is that's why there's this, besides the fact that so many of the original neocons were people from that sort of Jewish liberal academic scene of the 60s. You also have the fact that the very strong look, Al Gore was a neocon before he became a self-parody and a clown. Al Gore was a classic neocon. New Republic magazine was the home of neocon thinking to a very large extent. And Martin, what was his name? Who Peretz was a gigantic champion of Al Gore, and in some respects, Bill Clinton was very affected by neoconservative thinking. And forget about the Bill Clinton, the shadow of the man that you see in the 21st century, but the Bill Clinton of the 80s and 90s was a very different person. He was a reformed Democrat, but all these people end up getting captured by the system, and when I say captured, I mean not with putting up a tremendous fight over being captured.
Bought by the system.
It bought by the system, and then it works very, very well for them.
So okay, so are you labeling, because when you're saying neocon is basically conservative hawkishness, so by that line of thinking, I would not call, let's say, Ronald Reagan a neocon. And this is one of the distinctions that, like, I noticed Nikki Haley, she loves trying to parrot Reagan, where she'll say over and over again, peace through strength, peace through strength, peace through strength. But Reagan was about peace through strength, meaning actual peace by displaying that we have strength and not going to fight to show our strength, as opposed to Nikki Haley, who's like, her peace through strength is kill everybody, and then there will be peace through our strength, which is a very different, it's right. A bastardization of peace through strength.
Well, no. But you can only bluff so much. If you're not prepared to actually hit back, then you will be shown as a bluffer, and then you're paper tiger. I mean, that's just common sense, right? I mean, so I mean, it is definitely the case that neocons. Let's put it this way: Ronald Reagan was influenced by neocons, and there were neocons in his administration. But this is a guy who, in the 50s, regretted his past support for the New Deal and became what we would call, in many respects, a paleoconservative. The thing is, he was very pragmatic, and the thing about, look, a lot of this stuff about ideological labels, you end up circling back on yourself because there are all these issues that divide people's understanding of what's conservative. Is a conservative, where does being pro-life fit into this? If you're a libertarian, you don't give a crap about anyone or any life other than your own. And you believe that you should be able to, to have any effect. Could you be a libertarian Catholic, like, William F. Buckley almost kind of was, perhaps, or Pat Buchanan. These issues, it's really hard to, the labels are not helpful. I mean, but I do think there's a real difference between, what's the ideology of Donald Trump? I don't know.
I have no idea.
I don't know. He's not a conservative. You know what Donald Trump is? He represents the regular person thinking of Americans, of people who have grown up since World War II and believe that a man is a man and a woman is a woman, but not in the sense of because the church tells me so, the Bible tells me so, or because God tells me so, but because it's common sense. Men and women are not the same thing. They're different. like just regular guy thinking, the kind of regular guy thinking that they made fun of in All in the Family, that Archie Bunker represented. Okay, so Archie was intellectually limited, but he actually, although Norman Lear didn't intend it, I think I even as a kid, of course, I was always a right wing nut, but even as a kid, I tended to be much more sympathetic to Archie. This is before your time, of course, Joe. Than to Rob, than to Mike Stivic, his liberal son-in-law, because Archie sounded like basically a regular person dealing with a world that was running out of control. Nikki Haley is a conservative liberal. And yes, I think she fits into that, to the sense that people mean as a neocon, someone who is hawkish and with sort of conservative leaning domestic inclinations, but not necessarily really prepared to go to the mat on personality politics and on, for example, aggressively hitting back on the media. I mean, one of the things that Donald Trump was and perhaps still is, I'm not sure if I'm prepared to sign on to that, great with, was really confronting the cultural the cultural institutions, including the media, not so much the entertainment world, which he was part of to some extent, but he hit that back in a very aggressive way that we really haven't seen at the presidential level. Who used to do that when he was in his prime was Chris Christie. Also used to do that. So you don't have to be a true conservative to do that, but you won't see a George H.W. Bush or a John McCain do that, because they're creature. They're very much part of the establishment.
Yeah. Yeah, so and they look at the media as a useful tool, even if most of the time the media is reporting against them. I think they recognize. I think they recognize that we've seen so much of a balance in left versus right, and I really think that all of this is just it's WWE. It's all just a show. Like I don't think that when you were describing like not having like the actual values in Mitch McConnell, I think that's true. I think it's also true of Chuck Schumer. I think it's true of Nancy Pelosi. I think they're all just very good at doing what they do and making the right connections and
for purposes of acquiring and maintaining power,
self-power and self-enrichment. Yeah, that's all this is ultimately about. And they recognize that part of the establishment is the political theater that Americans have grown accustomed to over the last century, whereas Democrat versus Republican I
tend to be reluctant to ascribe that level of malevolence to Chuck McConnell. In other words, I think that Nancy and Chuck are truly hollow people for whom nothing matters whatsoever. I agree with you 100%. And I also think that someone like Kevin McCarthy, I mean,
yeah,
there's a guy who was simply playing a part, and even played the part of someone who believed that he was now seeing the light and was reforming. I mean, these people are, the political terminology that I would use for them is scumbags. I mean, these are really reprehensible people, and that tend to be. But I mean, I will tell you that there are a lot of people who've been in Washington and who are sincere. But I mean, look, it is always easy for us to sit here and take absolute positions on things because we don't have to compromise to get votes or co-sponsors. We don't have to horse trade. We know what we think is right and what we think is wrong. And I don't want to. I don't want to bend over backwards to forgive the scumbag category of people. Right. What's that?
To be an apologist.
Yeah, I'm not an apologist. I hope I'm not an apologist. I don't mean to be. I do think that it is easy to be an armchair quarterback about almost everything, and politics is no exception. But the problem is, who do we think is not like that? Trump is like that. He's just playing it. The thing about Trump is that he's a populist, and I think that he has tremendous charisma. His judgment leaves a little bit to be desired, and he often misfires.
Mm-hmm.
But he seems really reluctant to really separate himself from the system that is absolutely dead set dedicated to destroying him. So I don't really get it. What I
In what
also
way
don't
you
get
say
it.
he refuses to remove himself from the system? I'm not sure what you mean by that. And
Well, I mean,
how's that manifested?
he endorsed Ronna McDaniel.
Right. Are you saying? I suspect he gets bribed for his endorsements.
I'm sorry, you
I suspect he gets bribed for his endorsements.
bribed? No,
You don't think he's getting? You don't think people buy their endorsements from him?
no. The money doesn't. It doesn't work that way. I think there's lots of one hand washes the other. But once you say that, regardless of whether it's a bag full of cash,
Or power, or favors.
right, or appointments, then
Right.
at the end of the day, everyone is part of this same game. And then, here's the thing:
Like I can't understand why he's endorsing a Dr. Oz, for example. Like what's the motivation there?
right? I mean that he's done this consistently. I mean, there's a very strong argument that he cost the Republicans the Senate.
I don't think that's true.
You don't?
No, I think
Between
that,
Herschel Walker and Dr. Oz.
no, I think that Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham were desperate to scuttle any sort of red wave in 2022. I think that when Lindsey Graham floated out, there's one issue which that the GOP will never, ever, ever, ever possibly win at the polls, and it's illogical to think it's possible to win at the polls, is the issue of abortion. And the reason why you cannot win on the issue of abortion is it's against basic. It's if you're a capitalist, if you believe in capitalism, in that case, I think it is illogical to think that abortion can win at the polls. And those two topics seem completely unrelated, and I will show you how they are inextricably linked. The philosophy behind capitalism is that individuals are motivated by self-interest, and that if you give people an opportunity to succeed and say, if you bust your tail, you will succeed and you will do well, which is what capitalism is rooted, that the basic underpinning of capitalism, and that's what governs people's actions. People's actions are motivated by their own self-interest, and it's a recognition of human nature. And that's why capitalism, I think, has been so successful, because it's true. It's not something that we choose to do. That's just how humans are hardwired, that we're motivated by our own self-interest. And that's a starting point for us. So if we're motivated by our own self-interest, and that's why, so you believe capitalism works. So now let's take that into political issues and recognize that the vast majority of humans are motivated by self-interest. When it comes to an issue of abortion, you or I know without any hesitation that as much as we can be pro-life all we want, that the issue of abortion is not something that is going to affect your personal life. None of your children or grandchildren, God forbid, are ever going. You know that you're never having an abortion. No one's forcing you to have. None of your offspring are going to consider an abortion, God forbid. So it's not something that's personally affecting you. But someone who is pro-choice, that person is personally affected by this. So if an issue is floated out there that is not personally affecting you, and all the pro-lifers, most of them recognize, hey, I'm pro-life. There's no way in hell I'm ever getting an abortion. So what the motivation to be pro-life is altruism, that I'm standing up for some fetus in some other woman's womb where that woman doesn't want to have that kid. That's the motivation to come out there and scream, don't kill a fetus. Now, there's nobility to it. It's a good thing. But to assume, my point is that even if 65% of the country was pro-life, which it probably is not, but even if it was completely pro-life, we would still lose at the polls, because to get up and go out and vote takes effort. It means overcoming your selfish nature of not really caring that much of and thinking that your vote doesn't matter, as opposed to someone who's pro-choice who says, hey, I need to save this because God forbid, if I ever find that I'm pregnant, I need to be able to get rid of that fetus. So those people are far, far, far more motivated because it's their own self-interest to look out for it. And that's what capitalism believes in, that people are guided by their own self-interest far more likely than it is in some altruistic thing of, oh, if I work for this, if I work for others, then things will be good all around me, which is more of a Marxist type of perspective, that's how things will tend to work. More of a socialist type of perspective. And that's why I say that people who believe that capitalism is philosophically a sound perspective should recognize that on this issue, even if we have the numbers in just philosophically in ideology, that will never translate in the polls. And that's why when someone like Lindsey Graham comes out in October of 2022 and says, we need to float out there a national abortion law, which is completely contrary to 50 years of talking from 50 years of messaging from the GOP of let the states decide, let the states decide. And he basically does a 180 on that 10 seconds after Dobbs is passed to say this is what we're going to do on a national level. That was a call to the left that if you don't come out here and vote your tuchuses off, that you're going to lose your right to abortion. Now, people on the right are like, yeah, you know what, we should have a national abortion type of thing, but they're not coming out there in droves like we must do this, as opposed to on the left where they're fighting for their own abortive lives, that the numbers, the call for them to come out came stronger from Lindsey Graham than any other person out there. And it's not, that's why I don't think it's about Dr. Oz, or I don't think it's about Herschel Walker. I think this was purely something that they wanted to scuttle. And we saw they wanted to scuttle MAGA with, where they basically gave money in primaries. Why the hell are they giving win red money specifically to anyone who's fighting against someone endorsed by Trump? Because they did not want these people to come into the House, and they didn't want them coming into the Senate. And that's what this is about. That's my perspective on it.
Joe, we might need more than tonight to untangle the strands of your confused mind.
This is a guy who wants to also help untangle the strands of my confused mind.
Hey, Ron. Happy New Year, Ron.
Thank you. Same to you. How you doing? Good to see you.
I'm doing great. I hope all is well with you and yours. I had people telling me I was going to be tough for me to follow Ron Coleman, but I was confident that you would not tell even one dick joke while you were here. So I'm confident I can hold my position in the hierarchy.
I stopped joking about Nixon years ago. I just found that most people weren't old enough to appreciate
Hey,
it.
honestly, it's an honor to follow Ron Coleman. It's so proud even to be acquainted with you.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know, I'll tell you one person who absolutely would have no problem disagreeing with you, and that's Harmeet Dillon. Take that to the bank.
Can I wrap up the super chats before you get on out of here, Ron? Like, I'm not chasing you out, but like,
no, you're not. No, it's fine. It's cool. Yeah.
Let me just run through these, because I feel like they wanted to probably address issues that we may be veering away from if at some point
yes, Irving Crystal, thank you for reminding me. Prospering, that is who I was thinking of. Yeah.
A question for Mr. Coleman: the rise of populist leftism has perhaps gone unnoticed, which I think is probably RFK Jr. probably is the best example of leftist populism. But do you see a reckoning for Democrats, and where does RFK fit into the new left equation?
Well, I have written and I have said in the past that ultimately, a coalition-based party, which is the left, cannot. The reason they have moved strongly into the realm of cheating and delegitimizing the opposition is because there cannot be a stable coalition when the coalition will admit of no limiting principles to entry. There is nothing that's too far. There's nothing that is beyond the pale. And ultimately, you're trying to unite. I mean, why Muslims continue to get on the far left radical train of the Democrats is not quite something. I mean, I understand how it could be a marriage of convenience, but ultimately, these are not stable. This coalition is not stable. So without coming into RFK in particular, who I think folded a little bit too fast on challenging Biden. He made himself irrelevant. There's not going to be a third. He's not going to split the vote. He's not going to get in any ballots. They will destroy him. But I think you raise an important question. As bad as it is, and as confused as you are, if you listen to Joe, it is the fact that the Democrats are turning off a lot of people, and they're basically, they're counting on certain kinds of extremism to continue to motivate people to vote against things. That's not a long-term strategy for political success.
Do they need a long-term strategy? I mean, what was the long-term strategy that took down ancient Rome? It wasn't one, but it took down ancient Rome.
Well, but the point is that they're now moving into the period in the empire, right, which is pretty soon after Augustus.
We could simply see collapse, and there is no
right. I agree with you 100%. Was that they're now in the mode where, having given up the republic, there's an empire, and you become emperor by killing the previous emperor. I mean, Joe Biden stops being president when they shut off the machine.
When they stop propping up his arms to get him to flop around. Jackal says, given his laws and their alleged ties to CCP, I doubt McConnell is anything other than a Maoist infiltrate. I don't know about that, but Reagan was an ex-union boss who unleashed no-fault divorce on our civilization. I'd characterize him as a reformed social leftist with a libertarian bent. Great president either way, though. Well,
I was pointing out in the comments before I came on, because I voted for Reagan. I'm that old.
mm-hmm.
But I can remember still being astonished the election cycle, much later, of course, where I realized that half the people who were voting in that presidential election were not voters when Reagan was a candidate. And I began to realize I was an aged model for the electorate, right? My demographic was aging out. A lot of people were voting, they'd never experienced Jimmy Carter. They'd never experienced Reagan. They hadn't had the formative life experiences, political life experiences I had. Their life experiences were much different. And therefore, suddenly I realized, holy cow, if they vote much different, I shouldn't be surprised.
No.
This book is a collection of Reagan's correspondence. And you realize here that this is a man who actually was much more thoughtful and much more ideologically conservative than a lot of people give him credit for. He had a genuine distrust of government, and he was yes, I agree, he was a reformed liberal, but just like people underestimated Eisenhower, the difference between Ike and Obama was that Ike was willing to be seen as a dummy in order to get his policy. Believe me, I don't even remember Ike, okay, but I read a lot of history. But Ike was willing to be seen as a dummy in order to get his policies through. In the age of Obama, to some extent the age of Trump, the chief executive mostly is about his own ego. And they want everyone to know that they're the smartest guy in the room. And, but that's just that's not really a systematic kind of observation, but we could go on. Let's let Joe, I invite you to bring up another super chat. If there's
all right. Debbie, new member of the following. Well, I don't know if she's new. She's been here before. As is Making Law Simple, which I DM'd you, by the way. That's
hey, Dave.
Yeah, David's a great guy. He's another attorney. He's awesome. He's a great channel. Ryan,
by the way, Joe, you forgot to remember.
Yeah.
You forgot. Hey, Brian, I am a silly person, Ryan. And everyone, you haven't reminded people. I was going into yet another New Year's where my YouTube subscribers are like within 500 of a ridiculously low number of 10,000. Everyone who's watching tonight has to, and that even means after I leave, you got to get everyone here to sub to Ron Coleman. It's embarrassing. I have, I'm a master on Twitter and on YouTube where stuff's not terrible. What does it cost you to subscribe? Nothing.
I want to point out, I was going to bring this up earlier and somehow we got diverted. I wanted to find out remember who it was that made that statement about neocons before all of a sudden you just started giving us a whole poli-sci 101 course. Was that I was looking through your guest list and I was astonished. I was like, it's amazing that the names of people who you have and like the views. It's like fewer views, and I'm not saying this. It's like, yeah, let's spend 2 hours talking to Vivek Ramaswamy in front of 11 people, and it's like, how is that possible? How is that even possible?
Yeah, well, the algorithm doesn't love Ronnie. That's
apparently.
So, well, you just picked up a new subscriber, Ron. I just
thank you.
I didn't even know you were on YouTube.
See, there you go.
What I'm saying is like seriously, when I look to that stuff, if you look at things that he has that's 2 years old, I'm not kidding when I tell you there's a video with Jack Posobiec which has under 50 views where he's like talking to like an hour.
Yeah, crazy. It's a crazy world.
I'm like, I don't know how that's I don't even know how that's possible.
Some people get views and some people are just a pleasure to look at. I'm in the second category.
Yeah, well, you are a pleasure to look at and to hang out with, even when you're unnecessarily rude in your assessment of my understanding of politics. But yeah, I let me just get to the rest of these super chats because I don't know how long I'm going to have you for, so I want to make sure I get these. Happy New Year! Help me celebrate my 60th birthday. Happy birthday!
Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday, Proxy Loxy! Happy birthday to you!
All right, I'm starting to understand the 50 views. So we had to stay home tonight because Hobart has husband has COVID. Cheers, everyone. Yeah.
Cheers, COVID. That wasn't the comment. Okay,
right.
I thought that was you.
Joe and Ron weekly show. I'm game.
You're game.
You could call it like Jews squared.
But I'm moving into next year is going to be different for me. I'm moving more into this realm. So maybe we'll discuss it again, Joe. Sure. If the world wants it, we can give it to them.
If they'll let the world, the world can handle it.
Nancy, that's heartbreaking.
Yeah. V-Beta says, "Oh, I see how it is. You bring in your other friends to discuss the left stuff." I'm not. It's not an exclusive list. I did sort of want to try to find. I was like trying to figure out like how do I like slot people because I know like no one wants to be here at 1:30 in the morning. Like that's the time. Like I know I'm
that is a problem. Well, because you're all this deferential. Like you didn't want to. You didn't want to stream at the same time as Nick. Like he gives a crap about you.
Right. I do try to.
He gives a crap. He just doesn't care.
He wouldn't care if I was streaming.
Interesting distinction. Thank you. That's a good point.
Right. Although now I'm at a stage now where he's siphoned off so much of his YouTube toward Rumble, literally so much of it that when I drop a raid on him, I'll like double his YouTube viewers. So it's actually like a noticeable amount of people that like that, as opposed to the first 2 years that I was doing this, where he just had 12,000 watching at a time every night on YouTube. And it's like when I would send in my 200 subs, like he wouldn't even notice. But now I would imagine he probably does notice when it comes in. Worcestershire sauce saying 2 years ago today I had a New York resolution. I stopped being in my echo chamber and found you. It took 2 years to move from lib to right, all because of you. You see, I'm doing some good.
Wow.
Thank you for showing me the light with patience, kindness, and over-explaining. My pleasure.
Wow.
My pleasure. Yeah, you see, it's not like I'm.
No. It's sometimes useful to confuse certain level of people. I'm not saying otherwise. You take the votes are the same regardless of the IQ. Otherwise, I would be getting all the votes, right?
Oh my God! Jackal says for the record,
also true for the general electorate. I would say.
Yeah. For the record, I don't think Reagan was dumb at all. You don't achieve things he achieved if he wasn't smart. Just that he landed far from where he came. And Carson Depp says, Joe and Ron, what percent of Jews do you think have been renegades and apostates? I don't know what a renegade is in this context.
Apostates. So to us, apostates means people who take a Jew who takes on another religion,
right? Yeah,
as opposed to just dropping practice.
Judaism, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I don't know.
We curse them 3 times a day, though. Is that it?
No, we don't.
Oh, Joe, you have to start davening again. Come on. I know that I said that if you gave up smoking, you didn't. I would let you off the hook on
No. Okay. So yeah, I wanted to give so I wanted to ask you, before I let you go, I do want to ask you, tell me which story that happened in 2023 do you think like surprised you most, that you were like, wow, I didn't see that coming.
Well, I think October 7th, I mean, almost everything besides October 7th was
Yeah.
stuff that, I mean, if you just read Ron Coleman tweets from, 2018, 19, 2021, this is where we were going. There's no, it's a two-tier justice. Just like nothing's a surprise.
Yeah.
I'd say the surprise is the non-surprise. The non-surprise is we continue to live in an era of laser pointers and cats, where every day there's the new thing we're supposed to be outraged about, and they keep us distracted, so we won't notice what's actually happening.
That's right.
You can think back a month and tell me what was the most important news story a month ago. Well, of course, now it would be October 7th, but let's take the summer, because there was 20 apparently world vital news stories in any given month of the year. So nothing becomes important. Nothing becomes capable of sustained attention.
First of all, it's a cultural artifact. I remember noticing.
It's deliberate. It's deliberate. I'm convinced it's deliberate.
I remember when I noticed that back when anyone watched TV news, that the news always started out with what the president did today. What the president did or said today, as if that were could possibly actually be the most important thing that happened, which it's not. It's the new, like, the whole thing is preposterous. And that's why the democratization, which is being fought tooth and nail, but the democratization of media, news, and information, if only and look, I think Elon Musk is an historical figure. He has, what he's done, if anything is news in 2023, besides the terrible events that I just referred to, I would say that the extent to which Musk has really tried to figure out a way forward because all you need to break any cartel is for one cartel member to cheat, and by taking over Twitter, he let the air out of that raft. It has changed. It has had a chain reaction throughout the entire system, and that goes back to now why we have to cheat, why we have to delegitimize our enemies, because we don't have a monopoly on information anymore. So that's what I would.
So that's a good thing, right? It's a good thing. I'm very happy. Twitter's a different place. It's imperfect. It's still imperfect. I guess it always has to be. It's run by people, and people are imperfect. On the other hand, let's look at what's actually happening. Our fundamental, substantive free speech opportunities are dependent upon one South African dude.
Yeah,
it's
that's not good.
It's very good. It's very problematic. It's very problematic. Although Missouri versus Biden was the beginning, and we've still got a case, a cert pending in the O'Handley case, which is the state court version of Missouri versus Biden, and that with DC Drano, that might crack things open yet as well. But the idea that you need to get to the Supreme Court or to a funky circuit like the Fifth Circuit to get any kind of justice,
it's not encouraging.
It's really scary. It's really scary.
It's like with Second Amendment rights in the Supreme Court, right? We got the Bruin decision, but the Bruin decision is really the only thing the Second Amendment community has. And of course, as always, the lower level and mid-level federal courts are in open rebellion against Bruin. And so we have to fight every inch of the way. It's like D-Day all over again. They're always going to make it that way. And what happens? What happens if Biden gets reelected, or Kamala, or whoever, the governor of California, whatever the hell his name is, and he appoints a couple Supreme Court and another Sotomayor to the Supreme Court? The Second Amendment disappears in an instant. So that fundamental enumerated constitutional right is hanging on a couple of people. I mean, it's insane.
It's a disaster. The system has absolutely let us down. The federal judiciary is a complete clown show. And and something that I've spoken about many times is
Now,
that
Joseph, sorry he invited me.
No, not at
Like,
all.
oh.
Not at all. I'm enjoying sitting here. It's like listening to the two of you engage.
The
It's-
real politic.
yeah, right. It's a disaster. I mean, again,
I do want to
I-
ask you. I
I
want to ask
repeat
you a
myself.
question. You know, you brought up Missouri v. Biden. Okay, here's I had when I was listening to you, I had a black pill moment in my brain and a white pill moment in my brain. And the black pill moment was when you were referring to Missouri v. Biden, because I was like, all right, so we win on Missouri v. Biden. And then there's a finding saying you can't do this anymore. And then they'll stop for like a year, 2 years, and then they'll just start rebuilding all over again. Like what remedy is there to actually stop the government from doing what they're doing other than the court saying again, don't do it. Don't do it. Like a Bobby cop yelling, stop thief, or I'll yell stop again.
All right, but I mean I hear the argument, but taken to its logical extreme, we can all go to sleep early tonight.
Right.
Nothing
Right.
matters. Don't fight. Don't speak up. Don't push
Right.
back. Don't file lawsuits.
There is a broader political option, which I won't raise here because I don't want to get Joseph.
No, we don't want to get anyone
canceled,
demonetized.
right?
Right.
But I'm just saying our founding fathers were in a similar dilemma.
Here's your white pill, so that we don't have to all turn into like Andrew Branca level marksman. Okay. And that is here's the white pill, which is when you talk about Elon Musk. Supposedly I don't know how much you guys have been watching Twitter Spaces. I happen to be a huge fan of Twitter Spaces. If you're not on Twitter, or what they call now X, Twitter Spaces is basically someone just starts a chat and they can bring in up to 12 other people on the panel and have like a group discussion, and people can just eavesdrop on this conversation.
It's Clubhouse on
Is that what
Twitter.
they call a space?
No one knows what Clubhouse is, so that's what they call Space. Yes, those Twitter
Okay.
Spaces.
Spaces, whatever. Okay.
The amazing thing about this is in some of these larger spaces, you will see the biggest figures of the day just pop on into a chat. There's a chat which will be like discussing what's happening in Congress. The next thing you know, like you can literally get Mike Johnson or Matt Gaetz or other notable Congress persons popping in there. That is an astonishing ability to actually reach out and communicate and have discussions and dialogue with people who are running the government or other political figures who are significant, even if they're not necessarily in Congress, or other socially significant people. So
but that didn't happen before Elon took over.
Right. But it gets better.
If Elon happens to take a nap,
it gets better. It gets better. Supposedly, Elon said like a few weeks ago that he was hoping, it doesn't seem like it happened. He's hoping to get video on Twitter Spaces he's like,
that would be great. That would be a YouTube killer.
All of a sudden, that destroys YouTube. It destroys everything. Twitter is not just a place which now is opening free speech. That is something that will destroy Meta, Facebook. It will become the most dominant thing, where all of a sudden you can just turn on and just see, some hosts who you enjoy following, just sort of just call out and have a decent chance of literally talking to vice president.
And Musk would recoup the purchase price of Twitter in a quarter.
What? Yeah. I'm sorry. What was that?
Musk would recoup the price of Twitter in a quarter.
The value of Twitter. I think X is going to go through the roof. And that's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying to you is, so I'm black-pilled about like, well, what's Missouri v. Biden going to do? How's that going to change the world 10 years from now? But I'm white-pilled in the sense that there is the continual fight between what is like good and evil. People who are actually trying to help society versus those who are looking out for themselves. And this development of what we're seeing happen with Spaces and the popularity of this and the ability for people to actually communicate on such broad scales like never before in human history, and the amassing of large numbers of people in a place that actually enables genuine free speech. That is an asset to those who are fighting, who are engaged in the fight for benefiting society versus self-interested persons. And that is a genuine white pill, which could conceivably, become a backbone of there actually being a healthy America for generations. So that's a massive white pill in the face. So there's another Missouri v. Biden 5 years from now, 10 years from now. So we can't call out corruption. We can't expose this stuff, and that's a massive atom bomb on the side of people.
It's funny you mentioned atom bomb, because I was actually thinking that. I was going to say that I think humanity has always lived in a Lord of the Rings, Witch in the Wardrobe, World War II Europe, good versus evil kind of world. For most 99% of humanity, the dark side was always winning. And then the Enlightenment happened, and suddenly there was light in the world on a substantive level, not just the elites, the kings, but a sizable proportion of the population. And we're living in that now. We're living in that same conflict between light and dark now. And light is not 1%, which is the historical norm, right? Light is a lot more than 1%. But the dark is pretty powerful right now. And light is kind of hanging by a thread. And you mentioned nuclear weapons or World War II, whatever it was you mentioned, Joe. But that's what I was thinking of. I mean, in World War II, if Hitler had acquired the nuclear bomb first, it would have been a different outcome, right? That was a close call. That was a matter of months, in theory.
Well, you have to keep in mind that God runs the world, and he tends to make it interesting, and he gives us the opportunity to blow it.
But God likes to test us, Ron. He likes to test us, and I would rather my children were not put to hard tests.
And that's why it matters, and that's why every day we must get up and fight, because it is not, as the Mishnah says, right, Joe? It's not our job to complete the work, but we are not excused from the endeavor.
There you go.
And on that note,
thank you, my brother. It was great seeing you.
Happy New Year, everybody. If you didn't sub
Shalom.
to me,
Happy New Year.
I will forgive
Please make sure you
that's
sub
how
up
I am.
Ron Coleman. Link is in the description down below.
Good night, everyone.
And
See you
Almost
all.
certainly the smartest guy I know personally. No offense, Joe and Steve.
That is very, very kind.
I was just going to say, before Ron leaves, I wanted to say that one of the great things about the internet, there's a lot of scum, there's a lot of dump, and there's a lot of junk. But on the other hand, there's also, we as individuals are exposed to minds and people and ideas and thoughts from great minds around the world, and we can access them. So fill your mind with worthwhile endeavors, such as listening to Ron Coleman, who is somebody who is worth listening to, who has something to say, who's very intelligent, and I have the utmost respect as a lawyer and as a person. And I will say that we need to, as a resolution, you should cut out the junk and feed yourself something that's worthwhile putting in your brain, and something that's wholesome and worthy of your time.
On that note, it's getting a little bit ridiculous in here, so I'm going to jump out. Good night, everybody.
Take care, Ron.
Night, Ron.
Thank you for your kind words, and Joe, thanks for having me on.
As always. So,
and I guess my time is up. Apparently.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I told you.
Joe sent me a very strict schedule.
I just wanted to. What? I want to try and find some time to actually engage my guests, because I feel
I get it. Listen, I'm often on these panels and on YouTube, StreamYard, whatever, where there's 12 people or whatever on the panel, and it's kind of awkward because everyone's always talking over everybody, even though they don't intend to. But it's hard over the internet to have a normal conversation with 10 or 12 people. So I think you should just stick with this right now, Joe.
Right.
Good.
That's
Andrew, Steve, and Joe. That's
yeah. This is all you need right here.
I agree with you, and that's why I expected there to be overlap, but I didn't want to have 5 people, 7 people at the same time. So and because you actually have real dialogue. Because like you said, when there's 12 people, it's there's 2 people having really back and forth, and I'll have multiple thoughts about what they're saying, and I can't get a word in edgewise without being really rude and jumping on top of them.
No, I was on one yesterday or the day before. It was 10 people, and someone actually asked me, Andrew, you're not saying anything. And I'm like, well, it's impossible. I mean, I don't want to be. I got plenty to say. Trust me, everyone knows me. I like to talk.
Yeah.
But it's impossible to say anything without talking over people, and then you just feel rude.
Let me get a couple of these rants here. Viola Pride, who actually poured a drink for her and then spilled my drink, because she says today is my 19th wedding anniversary. I was going to raise a shot to you.
I'm gonna get that sound effect from my bedroom.
It's great, right? Oh, trust me. Where do you think I came up with that?
Smack that button. at the
Happy New
appropriate
Year
moment.
to you
if
and your
know what I
family,
mean.
especially. And she says, especially the Diggers, the best chat ever. So I'm going to raise a glass to you, Viola. You're awesome, and I'm glad that you're a significant contributor in my community. So to you, I say l'chaim and happy New Year. And happy anniversary. Jonathan says, any New Year's resolutions? Okay. I think that's a great question for me to sort of branch into for a moment here. Do you guys do the New Year's resolutions?
Not really, but I do tend to cycle in periods of good behavior and bad behavior, like eating better and eating worse, or drinking less or drinking more, or going to the gym more or going to the gym less. And sometimes the New Year is kind of I pick it as an artificial trigger point for trying to flip back into the good behavior modes. But I'm almost 60. I've been flipping through these behavior modes my entire adult life. So
Right.
It's not like I expect any substantive life change with New Year's Eve.
Right. What about you, Steve?
Right. Well, I've always do this every day of my life. Is I always try to self-reflect and think about what parts of myself do I need to improve? Where are my weaknesses? What are my strengths? And I think that, I occasionally, when I'll have a moment of reflection, I try to think about, well, what is my next move with my life to make myself stronger or better or more productive? And I don't think it needs this particular day. I'm not.
Solomon.
What's
Go ahead,
that?
Steve. Sorry.
It's an artificial kind of construct that I don't know what people are doing. I think that we need to always think about how we can be better people, and when we make mistakes, reflect on them. And boy, the older you get, the more you say, "Man, I made a lot of mistakes, and I don't know." But you try to strength, like and I'll just professionally, for example. And I'm, people don't realize it, but I'm an extreme introvert, right? And I also have the personality of a litigator. I'm a fighter, right? And when I was litigating, when I first got out of law school and I started doing litigation, I started getting afraid of the courtroom and that's just death for a litigator. And if that's going to be my career, I need to get over that. And so I recognized that one of my weaknesses was litigation. So I became a prosecutor so I could go in the courtroom and fight. And so I got real comfortable in the courtroom. Same thing with writing. After I learned how to legally write, then I became an appellate lawyer. And then I said, well, I want to learn how to academically write. And then I want to learn how to write nonfiction or academic articles. And then, it branches out. Now I'm writing fiction. So you're always trying to push yourself to do the best that you can, because I think it's a God command that you are given this life. You're given whatever values, whatever things that you have to contribute to the world. Do the best with what you've got and try to move that forward. Don't just lay on your grass and smoke weed.
Aristotle said a couple years ago, said, we become brave by doing brave things. Folks, you can change your life by doing the things that are hard for you to do. If it's public speaking, if it's writing, if it's whatever it might be, if it's going to the gym, if it's doing jujitsu, it doesn't matter. The thing you find hard, but intellectually is valuable, but it's emotionally hard for you to do, you overcome that. You become brave in that sense by doing the brave thing, by simply doing it. Sure, it's uncomfortable. You don't like it in the moment. You'll tell yourself when you wake up in the morning, I don't really want to do this today. I don't want to go to the gym. I don't want to blah, 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 blah. Just do it. Just show up. And if you stand there, you walk through the doors of the gym and you stand there and you don't lift a damn weight, at least you showed up. But you know what? I'm telling you, if you walk through the doors and you stand there, you'll end up lifting a weight.
And I have a trick here. I wanted to share this with you. I've never shared this online before or anybody, but I'll share it with you because you're my friends. Just don't tell anybody. Actually, share it well online. Is that I've one of the things that we're always procrastinators and work avoiders because it's hard, right? And it's difficult and we don't want to do it and blah, blah, blah. We've got all these, you're doing something. It's easier to remain sedentary. That's almost genetically put into us to be lazy as a survival tool to conserve energy, right?
Especially in modern society where we have the luxury of being lazy.
Sure it is. So, but one of the things is, don't ask yourself to formulate an opinion on what you have to do. So, for example, if you determine rationally that, okay, I need to write this thing better. I need to do something better. Don't ask yourself to comment on it or whether you like it, because it doesn't matter. It's what you should do. So don't even ask yourself the question. Don't place a judgment on the activity that you need to do. Just do it. Because if you put a judgment on it, you say, oh, it's hard, it's difficult, it's this, it's that.
Where's my Nike shoe?
then you're gonna be, every moment that you're doing it, you're gonna be levying that judgment on your action. So just refrain from making the judgment.
And it doesn't have to be perfect, by the way. You don't have to be perfect. A lot of people get tripped up because they're not perfect in their diet, they're not perfect in their whatever exercise regimen. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to do it like 90% of the time. 90% of the time. And you'll do great.
Well, in writing, it's a process. Like people say, I write all the time, and I do write all the time. And I'm enjoying writing my fantasy novel. But reading it back, I read back, and some of it's good and some of it's terrible. I mean, some of it's like, oh, this is boring. It sounds like a lawyer who's writing an academic work. So, but I'm going to have to go back and edit that. But okay, I put in there what I want to say, and it's a bridge. But then when I go back, I edit it and make it better and work on it and chisel on it and ting, 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 ting. And eventually it will be better. So this is, it's a process of self-improvement. It's not like in fact, I don't think perfection is ever really achievable on Earth. I think I
don't want to spoil anything, but I had a sneak preview of Steve's next work, and it starts, I never thought this would happen to me. Never mind. You have to be a certain age to understand that line. Okay.
So
let me get to a couple of these super chats. So Brian says, I vote for Ron. Thanks. Chugi's show says, Gino show with Ron and Joe. That's not.
There was a certain magazine that had a letters for him. Is that correct? Is this thing
correct? Yeah.
Always thinking in the dirt. That's the thing. You already broke the command.
I don't even know what y'all are talking about. Rob Ford says, could you please toast Deanna Scholar's dad, who died yesterday at 92 years old? I have a feeling we're going to get one.
Why don't I go get a drink for that? Hold on.
92. That's a good run. 92.
92. So we'll wait.
Joe, you're what, 90?
87. Stop trying to age me. Mo Lester says, I used to know a little about politics, then I started listening to Joe. Now I'm not even sure if the earth is upside down. Great call, really.
Right.
Yesterday I had a whole point.
By the way, folks, I'm pretty sure Joe's younger than me.
Yesterday I had a whole discussion where I basically pointed out that the fact that North America is in the north rather than in the south is because we look at the globe from this perspective. But if we always looked at the globe from the exact upside down perspective from space, well, in that case, we would think of North America as being south of the equator. It's like it's become like a universal thing that we all accepted,
right, except the actual enlightened civilizations were all in the northern hemisphere. So,
but why did they have to? They could have been in the southern hemisphere. Why did they have to be in the northern hemisphere? Wait,
but they weren't.
But that's only. I pulled up a map of the Earth. Here's the point. I was saying like this: is if you look at the Earth and you spent 10,000 years where your view of the earth was completely upside down from the view we have, it would be natural to you to think of everything in Australia as being north of the equator and everything. And
Australia doesn't even exist, Joe. Come on.
This reminds me of, you remember the scene in Animal House where it's like, so wait. So what you're saying is that inside that fingernail could be little tiny universes, right? Can you buy me some more weed?
Anyway, Worcestershire says, Ron, I gave up smoking so I could send Joe chats. Also, this is a cult surprise. Is the left eating its own so soon? Yeah, that's
I mean, next thing Joe's going to tell us it's a good idea for women to vote. I mean, this show's going to go crazy.
No. No. First person I ever read that was making a claim that the worst thing that ever happened to the world was women's suffrage was Ann Coulter, saying that ever since women got the right to vote, like politics has basically been complete.
Well, it's not the worst thing that ever happened, but it's a existential threat against Western civilization for sure.
Well, I actually have an alternative idea to this. Since we're living in a post-constitutional republic, and we are going to face some sort of constitutional crisis and reconstruction of the world, hopefully.
Oh, everyone's just going to die. It's what's
Yes. Well,
actually going to
if
happen.
we don't, what's going to come out the other end? I have a proposal: is that your voter application is actually your tax form, so that only the people that actually fill out the form and pay taxes
and I'd be 100% fine with that. Whoever voted, in fact, I wouldn't even care if it was a non-citizen who voted, who was living here. That'd be fine. I mean, if they were
even I'm of the effect of that. Well, okay, if you're filling out that form, that is your voter registration, right?
Any productive member of the society should have a voice in the society, but any non-productive member ought not, because they'll just vote themselves assets, resources from the productive.
Well, and even Jefferson said, I think it was Jefferson who said that when the voters learn that they can vote themselves well through the majority,
it's all over.
It's all over. So instead, why not have it so that if you are a net recipient of government largesse, then you don't get a chance to vote.
Correct. That should be the rule. All of us have locks on our front doors, right? We don't just let anybody walk into our house.
I made this point on stream like 4 months ago, and I lost 500 subs in a day. Like, people, they revolted on me. But I was like, look, I'm not saying we should do this. I'm simply saying that if you want to have a healthy,
throwing out ideas. I have a friend,
it's not to find more people to vote, right? It's not that we need we need less people.
Of unproductive, entitled people in society, maybe 60%. So, of course, I mean, I'm not saying it's a viable political solution. It's the only one that would work. So instead, we're just going to do the Roman collapse thing.
I have a friend who is actually an intern with Joe Biden as a vice president. He was at the vice presidential intern. And he's a lawyer friend of mine. He's a really good guy, smart guy, Catholic, really nice fellow. And we had a conversation recently. He was one of my mentorees in my office who went off to bigger and better things. And now he's making big bucks as a lawyer in private practice. And I just had a call with him the other day, and he's like, I'm really having second thoughts about all this, because I guess he's paying taxes now, right? So the reality is kind of slapping him in the face. And I was saying, I used to be such a staunch Republican, but I don't even think that's even the case. I mean, I tell you, the political system is so poisonous. And
I call myself now a constitutionalist.
Right. Or I call myself a classical liberal.
I like that phrase.
Who believes in the founding of the country and what the original documents meant.
The trouble is the phrase classical liberal, which I would use too. That's how I would position myself, but it includes the word liberal. So you're automatically kind of incorporating it. It's like these countries like Canada, where they have the liberals are conservative and the conservatives are the liberals, and you can't tell what the words mean anymore.
I have a couple of toasts that people are asking me for. I don't know if we
I got my toaster here.
The first one was, can you please toast Dina Schuller, dad who died yesterday, 92 years
old. Sorry.
So,
may his memory be a blessing.
Amen.
Well, and 92 years old, it sounds to me like that is a life well lived, long life. Hopefully it was a life of wonder and productivity. And what is it we can expect out of life? I mean, if you've been given 92 years of love and family, and you look at have they been a net good for the world? I mean, if you lived to 92, you've lived a great life. And
what I would say? I would say, however long you might live, and of course, none of us really know, right? But take every day, make sure the people you love know that you love them. Live every day as if not as if it might be your last, because of course we all have to have long-term planning, but live every day as if, just make sure that the people you care about know that you love them. And then if the worst happens, they know that. But you could live 92 years and not do that. And I'm not sure that's the better life.
That ties into what you were saying earlier, which is that I think that the entire struggle of man is ultimately is fighting against his own laziness to put the freaking effort in. Whatever it is, I mean, we all know what is going to be of value to us, whether the effort is in closing our mouth from having an extra serving of food, whether it's in learning a skill, whether it's in getting a job done that we've accepted responsibility to get done, whether it's waking up when we're feeling exhausted or not in the mood, or it's cold outside, or brave.
Doing the hard thing.
That doing the hard thing at the end of the day, we all know that those are the things we feel most proud of ultimately when we're done with them. But it's like there's something internally inside of us which makes us say, and it's lazy, and allows laziness to sort of seep in like a cancer and hold us back. And ultimately, it makes us feel more miserable when we fail to rise up and put the effort in than when we actually put that effort in. I was thinking about this literally on Saturday morning. I woke up my son for morning services, which they start at 8:15 in the morning, and I came up to him at 8 o'clock and I said, "Hey, it's 8 o'clock. You should get up." And he sort of like looked at me, and and this is what it happens. If you end up showing up late, you can get there late. No one's going to say anything to you.
Right. Same with church.
but internally, you feel like crap. Like when you come in, you feel like garbage. So I said to him, if you get up now, you'll be happy that you did so 15 minutes from now. Because otherwise, 15 minutes from now, when he wakes up, he'll be like, oh, crap. And he'll start running and just start feeling stressed or whatever and just feeling uncomfortable. I said, if you get up now, you will feel better. You'll be happier. You will like you more if you get up now and just do it. Which obviously he slept in and completely ignored me. But the point is,
there was no bucket of cold water, Joe.
There's a couple super chats coming up, and
I'm
one
kidding.
of them I really want to hear Andrew's, because Andrew always gets this bad rap because I know he's got some beautiful daughters, he's got a beautiful wife, and he does, he talks about I love women, and I would like to hear. Let's just stay positive because there's so much negativity out there, and the $10 super chat coming up.
Let me run through and catch up to them. Okay, so Valiant Renegade, member for 3 months. Happy New Year's, folks. He's going to be in here tonight. He said late, so it's going to be after these guys are gone, but he should be here later. I'm looking forward to hanging with him. Great to see you, brother. Thank you so much, my member. NL, bring up Truon case and former President's Act when we talked to Destiny Pisco again. Yeah, I did talk about the former President's Act when I was on. I had a whole debate about the Florida indictment against Trump on Destiny's channel this early this evening. Bella Stella gifting 10 memberships. God bless you. Thank you so very, very much. I appreciate you. And those of you who are new to the following is not a cult type of cult at all. There's no self-mutilation, no harming others, no squirrel sacrifices, no goat sacrifices, no Kool-Aid, no spaceships, no tracksuits, no stabbing yourself in the leg, no self-flagellation. And there's just mild farming and greater community unity and personal growth. I am not the leader of the following. I'm just a follower, just like you. Pam Ronning, Happy New Year, gentlemen. Thank you so very much. And Mary sharing 5 more memberships. God bless you. Sherry.
Every time I see myself in the camera, I'm thinking like I should rent out. Like this should be a billboard. Right,
self-defense.
Giant forehead. Like I gotta figure that out.
Links to all my guests are down in the description below. I urge you, if you're enjoying their content, which why the hell wouldn't anybody, that you make sure that you sub up to them so that you don't miss any of their.
Oh, Joe, I did. You probably don't have this link. I did start an OnlyFans page for 20.
Oh, okay.
So I'll send that to you.
I appreciate it. And now with the discount rate, Sherry Lawless says, wish me a happy birthday, please. Still disappointed that all the fireworks and parties weren't for me. Happy New Year from Colorado. Blessings to all. I had the same thing. My birthday is June 25th.
Hey, Colorado.
Any relation to Jackie Lawless?
Everyone celebrates my half birthday because my birthday is June 25th, and everyone celebrates my half birthday, and no one seems to remember my actual birthday. It's very, very frustrating. So I understand I feel your pain, Sherry. Happy birthday.
Hey, happy birthday to Scott Ian of Anthrax, too.
We don't hear you, Andrew.
Can you hear me?
No, I'm sorry. My family's like getting into the hot tub and children are running around, and
there really is an OnlyFans going on. All right. Well, anyway, to you, Sherry, salut l'chaim, long life, good blessings, perfect health, personal growth, and only peace between you and your fellow man, woman, and child.
Oh, no. Now we're going to talk about my mother-in-law. Is that what you're hinting at?
I guess your neighbors wish a happy. You're probably playing us a little too loud. Eric V, Happy New Year 2024. It's gonna be wild. It certainly will be. I have
Blackie Lawless. I'm sorry, I messed it up. Jackie Lawless. It's Blackie Lawless. Sorry about that. You guys, the chat got me on that one.
Oh, okay. Thomas Percival says water flushes clockwise in northern hemisphere versus clockwise, counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere. What does that tell you about your theory? Cheers. It tells me nothing about my theory. Nothing at all. I'm not arguing that the sun would rise in the west. If you're looking at it upside down, we would call the west east.
Joe's not a liberal. He's not going to say something that insane.
Yeah, gosh. Lily, I think is asking a good question here that Steve wants to jump all over. Why do you guys not consider a woman who raises your kids, takes care of everything else so you can concentrate on your thing, not productive? Is she not molding the next generation?
And this is where
who do you want to address this?
I think, Andrew, you should go and talk about your lovely wife and what she does for you, and I will talk about my lovely wife and what she does for me to praise the great women that we have around us.
I just want to say, by the way, Lily, this is a great question, and it's a fair and legitimate question based on the content that these two jackasses were sharing over the last 10-15 minutes or so.
What do you mean two?
I'm joking. But
right, so do I go first?
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew. Understand, by the way, Lily is a genuinely good person. She's I think she's probably like 70 or so.
I don't take offense at the question at all. In fact, it feels like a softball. Like
I know
my mom.
She's genuinely. My point is, she's not trolling. Like she really wants. She's like trying to understand your philosophy.
Sure. So my philosophy is that I do consider that woman who raises my kids and takes care of everything else productive, hyper productive, my equal in our marriage. My wife actually does all those things. I go out and make money, and my wife raises our children, manages our household, manages our schedule, does all that other stuff, the doctor visits, even, by the way, for my children who are not her children, my two kids from my prior marriage. She does all of that. One of whom, by the way, is developmentally disabled, has a lot of interactions with the state. It's a huge administrative burden to manage all that. She does all that too. My son's biological mother doesn't do that. My wife, who's not his biological mother, who's a stepmother, does all of that. So I value her enormously. And even better, when she and I met and developed a relationship, I was a guy who'd made a lot of money all my life, but I was post-divorce. I was essentially dead broke. And all my economic success since then has been with her. We built that life together. Mm-hmm. She didn't grab me when I was rich and I would have resentment about her accessing my resources. We built those resources together. So,
and he, by the way, he means that since I can attest to that because I've actually, in certain various business engagements with him, I've actually had to deal with Mrs. Branca, and not have to in a negative way. I'm saying like she's the liaison point who it seems like runs all of his finances for him. So she's very involved in his business element as well.
Yeah, she's the man. She's basically my business manager. Okay, I'm the face of the business, and she runs all the back end office stuff. I have no interest in doing any of that. So if you're asking me, why don't I respect my wife for doing that work? Are you crazy? She's amazing.
The reason,
and besides that,
do that work,
and
right?
above all that, she's an amazing wife. She's an amazing partner. She's an amazing mother. So I would recommend that all men do it my way. So
in a Brancatopia, would your wife have a vote?
No.
So that's what she's at. That's what Lily's asking. Why would she not have a vote when she's just as productive as you are?
She didn't ask about a vote in that question.
It's in the context. This question came up in the context.
Okay, all right. So what I would actually say is, so people take this the wrong way sometimes because I phrase it provocatively when I say like, should women vote? I think most people shouldn't vote, men or women. I think the only people who should vote are people who are contributing to the future of society. And in my mind, that actually means families. So in my mind, voting would be restricted to my family and other families like mine. So I wouldn't have a vote. My wife wouldn't have a vote. As a family unit, we would have a vote. And other productive tax-paying families would also have a vote. But it wouldn't be gender specific. Well, obviously, in a productive family, you'd have both genders, but it's not to one or the other. And in a productive family, the partners should be similarly positioned in terms of how they're going to vote.
Well, but then the question, the follow-up question to that, I'm asking on her behalf, what I would imagine many people who are watching may be thinking is, what if you and your wife are diametrically opposed as to?
Well, you shouldn't be married because you're not.
But you are
not compatible.
So, okay, fine.
But if you are, the man's vote it takes priority. Of course, obviously, when women are by definition. It's shocking. I even need to say this, but we all know this. Men are more rational, biologically creatures in general. Not every man, of course, but there's, men generally, as a class, are more rationally inclined, or women are more emotionally inclined, and this is good, actually, because it's important from an evolutionary biology perspective. Men had to go out and kill animals and kill other men who were enemies of their tribe. We couldn't afford to be emotional about that. We just had to get the job done. Women have to raise children. Children are emotional. They're not fully developed. Women have to work in more social networks. They need to be have a higher emotional IQ, if I would put it that way. But those are two entirely different evolutionary job responsibilities. And so they developed they're not the same. Men and women are not the same. But if you're voting for the future of a nation, who do you want voting? If you could choose, if you were an alien from outer space and you could tell us what's the best option, is it the more rational part of your population or the more emotional, hysterical part of the population that you want making long-term future voting decisions for your population? Nobody would pick the more emotional part.
So you're saying one vote, and if there's a contradiction because rationality, reason should dictate over emotion. That's why if there's
at least in the long term,
it should be the deference should be to the husband. Okay, you have thoughts on this, Stephen?
Yes. Well, I thought it was a positive female question. Like Andrew says, that I've been married now almost 25 years, only married once. Really, I will only be married once, right? She makes all the financial decisions. She makes decisions. She keeps the house running. She has a full-time job. She's a career woman, very smart woman, has a master's degree.
And by the way, I'm sorry to interrupt, Steve, but I would say my wife makes most of the family household decisions in my household as well.
Sure. She runs, I think even Andrew pointed this out, is that, she makes most of the decisions on consuming anything, on the expenditures. Now, I will say that I generally make decisions on the cars we buy. And the guitars we buy, but she has, she handles all the food, everything that we eat and where we go, and I usually plan the vacations. But she has such authority. She pays all the bills, and when she got here, she had a high school diploma, and she worked her way through her master's degree. And I didn't really have anything. I wasn't wealthy, or not that I'm wealthy now, but I wasn't anybody really. So, but we had a fundamental foundation of commitment to a family. Like, I did not want to be married I did not want to be divorced. I'll put it that way, because I was a child of divorce. I didn't really know I was raised by my mom most of the time, and I didn't want to pass that on. And that was one of the criteria. And of course, she was very cute. and that helps too. But the thing with a man, though, it's like, okay, is it yes or no? If it's yes, then you're in the door, and now the other stuff matters. And then so it's like, yes, she's cute, I'm attracted. Okay, now what about the other stuff? And it's funny, because when we met, we talked we just talked and talked and talked, and I was completely honest and open And so I think she was too. I mean, yeah, and it was, we just connected, and it was just one of those things where you're just part of each other, and it's a,
So
it becomes a we, and all of those things. When Andrew talks about the dating game, and the dysfunction in the American society about the dating game, all of that stuff is true until you get married. Now, when you get married, it should become a we. Then those things don't matter. It doesn't matter if your spouse is this. Like I think in one of the another Branca Branca's thing he said one time is somebody posted this picture of some woman, and she's a little middle-aged, she's a little overweight, and they said, do you think she's attractive or something? And then he said, well, who is she to me? And see, that's the great thing. So when I see my wife, that's the mother of my child. That's the person I've raised my child with. I've lived a life with. I spent time with. Nobody will ever displace that person who is with me. And so it's like, who is that to me is the essential question.
Yeah. So I met my wife when she was 26. She's not 26 anymore. But she's as beautiful to me as she ever was, because we've made that mutual commitment to each other. But the analogy I would use would be like a captain on a ship, right? He's not constantly kicking and beating the other officers on the ship. They have their areas of responsibility. They're carrying them out, presumably responsibly. And he defers, he assumes they're doing all that responsibly. But if a hurricane shows up or an enemy shows up and one dude has to make the decision, he doesn't ask the whole ship to vote on it. Somebody has to make the decision. And in my mind, that ought to be the husband.
So I have a slightly different take, which I think is more consistent than your take is, Andrew. And that is that I think that seeing is how, when you're voting for a politician, it's a legislator who's going to basically be taking your money and deciding where your money should go. That whoever is the primary bread earner is the one who should have primacy in the vote. And in some houses, that's the woman. So what I would say is that, that the woman is handling the social element to the family dynamic. The man,
the woman being the primary breadwinner, never works.
You could talk about whatever it is as far as whether those marriages work or don't work. That's not the point. My point is,
from a societal perspective, it matters because families matter.
You're correct. You're correct. You're correct that a healthy family dynamic, that the traditional family dynamic that we all think of, like the husband and the wife and the two kids and all that other stuff, and
family staying together matters.
Of course,
broken families are bad for society, right?
100%.
And families in which the woman is making substantially more money than the man, they always break.
Respectfully, though, that's not the point. The point is, who should, in this setting, we have a setting. We're trying to decide. Okay, so if a family were to have one vote and determining on what basis someone should have primacy, I don't think it's because a man has testicles that's why he would have that primacy. In such a world, I would think that seeing as how your vote as to who's going to be a legislator is going to impact your wallet, the person who is fattening that wallet on behalf of the government, whoever's fattening it most,
I don't really care
should be
how
the one who has primacies. Right, but I'm saying you seem to say that the man has reason, whereas the woman tends to be dictated by emotion. And I was saying,
I guess what I would say is,
I was saying that whoever's pocket is the one, whoever's helping line the government's pocket more, is the one who should have the final say ultimately in determining.
I'd be fine
where the
with
money
simply
is
being the family, however they internally decide, gets the vote. I don't care if it's the man making more money or the woman making more money or whatever. The family gets a vote, however they decide internally. But it's one vote per productive family, non-benefit taking family.
Can I make an observation here? And I think that Lily Smith gets the award for getting the best value for her $10 super chat.
Well, she followed up by and I owe her an apology. She said, I had to raise and educate 2 disabled kids. In addition, I had to work 8 hours every day. Pretty much everything else. I'm older, not close to 70 yet. I apologize for the remark about your age or guessing that you were 70. I knew that I recalled you saying you were older than I was. I was terribly rude of me to just assume your age. The reason I threw that out there was the reason I just threw out any number at all, which was stupid on my part, and I apologize for that, was because I wanted to be clear to Andrew that this was not some young girl who's trying to troll him, but said he would address the question seriously.
I didn't take it as trolling him at all.
No,
but I would say the
fact
fact that she has 2 disabled kids, I have a disabled kid, I get it, but
Right.
we're not the norm. So
Right.
you can't say my exceptional circumstances is how society should be structured.
Debbie says every single time Branca goes on someone else's stream, we end up down the same rabbit hole. Is that really what everyone thinks Branca's value add is? Wake up, people, and engage him on legal issues.
Debbie, I'm already married, honey.
Although as
Jackals.
parents, I have a 19-year-old and you have 2 beautiful daughters. We are also concerned as parents for the future generation. So one of the reasons
Sure.
we engage on these social issues in male-female relationships is because I want my son to live a happy life, marry a beautiful woman for the rest of his life, have beautiful kids, and be happy and find the happiness that I've found.
I think more people should talk to folks in their 20s, because the folks in the 20s will tell you how utterly destroyed the dating market is today.
Debbie
is
just said
horrific.
we got to get you out of this. Debbie just said get Branca out of the
All
whole
right, so
stuff.
change the subject.
But
What do you want to talk about?
But following up on the whole family thing and having daughters, I will mention this that I'm just gonna throw this out there as a heads up for you all that tonight I have a 6-hour stream. At the end, a month from today is gonna be January 31st. I plan on having a 24-hour stream that day because I have a daughter who's getting married late in February, and that's gonna be like my final push of earning YouTube money. So there will be a 24-hour stream, God willing, on January 31st when I'm trying to ratchet up the last monies I can for my primary source of income being YouTube. So yeah, and if I can book you guys in advance for January 31st, anytime during that 24-hour period, that would be much obliged.
I'm have to drag you. I'll do the last 4 hours and drag you over the line.
Last time I had it, I was marrying off a son. So now I'm marrying off a daughter. But rest assured, those of you in the audience, that the next kid is at least like 5 years away. Like I'm not gonna be doing this every 6 months. But
yeah. How many children do you have exactly?
I have six kids, but I had like
next year we'll be doing Joe's grandchildren.
So Jackals of Terra Argentum says criteria for voting rights: 1, married for 3 years; 2, not be currently employed by the government; 3, never have to work for the FBI; 4, pay taxes. Happy New Year, Joe. God bless. I love Jackals. He's awesome. Jonathan, member of the following, not his first dance through this rodeo, but we appreciate you coming back, brother. Worcestershire sauce says following Gerard Magliacco when Joe says it's not a cult. It is. Drink Kool-Aid, put on tracksuit, turn world upside down, north and south.
Those are some good cult references he put in there. I gotta say, I salute.
She did, yeah. Beak Boop says, Happy New Year to you, Joe, and to the Diggers. May the Lord bring blessing and favor for all of us in the new year. Amen. And God bless you, Beak Boop. Exel Wright says, I'm with Hans Hermann Hoppe and think democracy is the god that failed. Ban voting and replace it with nothing.
Well, no,
I need a leader.
We
need a leader.
Are we making the distinction between democracy and the republic? Because what's happened is we've moved away from the republic and become more democratic, which if you read
our founders never wanted.
And if you read your Aristotle, which our founders did, they said that pure democracy is the absolute worst form of government.
Right. Worst. It's 2 wolves and a sheep deciding what they're going to have for dinner.
Right. And so this is the problem. I think we made a move with that. We've been making that move. We've expanded the vote to simply everybody, like we're talking about. We've also moved the Senate into more of basically a 6-year House of Representatives. There's been a lot of moves away from republicanism, small r, as is originally conceived, and into more of a democratic, small d society. And I don't think that's been for the good.
We're pretending that the entire bell curve should have a vote in how society is run, like how we all exist, how we all survive. And a bell curve, a normal curve, we know that the IQ, the normal IQ, the average IQ is 100. 100. That means half the population has below 100 IQ. And we're saying they should have the same vote as the half of the population that has above 100 IQ. And nobody would adopt that model for any important decision in their own personal life.
That's true. Yeah. The whole concept of,
I know it sounds rude, Joe, but as you say, it's true.
yeah, I can't. I think in an ideally healthy republic, there would be a lot fewer people voting.
I think there's a reason for almost all of human history. We didn't have a democracy. We didn't have a republic. We had, in fact, a society in which there was, 5%, 2% of the population that made all the decisions, and most of the population didn't. I'm not saying that's fair, but I think it reflects the fact that not every human being in the population is capable of making well-reasoned, rational decisions.
That's certainly true. Yeah. Valiant Renegade says once.
Look how uncomfortable I just made Joe. It's like, oh my God, there goes my YouTube channel.
I used to like my channel. Once football season is over, Joe might make it back to his Sunday show. Football season is over. If not officially, nearly officially. In fact, like it's an hour away from the football season being over. Yeah, I know technically it's only week 17 and there's 18 weeks in an NFL season. But when he's talking about football season, he's talking about fantasy football. And in case you're wondering how I'm doing in my championship, I'm just going to say that's
we
it.
Can't read it now.
You can read it.
9108, and I don't know what those numbers mean. And 130.
This is a score.
3-6.
Yeah. Suck it, Andrew.
Is that good? Suck it. I don't even know what those
not
numbers
you,
mean.
not you. Andrew is the guy I'm playing against.
Okay.
He happens to have the same name, Andrew. Also, I wasn't saying suck it to you. Yeah. So yeah, basically, there's 14 minutes left before I'm officially crowned the winner of my fantasy football Super Bowl in because I have a fantasy football league that I started in my locals, and I'm about to take home the title, so I'm kind of excited about that. So those on Social Security can't vote. Of course they cannot vote. That's the point. I mean, they can technically now, but the point being that imagine if we restricted Social Security voting to those who are on Social Security. How would they vote? They would say, "Oh, Social Security should increase by 9,000%."
Imagine
right?
if we said only children under the age of 9 could vote. What kind of society will we have?
So the point
Lots
being,
of Legos.
Lots of Legos.
The point from Madison, the point in quoting Madison is that when the tyranny of the majority of the minority, or the phrase that democracy is two lions and a sheep deciding what to eat for dinner, is that, yeah, if you allow people to vote who recognize I'm not contributing any money, but I can make the government pay me money.
Give me money from other
the government
people.
government has the power to take money from those other folks. So you're basically able to vote in people who are going to start writing all these laws saying we're taking much more money from the rich people and giving it to the poor. The poor.
So
people.
the truth is,
why wouldn't they vote those folks in?
We broke the American system decades ago. But America had so much inherent core value. It's like sinking the Titanic, except instead of it happening in hours, it's taking decades to happen. But when we democratize the Senate, when we pass the 19th Amendment, when we pass the income tax law, these things in the moment, they don't seem to have much effect. But over a long time period, like an evolutionary time period, it's like a tumor. We planted a tumor in America. And right now in 2023, the tumor has blossomed all our organs.
Yeah. Just Joy, member of the following for 2 months. Welcome back, Just Joy. Happy New Year, everyone. Many blessings to all. Jenny LJ saying happy New Year. Everyone, God bless you, Jenny. Thank you so much for your kind contribution, and we appreciate you. John Gordon says suffrage should be decided by land ownership. I mean, it doesn't have to be land ownership. Someone could be renting in theory and still be still be contributing, right? I mean, I don't think that that's a necessary thing. I think traditionally that was the case. But Lily Smith says, we'd never be upset with you, Joe. I was a computer programmer. It was an exciting job. So there you go. There you go. Andrew Malashuk. This is the Andrew who I'm beating.
Okay, all right.
So he says, Team Neerman, here's $10. Buy yourself a real name. Congrats, Joe. Thank you so much. I appreciate the nobility with which you are conceding this game. Tony Pollard sucks. He does suck. He does suck. Those of you who may not be familiar with fantasy football, I was explaining to them yesterday the value of a player who is just reliably consistent every single week versus the feast and famine people who will ultimately kill you. Debbie O! Agreed. I don't want every bottom feeder and illegal alien voting either. Too bad so many of the bottom feeders end up in Congress, or is it that Congress turn into bottom feeders? They do.
The bottom feeders are allowed to vote. They are a constituency who elects Congress people.
That if you give them a vote, that means they have power. And
Right.
they can use that power to basically put people in, and people will try to suck from that power.
Yes.
So,
Like
Robin Sage. You basically have bottom 60% population with zero financial stake in society, voting away the income of everyone else.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but aren't you wiping out all the wise 65 plus?
Who cares?
There you go. There you go. That's one way of looking at it.
Well, like I said, my solution is not all these solutions. My solution is you fill out a tax form. That's your voter registration. You're paying taxes. You're a net product. You're not positive to society. You have a stake in the system.
Yeah, but 65 plus is not doing that.
Well,
They
no,
don't have it.
I don't agree with that. No, there's a lot of people over 65 that making. My mom is the old people are the ones making all the money. You kidding?
No, they have a lot of money.
And
They're
they're
making
paying
a
a
lot
lot
of
of tax.
income and paying taxes on it.
They are making they are making a lot.
Well,
of
your
income.
mom is because you have a smart mom, but
Yeah,
I
she's
suspect it's
88.
not typical.
She has 2 jobs.
Okay, Steve, your mom is not the norm.
I know, but I'm just saying I think she's a productive member of society, and if you are a net taxpayer.
Steve, I'm not talking about your mom. We're talking about society generally.
I'm talking about theoretically. I'm generalizing. Don't talk about my mama. No, I'm
Stop talking about my mom.
No, what I'm saying is that if you are over 65 and you're a taxpayer, you've earned a lot of money and you are making money off your investments, or you have income properties, whatever, you're paying taxes.
Anybody who's a net contributor to the
Right.
body politic should have a vote in how the money is spent.
Right.
I'm always going to remember this stream and that time Andrew joined me.
I
And
had to make a Steve
and
Gosney mom joke.
started talking about Steve's mom.
Stop talking about
By the way, to Steve Gosney's mom, all respect, Happy New Year's. And you've
Happy
raised an
indeed.
amazing son who's an incredible friend of mine,
She
and I'm really
has.
grateful to you for it.
Indeed. American philosophy says, what about those in the military? Those in the military, that should be a form of service, which to me makes them a contributor. If you're willing to-
I don't know. The military
I
is a
disagree
different
with you with
military today.
I disagree with you on this. If someone is willing to actually risk their skin,
Now it's just a civil service job. It's like so the Department of Motor Vehicles also automatically get a vote.
So you know what? If that's really just a civil service job, then you should not complain about the fact that they're promoting the military, about going all trans and all that other stuff, and people who basically couldn't do 6 push-ups. That's who they're
exactly
promoting.
my point, actually.
So
They're not combatants.
Okay. So you think it's okay? You think that's okay?
No, it's not okay. It's all bad. But if you're going to let anybody into the military, no matter how non-combatant, listen, if someone wants to fight for America, they get a vote. I have no problem for that. But if we're letting people in the military because they have purple hair or don't understand what gender they are, those people should not automatically get a vote. I'm sorry. It's not the same thing as picking up a rifle and fighting somebody.
I can agree with you on that. Anyone who engages in military service in the form of actually actively serving, rather than sitting at home in some base, yeah, that to me that would be something that would be a basis to vote.
Even if they thought they might have to fight somebody, that would be fine. But there's a lot of people going to the military today because it's like a civil service job. They never intend to fight anybody. We see these people. Come on, they're wearing the dog leather masks. They got the. If I have to explain it, then it's. I guess I'm not making my point.
Phillips says Highland's right service guarantees citizenship. That was something-
Highline's military, the service fought. If you fight, you get citizenship. I have no problem with that.
Kay Bell says, I'm curious, what about those of us that serve in the military and can no longer work? Are we not allowed to have a vote?
I would debate the issue. I'm open to persuasion. But we all know, all of you, by the way, I never served in the military, but all of you who serve in the military know that very few of you were in combat positions, right? 90% of the military supports the 10% that are actually fighting. Now, which of that total 100% should get a privilege to vote under the Heinlein model? I'd be willing to debate that. And if it was all of you, I'd be amenable to that too. If all of you, when you entered, thought you were at risk of having to fight.
I just want to point out to my audience here. Can you imagine how
great a country it would be if Andrew Branca ran everything?
how preciously you would safeguard the value of your vote if you realize that the only reason you have that right is because you're contributing to the American society. Like, you would look at your vote in such a different thing. Like, you earned that right to vote. Like, it's harder. By the way, it's much harder than getting a driver's license. It's much harder than doing anything. Like, you literally had to like bust your tail to get a right to vote. Every single person would vote. Every person who had the right to vote. There's a selection
bias here too, right, Joe? Because like, I've never served. I never went into the military. But if I knew when I was 20, the only way I could vote was to have served, I would absolutely have served to secure my franchise.
Right. But if there's 380 million people who can vote, because we allow anyone who's a citizen or anyone who walks across the border to vote. So yeah, you basically look at it like if it's treated like dirt, then the people, no one appreciates something that's just gifted to them. Lincoln Train says, by the way, military pays income and social security taxes. Wesley says, if you pay a penny in taxes, you get to vote.
Yeah, I think filling out the form.
If it's a net penny, yes. If it's positive, yes.
Okay, there you go. Anyone who would ban pit bulls automatically loses a vote.
Now, pit bulls are violent animals that have no purpose living in other civilized society. If you live in, I don't know, upper Canada and you're dealing with wolves and you need pit bulls to protect you, fine. If you're living in an HOA with school children and you have deaf animals running around on your street, you're the problem.
This is funny.
I'm just getting out of the way. I'm just letting the bullets are flying. I'm just gonna like stay in the foxhole as the incoming fire.
Nobody who has small children would be happy with a pit bull next door.
Yeah, do you want to let your kids out in the backyard when there's a collection of pit bulls in the neighbor's lawn?
It's true. It's a really interesting point that I never considered before. I would never let my kids go outside unattended.
Right?
I don't care. Like,
not without you having a gun.
And you're only 16. I'm not letting you go outside by yourself. We got pit bulls next door. I never served in the military, I can tell. KVL says combat vet Brett Branca rated at 100. He's the one who said, hey, what about disabled?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, 100% disabled. Phillips says Highland was pretty explicit. Citizenship was open to everyone, even the feeble and disabled. The federal service would find a job for you that you could perform.
Right. He wrote that in the 1950s. Are we a different country today than we were in the 1950s?
I don't know. By the way, Joe skipped my last $5 super chat talking about the basis mama. Did I really skip your super chat? That seems almost impossible. I'm gonna have to try and dig that up. Meanwhile, I'm gonna ask you, gentlemen. I'm gonna ask you, Steve, because I know you got one foot out the door here.
I gotta go. So I got 7 minutes to go.
Yeah. So while I'm digging for the super chat, which story from 2023 surprised you the most?
Oh, I don't. I tell you, I am.
What development? It could be a development of your story.
Happily avoiding the news media. I don't watch mainstream news media. I have my websites. I go to Instapundit, Powerline blog, Citizen Free Press occasionally if I want to get news. Legal Insurrection, those are the places that I go for stuff. And the mainstream media, to me, is left. They're so unreliable. And I know I know I've been behind a number of national news stories, and I know that what the people get, like when I read the story, I'm like, there is so much that is not contained within that story that is not known, that it's practically useless information.
It's almost missing.
He's 100% correct. It's the mainstream media is 100% propaganda all the time. You can't trust a word they're saying ever.
And you just have to look at it. And if you're interested in a topic, there's enough resources out there. There's independent journalists, independent media like yourself that are discuss it in depth, going through it. That's one of the reasons LawTube is successful, because you get this drive-by media that comes by and they say, and then there's a 2-minute report on something. And then you look at what Megan Fox reports, or, when like the lawyer, went through that, the 2-hour show reading through the pleadings, right? I mean, which one are you really getting the news on? You're getting if you're interested in a topic, and there's a filter. First of all, there's entertainment, which is fine, but there's also, informing yourself as a citizen. And in those things, it's like, is this a story that will impact me tomorrow and the next day and in the future? Or is it something that if I miss or I don't know, it's not going to, it's just going to go in one ear and out the other. Like the latest.
And we're a good faith collective, right? So I don't always agree with Joe, and Steve doesn't always agree with me, and I don't always agree with Nick. And we have differences of opinion, but we're very transparent about why we disagree and how. So the listeners can make their own judgment. What we don't do is we don't say, hey, this is my view, and you have to accept my view 100%, or there's something wrong with you. We present our opinions, and you can listen to Joe's and mine and Steve's and Nick's and anybody's. We're all here, and then make your, like the founders desired, take in that information and come to your own opinion about what you think the truth is of the situation is. But we don't dictate it to you.
Andrew, right. But now all that you've said, can you define assault dog?
Yeah, assault dog is a pit bull.
Well, Denise Sands says he just offended me with his pit bull BS.
I know. We got the pit bull mama.
Has been a big baby who loves everyone.
I don't care. Sorry, I don't care. These are dogs that routinely kill and maim men, women, and children. They rip limbs off of human beings in the front yards of their own homes. No one needs to own what's effectively a lion in a residential community.
She also says, as a diehard Dallas fan, I concur that Tony Pollard is not great. I've been that since last season. Thank you for your insights and thoughts. Happy New Year, everyone. Trump 2024.
I will tell people that I have 4 children. If you let your pit bull within 20 feet of any of my children, don't expect it back.
Off the leash.
Would you really just put it down?
It depends on what the dog does, but that's up to the owner, right?
Right. But you're saying you wouldn't. You're saying it's not like you would just it would have to do something for you to. It's not like you're hunting pit bulls, right?
No, I'm not out looking for pit bulls. But if you bring pit bulls to my children, I'm going to be attentive.
I would imagine so. I'm trying to find that super chat that the guy said I missed, which he was talking about. And I don't know what he's talking about.
Hey, I got to get going. We're watching a movie. We have positions in
my brother. I thank you for joining me. Why don't you tell people are you still producing? I don't know. I don't want to tell people where they can find you.
American Law Courses. Is that what you're thinking about?
You can put up a thing for that after we cover him, and then
no, I don't have a thing for it. I just. Never mind. I'll step out.
Well, I'll give you a second. I'll give you a second, but I want to get. Let me just take care of Steve first.
Yeah. No. Well, everything. All of my books are at stevegosney.com. So I'm still. My books are still for sale. I'm always reassessing, as we talked when I first came on. Always reassessing what I'm going to be doing in the future. I have problems. I got another death penalty case coming in on the 6th. I have to respond to the death case I did before. I've got a major international case that I'm working on behind the scenes on another that I volunteer like a stupid person. And I'm working on my fantasy novels, which is a lot of fun. So I have a lot of things going on, but I've one thing I have decided is I I do really like streaming with somebody like Joe of Good Logic, and so I do like. I agree with what Andrew said. You know, these big panels, I just find to be difficult and not really worth the time and effort. So if but I would like to do some more streaming with you. But it's probably once every couple weeks I'm streaming. I thank you for letting me on. I got to get going. I got family comes first.
Of course, it should. I thank you so much for joining me. Make sure that you do sub up to him, so maybe we can like bait him out. It's great to see you, my brother. Happy New Year, as always. I genuinely appreciate your friendship.
All right. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, all to my chat fellows and the replay crew.
Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Happy New Year, Steve.
Oh, yeah, he didn't want it. This is the only other super chat I saw from him. I don't know if I hit it or not. Liberties like technology. Once the genie's out of the bottle, you can't get them back in. Barnes argues Social Security is a losing argument. I don't know what that.
Well, he's probably right, because they all get to vote, right? So, and by the way, they've all been ripped off. They've all put massively more money into Social Security than they'll ever get out.
Yeah, and Tam says, add on that a person should have to pass a civics test, heavy on the Constitution, before they're allowed to vote. Would you add that on?
Nice.
Was a requirement?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be amenable to the argument, at least. I think the notion that you're simply birthed, you come out of your mother's womb in America, and you have all the privileges of franchise that everybody else has, I think is ridiculous. That's nonsensical. What have you contributed? What have you done? What value have you added?
That's why it's not appreciated. That's why people are like, why the hell should I vote? Well, you know what? If you had
we just let, in the last year, we let what, 2 million people come over our southern border, right? A lot of them are going to have babies in America. All those babies are considered American citizens. They all get a vote. They know nothing about American culture or history or society, and they all have the same vote as I have or you have. Why? Why does that make sense?
These are fair questions. You're preaching to the choir. I don't really have an answer other than it's.
No, I'm not trying to attack you, Joe.
Well, I mean, the answer that would be given to you is, well, they're living in this country, and they are the rules and laws of this country are affecting them the same way they're affecting you. So why should they not decide who's making those rules?
Because what did they contribute to the making of those rules? I get on commercial airlines all the time. I don't get to fly the fucking plane, Joe.
True. Like I said, you're preaching the choir. So, Pokey says, just had that discussion with a friend. No news stories about toddler mauled death by a chihuahua. I see this right on time, or practically so.
Hey,
How are you, Sean?
How are you, man?
Hey, Joe. Hi, Bronca. How you doing?
I caution you, Sean. I may have created a hostile environment before you.
Definitely a very hostile environment. We're going to need you to chill out the crowd here, because the crowd is chomping at the bit to chew off Andrew's head here. So,
well, I mean, we could focus on a different topic.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, Mr. Neerman, I want to thank you on behalf of your unwitting contributions to the intelligence effort on the farms, known as Mandy. We want to thank you for that. But here, this is the thing. This is like what happened with
my strategy with that was to pretend that I hadn't seen it.
I understand, but this is like.
Let me explain. Let me explain something to you. Okay, let me explain something to you. I'm going to share some wisdom with you. Okay, there's a philosophy that the China is an ancient Chinese philosophy, which is before you're married, you should examine a girl with your eyes wide open, and after you're married, with your eyes half closed, not fully closed, but half closed. Meaning, once you've established yourself, you don't have to look to engage in things that are invariably just going to frustrate, aggravate you, and not make life better for you or anyone else. So I took from that once someone is sufficiently established that, hey, you know what, I'm able to make a living off of this thing here, just because someone throws my name out there in a way that's designed to bait me into like basically that if I can like just sort of say, you know what, I'm just steering clear of this, and I'll be happier.
Don't get
Everyone will
into
be
fights you don't
happier.
need to get into. We got to joke.
Everyone will be happier.
Right.
Just
Yeah.
let it go and pretend I didn't even see it. It didn't even happen. And
Well,
then you come here and you're like, Joe, did you see what's going on? Kiwi Farms? Joe, did you see? Here's the link. Check it. I'm like, what are you doing? What do you do? Why do I need to?
No,
I never
I'm
want
not, I'm not asking you to go look. I'm just saying you're like what happened to Bin Laden? You're the person who had only dropped like a crumb of intelligence,
Yeah, I know.
and then
I
extrapolating
doxed
it down the
someone
road, Dev Group put a hole in his head.
accidentally.
So
I doxed someone accidentally, and that person happens to be someone who's very controversial figure in the farms, and it was never my intention at all to dox that person. I don't
no,
know.
I'm not thinking
And
of
I saw all the claims that were being made there. I don't know if those claims have any validity or are completely stupid and backward, and I don't care. I don't care. It's got no impact on me at all.
Yeah. Well, Joe, I want to say I don't think it was ever, I would never impute any of that intent to you. So I hope you know that.
Right.
But,
Never attach malice to that which you can label as stupidity.
Yes. But with that said,
I don't
mean,
actually believe that, by the way. I think that's nonsense.
hey, it's a hell of a way to end
I think
2023.
there's a lot of
so, like,
malice in human beings.
Apparently, my name is all over Kiwi Farms for the first time ever.
What is Kiwi
Well,
Farms? I don't
Kiwi
even know what that
Farms
is.
okay. So, like, basically, if you went back in time to like
Is that like a gay dating site?
the 1890s or the 1980s, where they have blogs and people basically make threads about like topics and information. So
I can
right?
I can explain it. So
Go
Kiwi
ahead.
Farms is
You're
kind of
talking
like
about Grinder? Is that
No,
is
no,
this a
no, no.
euphemism for
so
okay.
Kiwi Farms is basically like a curation site on the internet of information. And
like
the people in this
Wikipedia?
kind of like that, but it's Wikipedia for lol cows and like people who are cringe and goofy and are just
Okay,
complete
all right,
dumpster
all right,
fires on the
all right,
internet.
fair enough. Okay.
And they're, they just collate the data. Now, obviously, people will talk shit and make fun of what they find. And that's generally where people react and they get mad. Like, oh my, people don't like the fact all the embarrassing shit about them's coming to one place. So that's where the controversy gets involved and people getting mad at the farms for documenting what they do. And then it kind of just snowballs from there. It's a self-feeding circle.
Okay.
it's basically a lesson
Sounds like a clusterfuck.
to approach social media exactly as I just described. Where it's
Yes.
like, you know what? If you pretend that you never noticed it, you pretend it doesn't exist, it really doesn't. It's like you don't care, you don't like whatever.
Mhm.
There were a couple people who dropped like tiny super chats here, making comments about it earlier, and I was just like, all right, they're $2 super chats. I can just pull them up and not even read them, and whatever. If there was a bigger super chat, I would have just sort of like laughed it off and moved on without really offering much feedback on it. It is what it is. People enjoy chattering, so they're going to chatter. The fact that people are talking about you just means one thing. It means you're not dead, because no one bothers talking about people.
And I think that's actually a fair thing.
Yeah.
You're talking about them because you're interesting.
Because they matter.
Someone.
Because they
Yeah.
matter.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a
Because
reflection.
they want attention from talking
Well,
about you.
And Joe, I will say, you actually have a pretty good reputation on the farms.
Do I?
They really like you.
Oh, that's. I seriously didn't even know if my name ever came up on the farm.
Oh, yeah, it does. It does. You're I think you're, people respect you on there.
Oh.
I just saw someone in the comments put in all capital letters that I've never served the nation. Yeah, folks, I've never served the nation. I've never been in the military or police departments or anything. So shocking news.
What did I miss here where people are worried
I don't
about
know.
that?
I think I don't know what they're trying to say. No, I've never been in the military. I've never been in the police. I've never done any of that. I'm just a small town lawyer. That's it.
At this point, I'd be proud to say I haven't been in the police. Like, who at this point is like proud? Like, yes, I was a cop. I enforced drug laws.
Maria Doa says, Andrew, how's this for a policy? Anyone who pays taxes can vote. They keep their vote post-retirement as long as they paid for 20 years. All combat vets can vote.
So, okay. So this is just opinion based, right? I would say anyone who's actively paying taxes, net positive, gets a vote. Anyone who did combat service gets a vote. Retirees, I'm a little more wishy-washy about retirees. I got to be honest. But presumably, you're only a retiree for a small period of your life, right? So, but I'd be open to the argument about retirees.
See, I mean, if you're going to say all combat vets, I mean, I think we should be, what happens if we have a fairly, there were fairly long stretches of time where, nothing's happening. So, if we don't have a war,
so in normal circumstances, like prior to Biden becoming president, I would say that pretty much everyone who swears the oath for military service will qualify. Now we have apparently a shitload of transgender people who are just signing up for military service. I'm like, well, those people are never expecting to go into actual combat, bayonet to bayonet. It's just a civil service job for them.
Yeah, it's green welfare.
So I'd be open to the argument that we need a higher level filter. There are combat merit badges. There are ways the military measures differentiates between people who are doing support kind of stuff and actually stabbing people with sharp things. And I think it's worthy to have that distinction. I think if you're only going to be basically doing a 7-Eleven job stocking shelves, or alternatively, you're going to have to be shoving bayonets into other human beings, I think those are two different jobs.
A little bit. Moderately different.
Well, they're different in the sense they're not the same thing, but I guess I would just go back to the idea of, the amateurs talk about tactics, the professionals do logistics, but for every
it's the personal sacrifice element.
Well,
okay. So the logistics guy is not going to get stabbed in the gut with a bayonet, right?
Sure, fair enough.
So it's different,
typically,
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can agree on that. Okay.
All right. Grifty says, thank you for having me as a mod and for all you do throughout the year to provide value to us viewers. I hope for nothing but prosperity for you and yours. Oh, God bless you. That's really kind. And back at you. I appreciate the warm blessing. Damon on Andrew's side here. That's right. Saying I have 2 high content wolf dogs. One is 170 pounds, 2 lab shepherd mixes who are 80 pounds, and a lab pit bull mix who's only 45 pounds. The half pit bull is the one that the other mutts are terrified of. They're dangerous dogs, period.
Listen, if you live in the mountains of Montana, have whatever dogs you want. Own wolves. I don't care. But if you live in an HOA with children riding bicycles around the streets, I don't want lethal animals of any sort. Pit bulls, lions, cougars, saber-toothed tigers. I don't care what you pick. I don't want those animals around my children.
Yeah, I wouldn't want them around my kids either.
Are you talking about what's going on in Britain right now, as far as the pit bull stuff? Is that what that came up from, or no?
No, I don't know where it came from. I'm generally known as someone who's not in favor of pit bulls. So
I knew that part. Yeah, I just didn't know. No. Yeah, because they're basically as of tomorrow in Britain. Well, actually, as of today in Britain, because it's the first there. You can no longer buy or sell them. So the ones that are there are basically it.
Yeah.
If you own an animal that routinely kills men, women, and children, you should not be able to own that, because they're not like guns, right? Guns are inanimate objects. A gun, a human being has to pick it up and make it operate. But these animals are self-operating. They choose whether to kill, maim, rip the throat out of a 9-year-old. I just, maybe other people differ in their opinions, but I don't want an animal that can rip the throat out of a grown man just roaming my community. That seems to me like a bad policy.
J-Rock says Branko wasn't military, never done anything civic.
Oh, right. Well, I don't know about civic. I worked for the public defender's office.
Is Branko arguing that voting isn't a right?
No, it's not. It should not be. What's a right mean?
I mean,
it's not a right for anybody. We don't let children vote. Do children have a right to vote? Do dogs have a right to vote? No, you have to qualify to vote.
Well, there you go. Cavell says the fact that we have people in Congress that haven't read the Constitution should be addressed before we even get to the voters. It should be a requirement with a test to even be qualified.
That would be nice.
Yeah. Drop Barracuda says late to the party. Not sure about this nightmare of a conversation. But
See, Joe, I ruin it for you every time. I'm so sorry, brother.
You've been great. You've been great. Are you kidding me? Ted says by that logic, illegals work, pay taxes so they can vote, but a disabled veteran can't.
No, I would say a veteran could. I mean, a combat veteran certainly could. So I guess I don't understand the point. But if the question was an illegal who's paying taxes versus a welfare mother, I would say yes, the illegal paying taxes would vote before the welfare mother.
Okay, so I'm going to present a hypothetical to you for your hypothetical world, right? Where this actually would come into effect. So if we were to put something like this into effect, in that case, tilting an election would be not that difficult. You wouldn't need to have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of votes, but you would really need to get a few thousand votes, and that would probably tilt the majority of elections. That because there'd be a far fewer number of people who have the power to vote. That being the case, what would stop a hostile government from saying, hey, you're living in America, I'll help, we'll take care of you paying off $100 in taxes, so you qualify as far as being eligible to vote,
Right.
and doing that with tens of thousands of people so that they can basically decide who is going to be running our government.
Right. So the only way that could work would be if the U.S. government itself allowed effectively millions of people to simply swarm over the border uncontested and then have children here, or allow them to vote falsely, which looks like what's about to happen.
Right. I mean, we're seeing that happen, but you need to have millions do it. Does not seem like it would be.
We've had
expensive
millions.
proposition.
We've had 2.5 million people in 2023 across the border.
I'm simply saying it doesn't seem like it would be that expensive of a proposition if you were talking about, like, let's say, in a state of
Right, those people should
in a
not be
state
allowed
of
to
Iowa.
vote.
In a state of Iowa, I'm saying if you're saying one vote per family, that's a contributing family, you would probably be talking about a state which would have a total of like 6,000 votes. You know what I'm saying?
People who,
So that being
people
the
who
case,
entered illegally
the
should
case,
not have a privilege to vote.
the state of China.
Am I being ambiguous about that?
Oh, you're saying people vote illegal. So, but you were saying that illegal was working.
You have to be here
taxes,
legally.
so they can vote. Okay, yeah. No, my point is, it doesn't seem like it would be that difficult.
Obviously, no nation can survive as a nation if any body of people can come in and just take over the nation.
100%.
So,
yeah,
no, it would have to be people that the populace allowed in, which of course America has done throughout its whole history, right? Controlled immigration into the country, and people became citizens. But not uncontrolled, not like you're just swarming our borders. It's effectively an invasion, and now you get to vote like I get to vote, or you get to vote, or Sean gets to vote. That doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Princess Maria Cachita Banana Hammock says, what about wealthy retirees who get Social Security? So he's saying they would lose the right to vote once they
If it's net negative, by the way, if I were a wealthy retiree, so for me, it would never be negative. I'm sorry, but if it's net negative, if you become a burden on the state, you ought not have a right to vote. No.
Is that over the span of 4 years? Because no one cares about voting an odd number.
Whatever, the financial year, I don't care. I mean, pick a measure, but generally as a principle.
Monkey Train says, Barnes says voting is a right because those who govern do so at the consent of the governed. Otherwise, it's tyranny, logical despite the problems.
No, I don't think Barnes would say that if you brought 500 million illegal immigrants across the border because they're all governed in American jurisdiction, they all get to vote. If he were to say that, I'd like to hear it from him.
Yeah, I don't think he would say that either. OMFG, FKF, too much autism, not enough pussy. Well, there you go. MLS. I think he did this earlier. I think he must be raising his membership level here. What do they say about me on the farms? Do they know I exist? I don't know. So what do you say, Sean? What do they say about MLS?
I haven't seen too much about him. But I mean, that's also a good thing at times
Is-
when they
is-
don't talk about you.
There's not a good Lawgic thread though, the way there is in the Cicada thread.
No, no, Joe, no, you have not.
Thank God. No, my goal is with it. Never.
What's the knock on MLS? I've only ever heard
Yeah.
pretty good legal.
No,
advice.
no.
it's-
His
it's-
point. He's curious what people are saying about him. That's all.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well,
Yeah, that's
there's
more
always
noted.
haters. I mean,
No news is good news sometimes, but
Right.
Yeah.
I'm totally
Like,
fine with there being no news.
I have one, but that's just it's more of just like the basic information about me at this point. I haven't done anything cringe enough yet, so
Right. It'll happen eventually. You'll be
Oh.
dancing topless before you know it.
oh yeah, hey,
topless.
it's gonna happen.
Joe,
Topless dancing.
come on.
every week.
2024, yeah, 2024 all before us.
24 is going to be an interesting year.
This is how Jews project what they want for Christmas.
Yes.
They want Sean topless.
Yes. Munkin Train says, Branka, there's no comment under Biden today. Sure.
Did I say there was no combat under Biden?
You were saying that they all have desk jobs, I think, under Biden. So.
Oh, well, 99.9% of them have desk jobs for sure, of course.
Drop back here. No matter if they hate you, they'll all say your name. All right.
So,
I guess Kvel says no, not true. Combat units that become shorthanded pull from the supply MOSs to fill ranks to complete patrols, checkpoints, etc. So go stock shelves.
Not in the modern military. In World War II, they would have done that, but not today.
well, what I was gonna say, well, this idea
We're not Ukraine. We're not pulling clerks into front.
Ukraine pulls guys without feet and arms into the fight, but
right. We don't do that in America.
Yes. Yeah, I would have done a little more, put a little more thought into things if I knew we were going to be discussing the philosophy of franchise before we came on tonight.
Who knows? I didn't know either,
Yeah.
brother.
No, I know. I was just kidding. We were talking. I see trainees keep popping up, and it's like, oh, great, trainees everywhere.
Let's go. Brandon says, thanks for making me a mod. Even though you don't remember it, it's given my life more meaning and purpose than Judaism ever will. Whoa. Is this your way of saying that he's a member of the tribe? Do you know who Lesko Brandon? I mean, Lesko Brandon is
well, how many tribes? Because there's the tribe, and then there's like your tribe.
Joe, do you actually not know who Lesko Brandon is?
No, I know who he is.
Okay, all right.
I didn't assume that because he had money, which he apparently does, given the amount of money that he's contributed to various members of LawTube, that meant he was a member of the tribe. I don't know. I didn't draw that conclusion.
The 13th tribe of Israel.
Joe, Christ was a Jew. We're all fundamentally Jews.
There you go. Well, it's funny that you say that, because the first time I ever appeared on Nick, I told him that white people became the Jews. That like they basically it used to be historically it was always the Jews who were blamed for everything. Now it's white people who are blamed.
Christ wasn't very white.
Yeah, that's true. He really was.
Well,
Cool Frog, thank you for the Happy New Year. Is bayonet a euphemism because sword fights? So K9 officers and their families can live where? I'm not sure what she's asking here.
In the manger? It's Christmas.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
What are you looking for?
I don't know.
Wherever they can find probable cause, so probably anywhere.
She asked that 7 minutes ago, so I'm not sure what we were talking about.
$2. Come on, do better, princess.
That's Janelle. She's a loyal member of the following. Kvel says, we literally did this in Iraq. My platoon was always pulled from supply to fill ranks to complete missions. So yes, we do. So
I was gonna say it's my understanding that's the reason why they had few, because for like the combat elements, they get the infantryman's badge, but not every, there were so many groups involved in fighting and MOS is involved in fighting. They had to come up with the support badge, because otherwise those people were out there doing like all kinds of crazy shit and they weren't getting any awards for it.
So assuming that's all true, is that a sign of an effective military?
Well, I think it filling gaps.
I would say not.
Well, Munkin Training has confirmed what we just saw from Kvel, saying, Branka, you're wrong about the modern military. Kvel is correct. I'm in and can attest. So Apparently, we
I
do.
don't know
I
who
don't know if
that
that's
is.
such a bad thing about a military.
No,
It kinda
K-Vel
shows-
is the one who just said that they
Yeah.
do pull stock clerks.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
No, but is that a good thing? So is that a good
Well, I
thing?
mean,
Well, whether it's a good thing or not, it begs the question
happens, I
whether
guess,
if someone is on is a stock clerk, whether that should earn them a right.
Oh,
to
should they get the vote?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yes. If you are pulled into, say you're in a clerk position and then you get pulled into a combat position, absolutely, you should get the franchise.
But is being a clerk now something that you can be deemed someone who is susceptible to being pulled in, and thereby through
no,
that
it's not enough.
ability?
In my opinion, not enough. You need to be in harm's way to qualify for the franchise.
All right.
By the way, not everyone, right? Not every combat veteran gets a combat emblem on their medals, or they have to actually be in combat with the enemy.
This is important because we're establishing the Constitution for the United States of Florida. So, so that it's important that we sort out all the details.
is there a right to keep and bear pit bulls in Florida along with this?
Definitely not. Apparently,
Keep and bear an alligator.
Alligators are fine, but
yeah, alligators are totally fine. Rain Man, YYZ. Canadian forces are so short-handed that please, what are Canadian forces? That sounds like
like, who are they gonna fight? Polar bears? Like, oh my god,
there's a Yeti. That cross training and deployment is the norm. Yeah, cross training is in case you're not sure what cross training is, it's basically weightlifting's gay cousin. So cross training and deployment.
So the Canadian government actually has like fighters, like jet fighters. Who are they defending themselves against? From who exactly?
Well, Joe, he means by cross training like he was trained in multiple things, not like he was doing cross training.
Oh,
right. So he had algebra.
So he was saying he was a weapons technician and he got trained as an anti-tank gunner. It's not saying like like we're doing CrossFit.
Doing this whole cross. I'm picturing him.
He's not sitting on a Nordic track.
Things
and
like the whole. Yeah, I'm picturing like you know.
Jesus Christ! Yeah, they're not using a Nordic track getting ready for.
That's what I'm picturing.
Stand.
I'm picturing them doing like the whole like elliptical machines. That's what I'm picturing.
No, Joe. Yeah, the gazelles. The guy with the ponytail through his hat.
Yes, that's what I was picturing. Weapons technician got trained as an AT gunner. So there you go. I guess you're right. That is what he meant by I guess that's a better read of what this super chat is trying to convey. K-Vel says, no, it's not. It weakens the unit, but it's not good to have. He's the one who was saying that they pull stock shells. And you said it's not, doesn't sound like an effective military. And K-Vel is agreeing. No, it's not. It weakens the unit, but we do need the warm bodies and numbers to complete the mission. It's damned if you do, effed if you don't.
Yes, I would agree with that 100%. So the optimal, of course, is that all the guys in your unit are trained to fight at a high level. They've had all the training. You've all worked together. Of course, if half of you get killed and you have to be replaced, and the only replacement is people who were clerks, you take the clerks and you give them rifles and they have to fight too. But that's not the optimal.
MLS says, I think Radar from MASH should get the right to. He had like special abilities, though. I mean, he was.
You should do a poll. Who even knows who Radar from MASH was? I mean, I know.
Not the
of course,
cross-dresser.
'cause I'm old enough, but
wasn't he Radar because basically he was a Spurg?
No,
I thought that's what because he seems like he had Asperger's to me.
No, that's not why he was Radar. He was
Radar because he was like he was always the first one to know when helicopters were coming in.
Oh, like, you're so old, Joe. Oh my gosh, that's the first time I knew for sure that Joe was as old as me. Right. Radar was called Radar because he would hear the hospital helicopters coming in before anybody else.
Okay.
Yeah.
He would hear the hospital helicopter.
I got now, but now that kind of ruined my poll, but I'm still gonna throw it up there anyway. So I'm just gonna did you know?
No one pays attention to me anyway. So
that's true.
They probably missed it.
Radar.
They're still yelling at me about like not liking women and stuff.
All I know about MASH is from when I was at law school in Toledo. The guy who played
Klinger.
Jamie Farr is from Toledo, and they're like, "Oh my God, he's that's like the most famous person ever from there." And
yeah, apparently, John Robert, God bless you, brother. Happy New Year! Thanks for the stream. It is my pleasure. Thank you for joining, my brother. It's good to see you. Princess Maria Conchita Manana Hamek says wealthy retired U.S. Army colonel with 3 nom tours, also retired patrol cop, also collects Social Security, also cancer from Agent Orange. Vote or not? Canines are dangerous.
Vote or no?
Vote or no?
Well, I don't know if canines are dangerous. If they're dangerous, then they should not be allowed around women and children.
But forgetting about that, so now I think she's asking this question: do vote or no? If she's not describing herself, she's asking you. If it's a wealthy, retired U.S., so they're not paying taxes, U.S. Army colonel with 3 nom tours, also retired patrol cop, also collects Social Security, also cancer from Agent Orange. So these are different groups of people. I don't think it's one person.
It's so complicated. If someone's a combat veteran, they actually fought for our nation, they get a vote. I don't care what else they are.
If they're a veteran, they get a vote.
If they fought,
okay,
that makes a difference. Because most listen, I've never been in the military, but I know the military, and most of those jobs are not fighting jobs. They're not.
What if they're on the front lines but never actually go out and engage?
I would personally be inclined to give them the benefit of the franchise. Yes.
Okay.
But certainly the people who fired a shot in anger or had shots fired at them, absolutely, I would give them the franchise.
What I am curious about, forget about retired patrol cop for a second. What would you say about a police officer serving a state or municipality?
No, I don't think so. Most cops don't get into fights.
Really?
No.
You think no?
No, I would apply to them, the cops, the normal standard, like I would apply to an accountant or someone who worked at Target. Are they a net positive taxpayer? If they are, they get the vote.
Well,
I'm hearing more government so people can vote. I don't think that's what you're saying. Branka, you're welcome to your opinion. I wonder how it would be had you served. Happy New Year. All.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I never served, but if I knew ahead of time that I could only have the franchise if I served, I probably would have served.
All right. In 1969, Congress created the Combat Action Ribbon. It's in everything is given at commander's discretion. I know some that saw combat that were denied.
Well, ribbons, medals are mostly at the military's discretion. So that's that's the life you joined. I mean, I don't know what to say about that.
Tank Rack gifting 20 memberships. God bless you, brother. Thank you so very much. And to those of you who are new members of the following, understand that the following is not a very culty type of cult at all. There's no self-harm, there's no harming others, no self-mutilation, no goat sacrifices, no squirrel sacrifices, no tracksuits, no spaceships. And I'm not the leader. I'm just a follower, just like you. It's all about community union, greater
is there any Kool-Aid?
Zero Kool-Aid, like literally, like no Kool-Aid. There's a little no stabbing yourself in the leg, and no jabs. Period. Oh,
no jabs.
No, did he say that? There's no, and also there's no medical advice in
he means jabs like
very
a punch, like you
cult.
can't slip a jab.
This very non-culty cult has no medical advice. Canadians earn, but thank you so much, Tank Rat, for that. Canadians earned 5 Bronze Stars in Afghanistan. Our snipers have the world record for longest range confirmed kill.
Mm-hmm. They do.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's
very far.
What he didn't mention is that confirmed kill was a moose. So
yeah. No, but they actually interviewed the guy who did it. It's a very interesting story.
Is it?
Yeah, because they were so far away. The guy had to shoot, and they didn't hit the first time, so he had to walk his shots in by seeing like the impacts on the side of the mountain. And the Taliban guys didn't really apparently put 2 and 2 together, and then he started just drilling them.
Oh wow, that's pretty cool. John Roberts says, "What was Radar's real name on MASH? I'm 40, and I know his real name. The actor's name is Gary Berghoff. He's the only one who played in both the movie and the TV show, and the character's first name is Walter. So there you go. Walter. And by the way, I actually was watching on Hulu very recently, like last week. I was watching MASH, and there's seriously not one funny line in any episode ever. I'm convinced that this is like the least funny show of all time.
Really?
So it's so.
Well, I thought you were going to say you really liked MASH.
I grew up watching MASH. like when I was a kid on like reruns,
Mhm.
and I was watching. I was like, this is not funny. Like there's not one time that I actually like laughed out loud. That's and I don't remember smiling even a single time. Like I was just like, okay, I got it. It's like I actually look at like Hawkeye as being kind of creepy. K-Vel says, if you're not infantry, you're support. Yes, that means you tankers. U.S. doctrine supports the infantry to be the main driving force. Look, I gotta tell you,
I'll leave that one alone because the guys in the armored branch may disagree. So I'm not going to comment on that one.
fair enough. Debbie says, not sure why this confuses people, but retirees, even those who only get Social Security, pay income tax. I'm retired, too young for Social Security, as are my parents, and well, all still pay income tax. But the point
you're
Debbie,
paying income tax on the money someone gives you.
Right. The point that they're making is that you're a net drain rather than a net positive to the American the American pot of money. That's the point. So even if you're paying taxes, that just means you're reducing that how much they're giving you by the taxes you give. But the idea is, are you a positive or net gain for the American wallet? That's really what they're
no one who's collecting Social Security today paid in anything like what they're collecting from Social Security today.
I mean, the first lady who got Social Security never paid into Social Security.
Right.
So
South Arm Express says, while we're restricting the right to vote, let's restrict lawmakers from voting on legislation they haven't read or don't understand.
Yes,
100%. Here,
yep.
1,000%. Yeah. Hope you have making lemonade from lemon says, hope you're having a blessed and happy New Year's. As combat veterans, we are soldiers first, and our jobs came second while in theater.
For combat veterans, that's true. Not for everyone in the military.
K-Vel says, MASH got me through my deployment in Iraq. Love that show. All right. Look, I can understand that. I get that. I'm simply saying, looking at it.
It wasn't a good show.
Exclusive. I'm not saying it was a bad show. I'm saying exclusively I still ended up watching like 20 episodes over a span of like a few days, even though I didn't laugh. And I'm still not sure why. It's sort of like here's the thing, there's a comic strip I used to read when I was a kid called Calvin and Hobbes. You ever see Calvin and Hobbes?
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, I have.
Okay, I can't tell you why I read as much as I did. Every once in a while, I would smirk or smile. There's never a time that I actually laughed out loud, like reading a Calvin and Hobbes strip.
No, but there was a lot of subtle truth.
Perhaps. So it's like, oh, that's cute. Like that's like the most. That's the extent of the reaction I would ever give it. I'm simply saying, as opposed to watching something that I just literally start laughing out loud at, it's just not that. So that doesn't mean it's not entertaining. It simply means it's not what I would call funny. So if we're taking away the right to vote, I nominate the Thoughts and Prayers folks. Let's take this whole place apart. Who are the Thoughts and Prayers folks?
When there's like a mass shooting, people say thoughts and prayers, and then the gun control people say, well, that didn't save anybody. So
all right. So I promised that I was gonna start covering at some point tonight, and I'm almost 3 hours in, and I haven't started covering some of like the biggest stories of the year. So I'm seeing as how I have a couple of attorneys on here. Okay.
Well, we got to condense it here into 20 minutes, so here we go.
Right. So I'm gonna ask you, which litigations do you think were like the most significant? Give me 5 most significant of the year, and you can only count Trump as one.
Oh, I'm going to have to defer to Sean because I didn't. There were not big self-defense cases.
I'll give you 3. So, give me 3. Give me 3 that you think were the most significant of the year.
I think the big ones would be the Kohlberger case and the oh my gosh, what the hell was the other ones? I because they're not self-defense cases, I didn't really cover them. But the the Solomon Anderson, not Solomon,
Zachariah Anderson,
brother, Zachariah Anderson case, and crap, I'd have to think about another one. But for me, the issue for me is none of them were self-defense cases. So I didn't really.
You just zone out anything that's not self.
Well, I have a limited number of hours in a day, so I have to focus on what's within my area of expertise. It doesn't mean those cases are not important, by the way, and it doesn't mean they were not potentially absolute miscarriages of justice. But I didn't cover them because they weren't, one dude didn't shoot another dude.
Yeah. I would say probably the biggest ones are, well, it'd be impossible not to talk about Trump in Colorado, but I think SBF's case, his entire saga this year, including now the fact that, like, oh, by the way, all the campaign finance cases, we're not going to prosecute those anymore. Like,
is that what they said? They're not prosecuting.
Yeah. Because of a strong public interest. They're
not going to. Last day of the year before New Year's Eve. That's when they announced this.
Yes.
It's like
I would say those.
Wait, you're not going to prosecute the guy who gave you $100 million in campaign contributions? I can't believe it.
Yeah. Wow. So I'd say those two, and then I don't know. I mean, getting a third one is kind of tough because there's a bunch of stuff where all kinds of neat things have happened, but
wait, what was the first one you mentioned?
Everything that happened with Trump so far in Colorado.
Trump, Sam Bankman-Fried.
Yeah. I mean, SBF is huge. I mean, the scale of what he did. I mean, the guy almost collapsed the crypto market on his own.
Yeah. And exposed so much corruption in the government that we're never going to know about. But that story in general.
Yes. And he's still alive, surprisingly. Knock on wood.
I'm not sure why you're knocking on wood. Like,
because I want him to be alive, you might name names.
Okay.
If I don't, then something will happen. And then
someone's saying the Brian DePape case, Paul Pelosi attack.
I mean, that was interesting, but it's like, he went to trial. He went to trial.
Oh my God! So listen, what that tells me is we've had so many. This is what you need. This is the new thing for this week that you have to pay attention to. This distraction technique that we're being subject to. That whole hammer attack. It feels to me like that was 5 years ago.
Does it really?
That's how effective.
Okay. Well, to be fair, the attack happened in October 2022. It was like right before election season is when it happened. So he went to trial this year, got convicted this year. So that's part of why it probably feels so old to you. But yeah, he got convicted this year.
But if you've ever been to one of these weird Halloween, like where you walk through this Halloween fest and there's people with fake chainsaws and there's people with whatever smoke and you're scared every moment you go through. That's what we're living in modern American society. It's like every day it's a new, this is the thing you need to be terrorized about, right? I mean, is there a single day in America today where if you wake up, you look at the news, it says, hey, great day today. It's going to be sunny and everything's going to be fine. We don't live in that world anymore.
That's true. By the way, Linda Red.
And I would say probably the third one, because I think this actually did expose a lot of government corruption, is, what's going on with Hunter Biden. I mean, the way they were playing that entire thing out. And to be fair, it's still being played out. What's going on with him?
Do you think they're really going to go after him?
What's that? Well, what's that, Joe?
Do you think they're going to go after him?
well, they have already with the taxes and stuff. Do I think they're going to go after him for FARA, Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, probably the human trafficking he was involved in?
No, they're dropping the charges one by one.
This is all a slow play, but I do think it's interesting because they're to the point now where we know they're corrupt. They know that we know they're corrupt, and we know that they know they're corrupt.
They don't care.
And they know all about it, and they're just going,
and they don't care.
Gosh darn it! Sorry, we signed this plea agreement. Our bad. I mean, that's the point where we are with it.
We're at the point where if we had a photograph of Joe Biden performing fellatio on Joe Stalin, it would not make the news. No one would care.
Well, no, he'd be hailed as a brave,
as a hero.
Come
on, Papa Stalin deserves at least a BJ from the American president.
Yes.
I'm actually that's that's a pretty
Mhm.
that's a pretty strong visual you just painted there. So
Gift you.
I think that I pulled up some cases that I had actually forgotten.
All right,
had
Joe, I gotta go.
Oh, okay. All right,
I feel
my
like
brother.
that was my high point on the show right
Yeah,
there.
seriously.
The
All
Joe
right.
Stalin BJ.
You know what? You know what? By the way, I want to thank you for joining me. Appreciate your friendship, brother. I wish you a happy new year. And
Of course,
I want to tell you,
same to
I
you,
am,
Sean.
and I'm so proud that you finished on a dick joke. He walked
Ironic
in.
that, sure enough, I did.
Yes.
Very, very
So,
well done, my brother.
Happy New Year, Bronca. See you around.
Take care, folks. Love you all. Take care. Be safe.
All right. So, and then there was two.
Mhm.
So, there's actually a few trials that I think we forget happened this year, like the Alex Murdoch trial.
Mhm. Yeah.
Which, like, that case was just so wild. I mean, you talk about the level of corruption and the way that that Judge Newsom allowed in so much evidence that never, ever, ever should have been coming into his criminal trial.
And we're learning now about even more corruption. We're finding out about how, like, Becky Hill's emails got
Oh, she's the
FOIA'd,
clerk?
and
She's
yeah,
the
the
clerk?
clerk. And people are saying, like, oh, people want to tell the prosecutor this, that, and the other, and she's like, have them tell it to me, and I'll tell the prosecutor. And it's like, that's not how that should work.
No, that's not how
And-
any of this is supposed
Yeah,
to
and then it's fine, and then it's turning out that her she basically plagiarized BBC news articles
Mhm.
to, like, for her writing style. And
Nice.
oh yeah, it's you know, I kept on making the jokes. It's all about good old Miss Becky won't go ride that big old Mel Bird, go swim in the cement pond in the city. That's pretty much what happened here, and that's the sad part.
Yeah. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was
It's like,
he was
that's my first time being on that metal flying bird. I'd never seen these contraptions before. That's basically how she acted the whole time.
it was she was it was very disturbing to me, because you would like to think that
Mhm.
like our courts themselves operate at least perfunctorily, as with a level of impartiality,
Mhm.
rather than working to actually help the prosecution.
Mhm.
But-
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, like, I agree with you. The Sam Bankman-Fried case was a highly significant case.
Yeah.
Lori DeVallo case was this year also.
Mhm.
Those of you who forgot, that was an Idaho jury. And in May they found that she had actually killed two of her own kids, one being 7-year-old JJ and 16-year-old Tylee, and that she had help from her husband in doing this and then covering it up
Mhm.
afterwards. Unfortunately, she got sent away for a long time. So to me, that was actually a really good trial. That was like,
Yeah. Oh no, it was big, but I think it was big, but for the significance to this country, yeah, what's some wackadoodle lady and her
true.
loser,
I'm
second
taking a
husband.
stroll
Yeah.
down memory lane.
Yeah,
through
no, I agree with
2023.
that. I was just saying I named ones I thought actually had some kind of, like, national importance.
And that's how I framed it. So you answered properly. Another trial you all might have forgotten about was Gwyneth Paltrow this year ended up going to a civil case and being found not guilty of any of crashing into a guy and causing him his injuries, which that was
It was a skiing thing, right?
that was a skiing thing, yeah.
Yeah.
And it was an interesting, and of course, you had the Maya Kowalski case, which just wrapped up a couple of weeks ago. But those
Yeah.
are probably the biggest trial. Those are probably the most followed trials of the year, aside from Trump, which the Trump trials are obviously.
Mhm.
Which is why you need to sub up to my channel called Trump Trials, which is the link is in the
Yes,
description.
the Trumpiest of the trials.
The
It's trials and tribulations of Trump. There you go, Joe. Change that to Trump's trials and tribulations.
Trump's.
Triple T,
Well,
T cube.
I gotta tell you, I'm gonna ask you. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you some politics questions here. Okay?
Sure.
You think Biden's gonna end up running?
I mean, I don't see who's gonna. Yes, even though I do think there's a massive effort to try to get him to not run.
So you think in 2024 that it's going to be a repeat of 2020 on the ticket?
I think ultimately yes.
Okay. All right.
And I have my own thoughts on what's going to happen from there, but yes, I think there's
You're expecting fortification?
Oh, I think there's going to be all kinds of shit that goes down, and it's going to be. We're getting to the point now though where, like we learned from Maricopa County, apparently they are too retarded to actually figure out how to conduct a vote and conduct an election, and it's going to be. Oh, well, we never fixed anything. We didn't learn from any of this. Nobody's learned or fixed any of the problems. So it's going to be really hard to say, like, oh, it's just stuff that happened.
Yeah, and that's the
And
thing is there's so much more scrutiny to it now
Yeah.
than there was 4 years ago.
Oh, I think so. And I think there is a massive effort on the left to get Biden to not run. And it's just not working right now. That he's got enough institutional power.
I don't think he's going to run.
Well, I think ultimately he might not, but I think for right now they can't force him out.
I don't think I'm sure they have so much dirt on him that we are unaware of as of yet.
He's been around long enough. He's probably got enough dirt on everybody else though too.
Yeah, but it's not like he's not at the top of his game that he could start sitting there.
Well,
threatening
I'm sure
people.
Dr. Jill got read into a lot of stuff at some point.
Master Phillips says the generation of I was able to go to college with a part-time job and buy a house by 25 are the richest generation literally ever. Still want some of the Ponzi scheme. Nah.
Yeah.
You've done enough damage. Check or vote. Pick one. Like it. Ultimate cult follower Joseph says, maybe I missed it. I enlisted and was told after 20 plus years I would get a military retirement. Was I lied to? Should I have been lied to? Or is this about changing policy going forward? This is we're talking about first and foremost, you don't have to serve if you're contributing today anyway. It's like that's an alternative to contributing, right? That's what Branko was talking about. It's like either this or that. So if you're financially contributing, so in that case you're not a drain on anything. Second of all, this is all obviously theoretical. This is not going to happen. You kidding me? If you keep 2 Cubans from voting, the left goes nuts that you're being racist. So it's like, yeah, I mean,
well, actually, they're happy if Cubans don't vote because they normally vote conservative.
Well, listen,
because they hate commies.
Andrew Malashak, who put up a valiant effort this week, but it is official. It is official. Yes, I did take home the victory. I still need to send you money because he did take second. There you go. There's your final score. So, yeah, this is the Super Bowl, the championship. Team Neerman. Go Team Neerman. I didn't change my name all season because I thought it might be bad luck. So that's why I didn't change my name, if you're wondering.
See, when I do fantasy football, I do the Inshallah routine. The will of God. He guides my team. I don't change it.
Right.
Unless somebody gets hurt and then I put a new person in. But yeah, otherwise I don't change it.
Oh.
It's very fun that way.
Nice. Yeah, you probably don't do very well.
Yeah, I won a couple of games this year.
Okay, there you go.
The first year I've actually played a whole season. So
he says, when I heard the MASH theme, I knew it was bedtime. I must be on the younger side of your viewers. P.S. My son is named Calvin after Calvin and Hobbes. Look, I'm going to tell you, the kid, the cartoon is adorable. Obviously, the way like the tiger becomes a doll whenever there's people around. It's adorable stuff. I get it, and there's intellect and stuff behind. I understand that too. I'm simply saying, if you're talking about things that are literally going to make you laugh out loud, you're not going to find it. And by the way, this might be the most controversial thing I've said all year. Garfield sucked. Always sucked. Not remotely funny. Stupid.
Really?
Yes. Garfield is garbage. I don't know how that dude must have signed a pact with Satan to actually have become like anything.
Oh wow.
That was terrible. There was nothing remotely entertaining, amusing, funny. It was just like some stupid fat cat who eats lasagna and is just in a pissy mood all the time. It's not funny with a weird looking owner. and everyone having bug eyes. It was just stupid. He couldn't draw. He wasn't funny. There was nothing remotely positive about Garfield. Sorry. Just saying. I'm saying like it is. Saying like it is. At least, Calvin was a cute kid. You know what I'm saying? And it can be insightful, can be intelligent at times. Dilbert could be funny sometimes. Could be funny sometimes, but yeah. But Garfield, oh my god. Oh my god, that's like
Joe's a Doonesbury man, it sounds like.
Doonesbury was pretty good. Opus was amazing. Thank you, Jesus Freak. Lily Smith says potential. The government giving you back part of the Social Security paid in is not giving you money. It was always yours, and they just took it.
It's not your money anymore. Your money was given away.
You want to expound on that?
Your money's given away to somebody else. Your money, there is no Lily Smith account. It's literally your money was given to somebody else, and then somebody else's money was given to you. I mean, that's literally it. If I were to do if any other business where you're paying off your clients with newer clients' money, you go to prison for that. So, just saying.
She also says, Joe, you missed my members milestone chat again. Love you, Joe. I don't know why it doesn't pop up here for me. All the super chats and even like the gift membership and stuff like that, they all pop up in StreamYard. I don't think the members milestone always pops up. I don't know, but then some, when they say 5 months or whatever, I do see them pop up. I don't take them, I don't click them off. Whatever pops up, and they're supposed to all be collated into like this neat little category for me to pull up. Jesus Freak says it should be property taxes, not income tax, and citizen only to vote. Why would you say
it shouldn't be property? Property taxes are rent to the government. That's bullshit.
We shouldn't have to pay property taxes.
I paid for the land. Why do I have to pay the government to keep living on the land? It's literally rent. Because if I don't pay my rent, I get evicted. That property taxes are a holdover of feudalism. We're serfs still with property taxes.
That's true. I hadn't thought of that, but that actually is true. We are serfs to some bastard noble. Sons of bitches.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, Deus Vault. Thank you, Cash. Good to see you, brother. Prospering Woman. I think the most important case of the year was the January 6th case that revealed the confidential human sources from the government.
Was it Proud Boys? Yeah, that was a pretty big one.
12 minutes, Joe. Thank you, Mary. I appreciate it.
Yeah, are we gonna watch the ball drop?
Yeah, we should. Do you have something I should like watch that you think is gonna be like?
Well, I mean, like we can watch Dylan Mulvaney's like.
Oh God, no. That comes up in my top 10 stories of the year. Okay, so no. Yeah. I'm not watching Dylan Mulvaney. All right. I
don't know who we're gonna watch.
Okay. Best place watch online New Year's. Let's see what we got. The last time, a year ago, when I did my New Year's Eve stream, I got all these stupid, annoying, like they were playing some stupid music in the background, and I got hit with like 11 copyrights all within a span of like 15 minutes, and I'm like, you guys suck.
Yes,
you guys suck. But all right, so where am I going to watch the best New Year's Eve 2024 special? I just want to watch the ball drop or something like that. Watch online New Year's ball drop. We'll put it Eastern Standard Time because that's what we're dealing with now. Where they're all blowing their stupid horns. I did this for a couple of years. That I went to.
You go downtown.
I've been to Times Square a couple of times.
We do the Baldo drop, Joe.
It's so stupid. You can't even see the ball drop.
Oh, so you were never one of those people who got right up in the front and they're like,
stand there for like 7 hours.
Yeah, get there on TV. It's like I've been waiting forever.
No, I would get there like in an hour to an hour and a half before, freeze my tuchus off for 90 minutes, and then head home.
Are you a Dick Clark guy or Ryan Seacrest guy for your New Year's Eve?
Who the hell is Ryan Seacrest?
Okay, fair enough.
Who does he think he is?
Yeah. 2 minutes, Joe. We're gonna miss it.
We're not gonna miss it. Let me see what my crowd is telling me. Give me a spot to watch. Give me a spot to watch.
It should be on watch it on YouTube and like under the live part. Okay. Oh my
YouTube?
gosh, I'll find something then if we're
Goodbye, 2023. We're gonna miss you. You were such a great year.
hold on here. I'll find something since we gotta hurry up here. Okay.
I got like 60 seconds.
I know. I found one. We're gonna do this here. Yeah,
Send me
we're
a
gonna
private
just.
chat?
I was gonna share it.
Yeah, please do. Share in private chat.
Oh, okay. Well, hold on.
So I can just click it. Oh, you're gonna do it that way? Fine.
Yeah. We can do it this way. Why is it not? Like, come on, live. Let's go. Let's go, you son of a bitch. There we go.
All right, here we go. You could have just said AP.
Quiet there.
Is this live?
Yeah, it looks like it's live. They're saying it's live.
Because there's like less than 60 seconds left for those of us here on the East Coast.
Yeah, I don't.
Are you?
Yeah, here, I'll send you the YouTube link if you want it. I mean,
I believe you. I'm not going to get it in time now.
Yeah.
We're stuck here.
Behind? Oh God!
This ain't 52. Oh, for crying out loud!
Here comes 45.
It's already Happy New Year. It's midnight now.
Okay, well,
they're 40 seconds behind. Oh my gosh!
All right, well, Happy New Year, Joe.
Way better. Way better.
Happy New Year,
Happy
baby.
New Year. There you go. Do you need to go give the woman a kiss?
I just did.
All right. Happy New Year.
Hi, Joe.
Thank you. Hi.
I can't hear him back.
He just said hello.
I did.
No problem.
All right, we're gonna count. We're gonna celebrate it all over again. There's only 9 seconds left in our imaginary 2023.
Yes.
7.
Imaginary like the election.
5.
4, 3, 2.
All right, there you
What?
go. It's 2024.
Happy New Year.
Now it's really
Yes.
2024.
Happy New Year, baby.
I don't care what your clock said 40 seconds ago. Now it's really 2024.
Showing Joe.
Yeah, Joe wanted to show you. We got that going.
You're engaged?
Yeah, got engaged. Yep.
Awesome! Congratulations!
Thank you.
Wow, you really got swept up in that New Year fever.
Well, no, this happened days ago, but yes.
Congratulations, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That's so good. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah, and we're gonna be doing on Saturday night. We'll be doing kind of grifting for engagement gifts stream. So
Yes,
you'll be invited.
That's the way you do it. I'll pop in for sure.
Yeah, I'll make sure.
I'll help you grift.
What time to sundown for Shabbos? Does that count? Like, do you go by like the almanac version of sundown, or do you go by like a certain time?
I'm estimating roughly 4:15 p.m. Friday.
4:15. Oh, okay. Jeez, I thought you were gonna tell me like 9 o'clock or something. But okay.
No.
I know you don't get on kind of late Saturdays.
Yeah, Saturday night it ends relatively early. I mean, by 6 o'clock I'll be in here.
Okay. All right. Well, I just want to let you know. I guess
All
we'll tell
right.
everybody here.
So Frank Sinatra's estate is going to be coming after me for this video
Yeah.
now because every view I got here was that people come here hearing a rendition that they've heard thousands of times.
So, yeah, I took care of that for you. We asked them.
All right. Well, those of you out there, Happy New Year.
Yeah. Happy New Year.
Yeah. Hope that your 2024 is going to be a year of blessing, peace, wealth, personal growth, and peace. Seriously, peace. For the love of God, please, peace.
Yes, sadly, it's going to be very interesting. Lots of happenings.
Yeah, a lot of people think I'm very black-pilled about 2024 just because I say it's going to be disastrous. But that's not black-pilled. That's not black-pilled because I don't
That's
think
just the reality of it.
That's reality. That's real-pilled. But
Yeah.
I think that the outgrowth of it will be eventually phenomenal.
Yes, I think so.
I'm simply saying, batten down the hatches. A storm is coming. Batten down the hatches. Every once in a while, you need a storm. See, here's the thing. When it comes, like, say, to our finances, so like people are struggling. This is the government always is like, oh no, if people are struggling, they're not going to vote for us to stay in power here. So we need to like pass all these laws to help people overcome their financial struggles, which will only make things much, much worse in the long term. But this way, they won't blame us. So because they'll say, oh, they're trying to help us, instead of just saying, hey, look, you know what? Sometimes there's just struggle. That's just it. So there's going to be
Mhm.
struggle. Some of it natural, some of it man-made. That's reality. But struggle is not necessarily. People think struggle means bad. Struggle just means challenging. Like fortify
Mhm.
yourself. Like make
Mhm.
yourself stronger. Just say, I can
Yes.
do this, because you can do it. You can get through it. We all
Mm-hmm.
got through 2020. We all got through 2020. Trust me, that was a pretty
Mhm.
crappy year. We all survived. We'll
Mhm.
get through 2024 too. Just be prepared that this might be
Mhm.
some rough patches. That's all. And
Yeah.
there you go.
To quote the great Wu-Tang Clan, protect your neck. Just be ready.
Yes, that's the first thing everyone knows that. Protect your neck. I hear
Yeah,
explosions
grow up.
going on outside. I don't know, something must be happening. But
Is it explosions or is it gunfire out in your neighborhood?
it's probably
Actually,
fireworks, not gonna kid you.
I don't hear anything. Not in my neighborhood, so oh well. So
Why don't I see? This is weird. My thing isn't giving me 1 second here. It's not giving me what I wanted. There it is. There, it's back. Okay. All right.
yeah, no, this year there's a lot of
You hear it? Can
the
you hear it?
opportunities.
You hear the fireworks?
Yeah, I just did.
That's
The opportunities are endless, and even if things are going bad, there's always opportunity there, and things don't have to go bad for opportunities to present themselves. Just there's not much else you can do. I mean, like, that's the other point of it. You're strapped in, this son of a bitch. There's nowhere else to go, so
Just
you're
don't be
gonna have to
afraid.
look for the opportunities.
Don't be afraid. Just just meet it
you can be
your
afraid.
eyes wide open and steel yourself.
You
That's
can
it.
you can still be afraid. You know.
Oh, and get a gun. Otherwise, you're good. Learn some martial arts. You're good. Relax. Everything's gonna be fine.
Mhm.
The chaos in the streets. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. It's all gonna be fine. It's all gonna be fine. Lori Vallow was just charged with murder of husband in
Ooh.
Arizona. They was talking about whether or not she had killed her husband, like before she met Chad Daybell. So, yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. I guess it's gonna be like another 700 years that she spends in prison beyond the current 700 years. Jeremy Hayboer says that Navy cook was badass. I don't know what he's referring to though. Bad time to tell you, his middle name is Garfield. Whose middle name is Garfield? Your middle name is Garfield?
What? No, my middle name is not Garfield. No,
Whose middle name is Garfield?
I don't know. I didn't get that.
Congratulations again, Sean. Amen.
Yeah.
Congratulations. That's
Thank you.
awesome. Now. Property taxes paid for fixing streets, plowing snow, sweeping streets, etc.
My roads argument.
Do you know what my property taxes are? Do you know what my property taxes are per year?
Holy shit! In a place like where I know the county you live in. 'Cause God, and you have like a house, right? It's not like a townhouse. It's like a freestanding house.
Freestanding house.
And you guys, well, I don't know if you do it by half out there, by halves, half a year out there, but total, I'm betting I could buy like a decent Toyota 4-door car for what you pay in taxes.
No, it's not. It's not
that bad. Oh,
no, it's not that bad. But some of my neighbors are paying that.
Okay.
Some of my neighbors, the ones who actually have like the nice houses. I don't. I live in a what for me is a beautiful house and meets my needs, and I'm amazingly grateful to God and everything in my life that enables me to have it. Compared to my neighbors, it's crap. You know what I'm saying? Like in other words, like all my neighbors have like a much nicer. I happen to have a lot of land. Like my property just happens the land I happen to have happens to be like relative to like my neighbors. It's actually a fairly nice size.
Well, I was about to say, but if you were to like compare that to other places, it's probably not a lot of land. But yes, for compared to your neighborhood,
right. We don't measure in acreage.
It's the Nearman plantation.
Yes, the near. We call it near mania.
I'll come meet Joey sitting on the porch with a mint julep. Crops looking good this year.
Oh, porch, you're so funny.
I bet. I don't know, between like probably.
It's about 15.
I was about to say, yeah, what, like $15,000 in taxes?
Yeah, it's like 15 a year.
Jeez.
Like 15 a year.
Wow.
Yeah, but there are people people on the block, like my neighbors live behind me, are paying like 30.
Mhm. Whew. The first house I had in 2010, I was paying, it was like $1,400 a year. I was like, wow,
It's crazy. It's
that's a lot still.
it's really really crazy to
Yeah.
think that, like, yeah, you're basically paying like $1,300 a month in just your rent to the state.
It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot of rent to the government.
That's a lot of let me tell you something, Pam. We don't have that much snow.
Yeah.
It ain't $1,300 a month for like the little area in
Mhm.
front of my house kind of levels of snow. It's just we
Mhm.
don't get that much snow.
And I've seen it in multiple places. And for example, I went to law school in Toledo. People were paying taxes and the roads weren't getting plowed, and they said, "Well, no. You paid for the snow plow. The actual purpose of getting plowed, well, that costs more money." So that is a very common. That's a very common thing. Like, oh, we pay to fix the roads. Well, most of the roads in America are shit. So it's like, what are we paying for actually?
I'm telling. I know what I'm paying for. I'm paying for.
I mean, there's the meme about Domino's fixing potholes in a commercial.
I'm paying
for
for public
reason.
school. I'm paying for public school. That's what I'm paying for.
Yeah,
That's what I'm paying.
Yeah.
For. Which
and those suck. Those suck in their own way.
yeah,
And it's a public school you don't send your kids to.
correct. That's right.
Yes.
In addition to private, I pay for public and private school. So yeah, property tax covers school as well. So they say we have no income or sales tax, so I don't mind. Oh, you must live in Texas.
A couple states, I think, like Florida. Well, actually, there's sales tax in Florida, but there's no income tax.
Leighton Gate for 2024. It's
Hey,
not, it's not a good start. Oh my God.
Yes. 500 AED. That's the Dubai, right?
I don't know what that is, but I'm going to give him another one of them. I'm
Yeah.
going to raise a glass to this guy here. God bless you, Tank.
Yes, 5 United Emirati dirham or dirhams. So
I'm going to raise a shot to you because that was very kind of you, my friend.
yeah, that's a nice.
That is a beautiful way to start 2024. God bless you, Tank Rat, for your continuous support and sponsoring and sponsoring this show. I genuinely appreciate you. Hope that you and yours have a phenomenal new year. You have struggles that enable you to grow without feeling overburdening. Perfect health and continued wealth and blessing and happiness for you and yours and your family, whether your family includes those who are of your generation, earlier generations, or follow-up generations. God bless you now and always. Thank you. That was very generous of you.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever had a $500 super chat before.
Well,
That was
that's. I'm not making fun of Tankrat. That wasn't $500 though. It's 500 Emirati dollars, but that's like 136 bucks.
You liar.
No.
Well, I still appreciate you.
No, I still think it's a very generous gesture. I'm not, trust me. I've gotten like one of those red. I think I've only got a couple of them red bars ever, and every time I get one, I don't care if it's in Russian rubles or
This is true.
whatever you call Ukrainian like whole coin or whatever they call it.
This is true.
I'm thrilled to get it. So
yeah, I never. Well, it's actually you're actually correct. It's 27. One of those is 27 cents. So 500.
Yeah.
Is a very generous super chat, and I think
Night Motorcycle saying at least not in pesos. I don't care. You could pay me in pesos. You could pay me in, whatever. And I
don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. Someone, I'll tell you something. Someone sends me $5. I say I really appreciate you. Thank you. And Frank, in fact, the vast majority of people who watch my show do not talk or do anything. And silent people who are not in the chat, I appreciate you watching.
Yes.
So thank you. It should be property tax, not income tax. Citizens vote. I covered that one already. I fell behind.
Well, I disagree because property taxes are,
2024.
Now you're wearing your surf badge at that point. Like, see, I let the government do what it wants. I get the vote.
2024 electric boogaloo. I don't know.
Boogaloo means the getting it on with the Hawaiian shirts and going after the government.
Oh,
Yeah, Joe, that's okay, Joe. I know you're playing coy, but I know you have your cell and everything. Joe's got his terror camp and the monkey bars in the back 40 of his.
the
estate
feeling I
going.
get is that the Boogaloo Boys ain't really recruiting me.
Actually,
Yeah,
out in public they might, because they became anarcho-communists very quickly. But
I'm just
initially they
saying
might.
the feeling I get, and I could be
Yeah.
wrong. Maybe that's just like leftist portrayal of them.
Mhm.
But the vibe I get is they ain't recruiting me. Maybe
Yeah.
you sure?
No,
You
Danny,
sure?
not now. No, the Boogaloo Boys are very left leaning. They're very anarcho-commie. They should be. Well, initially it started as this really hardcore libertarian thing, and it very quickly shifted.
Really?
And they go out the helicopter too. They go out the I'll throw them out first.
I was saying my
they go out.
DNA. I was saying my DNA was inconsistent with their agenda. That's what I was saying. But
Oh
you're
no,
saying
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but no, they're just don't they all go out the helicopter at this point?
Drop Barracuda wants to know if I ever checked out that bit of Obama versus Trump. He told me about this several times, and no, I did not. Obama versus Trump.
What about the Juggalos? The Juggalos, they are God's people. They're just trying.
Whoa. Yeah. Drop Barracuda. Can you just let me know who was it by? Who was it by? I'll give you like a minute so you can see that. Joe could be the next Trotsky for the Boogaloo Boys.
Yeah, that's
somebody wrote that. That's pretty funny. That's pretty
make sure
funny.
you don't have any ice picks in your house, Joe.
This is an educated individual who understands everything about Trotsky.
Well, see, and Trotsky was actually the leader of the Red Army to start. He was very good
I
at
know
organizing
he
it.
was very, very prominent. Who happened to be Jewish and happened to be one of the first to go after things.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm looking for you here. Drop Barracuda. I'm looking for you to tell me what I'm supposed to be pulling up here. Lavelle Crawford. Oh, I wasn't looking for a super chat. I was going to check the thing here, but okay. So I'm going to pull this up here.
Apparently, they're saying off stream. Does that mean we shouldn't watch it on stream?
Is that what everyone's saying?
Well, no, it says off stream in the super chat, so I'm like, I don't know what that means.
Off stream?
Yeah.
I don't see that in the super. What do you see?
Drop Barracuda did. Yeah, he just did it.
Off stream. Oh.
Yeah. I don't know. Does that mean we shouldn't watch it?
Probably. I will tell you this.
Oh yeah, the Queen from Denmark abdicated today. Queen Marguerite.
What should we take from that?
I don't think too much ultimately, but yeah, it's interesting.
All right. Okay. What else we got going on here? We have no crime or we have no income or sales taxes. Yeah. Okay. I had a few shots. All right. Samuel Williams says, I just paid $6,800 this year here in Florida for tax.
Ooh.
I thought that was high. Yeah.
Oof, that's not good either.
When I bought this house, see, this is what bothers me about my property taxes. Okay. When I bought my house, you know what my property taxes were?
How long ago did you buy your house?
18 years ago.
Oh, I bet like $3,000 a year.
4. It went up $1,000 a year for a decade.
Can you challenge it? Can you challenge your property taxes?
There's usually
a way you can like in a lot of states you can challenge it, and that's where you go, look, take picture of your house. It's a complete shithole, you guys. Look, no one wants to live here. It's not worth much.
I've made 0 improvements. My sister lives next door to me. Okay. So she made an extension on her house. She pays like $8,000 more than me because she made an extension where she extended out like an extra like our houses used to be shaped like the same size.
Oh,
My house, just to give you an idea as far as the shape of my house, okay? My house is basically a 30 by 30 box, which has like a main floor and then a second floor for like bedrooms, and it's got a finished attic, and it's a semi-finished basement.
okay.
Okay, so basically the interior living space is 3,600 square feet, because it's 30 by 30 is 900 per floor.
Yeah.
There's basically 3.5 to 4 floors. I mean, we pretty much use all 4 floors.
Mhm.
So yeah, my sister's house is probably, I would say, like 30% bigger, and she pays like 30% more in property taxes. But here's the thing: I haven't made any improvements from I mean, I changed my bathroom around a little bit, but it's like nothing that's
You never renovated.
I did 0 renovations, and they just jacked me up every single friggin'
Yeah,
year.
you should. I mean, there should be a revision process you can appeal and try
When
to
my
stop.
sister called up when she was complaining. She was
Mhm.
complaining, and she was told when she called up
Mhm.
the city to complain. She was told, "Oh, you live on that block? Were you kidding me? You're complaining about your property taxes? You live on one of the 3 nicest blocks in the entire city." And it's like, she's like, so.
Well, if she renovated, if she added onto the house, I think she's going to be SOL. But in your situation, if you haven't done anything to the house, like
Nothing.
no, your house when you bought it, was it? I assume it had already been
I haven't
like you
put
bought.
in an extra toilet. Okay, literally nothing.
No. I get that. I'm just asking you, like when you bought your house, you bought it from it had a prior owner, right? At least
Mhm.
you didn't buy new.
Several.
Oh, so is this like a 100-year-old house?
Yeah, this house is like 50 years old.
Oh, it's 50-year-old house. Okay.
Yeah.
So like what yeah, I would you should try to, especially in your situation, your county should have like I don't know who you pay your property taxes to, but there's like a board of revision. You should be able to go in and say, like, look, now you're kind of screwed for the other 15 years,
Right.
but you should be able, because I've done this before, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But you go in and just say, look, the houses haven't gone up. Well, be careful about the comps in your area.
Right.
But you can say, look, I still have if you need to
Here's
show,
the
like, look,
problem. Here's the problem. My
Yeah.
house is doubled in value since I bought it.
that's I mean, well, that's not really important until you're looking to sell.
I'm just saying, like, when they're looking at the
I mean,
valuation of my
Right now,
house.
you should be outside like shooting off shots randomly to keep your property value low.
I'm just saying, my house has doubled in value since
Oh.
since I bought it. So, and it's
Yeah.
funny because I bought like 3 years before the crash.
Mhm.
So when the crash when the crash happened, my house was going up in value. When the
Yeah.
crash happened in 2008,
Mhm.
My house came back down to what it was worth when I bought it, and then
Mhm.
it's just basically been steadily increasing.
That's always
So
that's
that
not bad.
so yeah. Whenever people talk about like how they made money on their house, it's like, okay, fine, but if you sell and you want to live, still need to live somewhere, so you're gonna have to pay
Mhm.
like those increased prices somewhere.
Yes.
So that's not really any
Mhm.
genuine gain. So
Mhm.
I don't know.
That makes sense, but
yeah.
yeah, that's a lot though. 15
Yeah.
G's here.
Yeah, here's the thing. I feel like I've been rooked, because when I bought this house, part of my brain pattern, as far as like my expected expenses, was like, okay, so there'll be like, there might be like a 5 to 10% increase in my property taxes per year.
Like
That would be
30
200 to 400, not 1,000 per year over the next decade, which is
Yeah.
quickly adds up.
Yeah, that's a very steep curve.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's where you're gonna have to take your land. I mean, you're gonna start like leasing it for agricultural use and start growing crops, Joe.
Well, I said if I get enough members of the following, because I don't believe in
You're gonna
climate
bite them
change.
on.
Well, if I get enough members of the following, what I basically said is when I hit certain levels, so
Mhm.
like that I would buy a Hummer, because my incentive to get people when I first opened up memberships
Mhm.
was well, the whole pitch was basically that those who were investing in my channel were wasting their money because I wasn't going to give them anything. So if you want to burn your money, I'm going to burn the climate. I'm going to burn the environment. So I was going to basically. So my initial pitch when I was first having memberships, this is before I realized that the following is really a very non-culty type of cults, which is like, it's a following. So, my initial pitch was that I would buy a Hummer.
Like an H1 Hummer, the old,
just because it's the worst gas guzzling car. And then when I reach a higher level, I would leave the Hummer running for an entire day once a month.
Just light a tire on fire if you're going to do this. It'd be a little cheaper.
And then if I reach the next level, I was going to buy a cow. Just so that it would fart and give it very farty food and have that cow on my property.
Going to feed the cow beans.
Feed it cow beans just to like emit as many cow farts as possible. It's like I wanted to have just as much emission as possible, which is so that was
you could start a homesteading channel then too.
That would be amazing, right? Imagine if you heard a cow in the background here.
Well, I mean, since the traditional Jewish family setup where they're reading, Talmud every day, you're reading and learning. Semi Lee Lawgic is out there taking care of the livestock and doing a Little House on the Prairie. That'd be kind of sounds like she'd be down for that, right?
That would be kind of awesome.
Your kids, like they're animals, so it's like play with the animals, kids.
Amateur Iconoclast says, enjoy the fourth turning. You're unlikely to live long enough to see another one. What's the fourth turning? Do you know what that means? Is that Christian?
Yeah, the turnings are a series of events in history where a major shift happens. Like the Civil War was a turning.
Okay.
The first one.
Wait.
It's a turning. It's an event that happens in history. It completely shifts and fundamentally alters society and everything about us.
So what were the first three turnings? Do you know?
Forget now. Hold on.
The Civil War obviously was one of them. Revolutionary War was probably one of them.
Hold on here. The turnings. Hold on, I gotta. Okay, so which ones were they? So yeah, like there. Well, I mean, like there's a couple of like, the turnings. So like for us, the first turning was, what happened. The American post-war boom, and it's World War II. Okay. The Second Awakening was kind of like what happened throughout the 60s into the 80s. The third turning is kind of the 80s onwards till about the Iraq War, where everything kind of built up and everything kind of fell apart. And then the fourth turning is crisis. So there's the high, the awakening, the unraveling, and now we're in crisis.
Is this a Christian thing?
No. This is philosophical discussion about the generations.
Oh.
Like this is like generational progression, like charting out how history has done things here. So no, it's done by like there's prominent people involved in it. It's not at all
all right. Pam says
I'll send you stuff on it. You can read about it. It's good. It's good shit.
All right. Pam says, look at the photo. It is in Texas. Okay, so every time I saw your photo, I always thought it was Mount St. Helens blowing up. But now as I'm looking at it again, I'm recognizing it as being a white tree. So what states do you think this is where she has no property or income taxes?
Oh, property or income taxes?
No property or income taxes, white tree. What do you got?
Looking at that, I mean, I want to say Alaska because that's just like, because that's the Wild West. That's the only thing I could think of.
I mean, it really did always look. I never really looked closely at the picture. To me, I always just assumed it was Mount St. Helens.
It's somewhere. I mean, it could be like Alaska, maybe.
But it is a tree. It's not
like Alaska. I mean, I don't know. Maybe New Mexico, Nevada. Those are the ones I could think of where, things are a little different. But most likely Alaska.
All right. And Belle Feinstein says, "You're saying Alaska. I like your Alaska guess. That's not a bad guess at all.
Because there's not a lot of taxes up there.
If there's no property or income taxes, that has to be a red state. It's not a blue state. You know that.
Yeah, but you could also like Alaska. You could still homestead up there up until fairly recently. So, like the traditional old school way of
The white
homesteading.
tree. The reason I like Alaska is because the white tree feels northern. Most of the northern
Yeah.
states are blue. If you have no local or income tax, if you know income or state taxes, in that case, that sounds very conservative. So that's where I come to
Yeah.
Alaska. That's why I think your Alaska guess is really good. And says got you all be $450 a year in proper. Shut up.
That's good. That's good.
Shut
Yeah, some
up.
states are really good about it.
Shut up. Speaking of someone who never probably has paid taxes in his amazing state that he lives in.
Hey guys,
How are you, brother?
Happy New Year. We're well
Happy
into
New
it now.
Year.
How you
We're
doing?
way into it.
Way
Yes.
into 2024. How long does it normally take you to transition over to the new year when you're writing checks or something that fills in the date?
About a year. Yeah.
It takes longer as you get older, right?
Yeah, what doesn't?
It
Well,
takes
some things
so
don't.
much longer.
Yeah.
I will
most things
be-
do.
Last in July of 2023, I was writing 2022. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
The only time I actually write out dates is when I am drafting something for litigation. So
Mhm.
I will give it a name and put it in a file, and I'll put it, and I'll be like, so it'll be like, it'll be like, Johnson affidavit dot, and then I'll put a date in there, and invariably, I will put in last year. Like
Well, I mean,
every single time.
can you
Sometimes I
imagine-
might put in like 20. I could. It wouldn't shock me if like in 2024 at some point I'll write like January 12th, 2021, and I'll be like, oh crap, it's 24.
It seems inconvenient now, but imagine if you lived at 0 BC, the whole thing changes over, and you're writing checks, and it's year 1. I'm still writing year 0, and then
Yes.
your grandfather says, "Hell, I'm still writing -1, guys. I'm still writing
Yes.
-1." You know, I haven't cashed a check since
Yeah.
10 BC.
Yeah, I'm still writing 4724 the before era.
Yeah.
Andrew says, you don't actually think the government spends $20,000 on a hammer, $30,000 on a toilet seat, do you? Well, in Nassau, yeah. I mean, I don't know what.
Well, I think that was actually a Independence Day joke
Oh,
because
You hear the fireworks is still shooting off. I don't know what's happening. I don't think that's gunfire. Emma's Kitchen says, fun fact, Amsterdam used tax windows according to their size on canal houses. Many boarded the windows to avoid paying taxes.
What a pain.
Okay.
What, counting them?
No.
Oh,
it's just your first dad
you
joke of the
thought-
year,
Yes,
Joe.
it
Come on.
was a big pain in the glass.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Wow, that's terrible. That's wrong. Matthew says, Happy New Year, Joe, and East Coasties. Horn, no horn. I don't know, by the way, I don't know what that means. Best cult ever. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Drop says Lavelle Crawford. Oh, that was the Lavelle thing. That's Obama versus. I'm going to put in Lavelle Crawford, because I'm going to forget. Otherwise, I'm going to be like, oh crap, I missed it again. Crawford. Is it the visual that makes it so bad, or is it what makes it so bad that I can't show it?
Hmm.
I'm scared. I'm scared to play it much longer.
Yeah, well, don't put it up, but yeah.
Gimme! Happy New Year, Joe and Sean. Thank you for your company time. May God rain down his mercy and blessings this year. Amen. We're going to need it. Mary says,
Sounds
congrats,
great.
Sean. Love
Yeah.
you, Joe. Not in a
What's
creepy
not to
way.
love
I
about
appreciate
that
that.
idea?
I appreciate that. I'm a big believer in people who loving me in a very non-creepy way. Blessed New Year, chat, and go Ravens. All right. And Tradeo says, I'd like to revisit something from earlier. How does Brankin know so many homo dating? I don't know. I need to try and save this super chat to ask him that question the next time I have him on. Aaron, gifting 10 good Lawgic memberships. God bless
Nice.
you, Aaron. Nice.
Very nice.
Indeed. Joe, homesteading. He needs a fiddler on a roof. John Gordon says Joe buy cows and get an agricultural tax exemption. Someone was talking to me about that.
Yeah,
Someone
you
was
can
talking
get that for
to me.
land. Yeah. You
So
can
Wait, so I wouldn't have to
agriculturally-
pay. I wouldn't have to pay property tax if I had.
Oh no, you still pay taxes, but you pay a reduced rate if you have agricultural use on your land.
How much?
But you have to sleep with the
agricultural-
cow, though.
Shut up. No, seriously. How much would I need to have? This is something that I need to really strongly consider. How much of my property would I need to dedicate
estate?
towards cows and chickens of Nearmania, how much of Nearmania would I have to dedicate to cows and chickens to
A
get
lot.
an agricultural tax exemption? So if I just grow tomatoes, like a lot of tomatoes, would that
No,
that-
you wouldn't
No.
qualify because of where you live.
No,
You live in a
It's
town,
gotta
so
be
it
a
wouldn't matter
cow.
anyway.
you know
it's got to be a
it's
big cow.
because they hate the Jews. That's what it
Yes.
is. That's
Got
what
the
it
meat
is.
and milk. You can't have it together, Joe.
Mm. Manny says, hello, Joe and Sean. Joe, I think you accidentally doxed our phone numbers from your call-in show. I got a phone call from someone from KF, and the guy apologized when he heard my sad voice. Yeah, okay, so, yeah. Mandy, I apologize for that. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what to tell you. If there was anything, it's there. I don't know. I'm really, really sorry. I definitely was not trying. You know I wasn't trying. Apparently, when I pulled open my whole Google Voice thing, it's not my actual phone number, so it doesn't affect me, but I recognize it could affect you. I apologize for that. I definitely didn't mean to do that. I'm really I don't know what to say beyond I'm genuinely sorry. I effed up.
Yeah.
I boomered. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Drop says, I'm so mad about pain in the glass.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's.
And Chauffeur and Warhorn got muted at some point. That should. Oh, they did. Oh, I forgot to take out. Oh my. Oh my. I feel terrible. It did get muted because I took out the. You're correct. I did a terrible thing. I apologize for that. All right. Let me see if I. I apologize. I'm really sorry about that. Well, anyway, Tank Rat, this is for you because and Pam, this is for you because I feel guilty about that. I appreciate you giving me the heads up on that, Matthew. That's what you meant when you said no horn. That's what you meant earlier. Anyhow, Southern Law, Steve. How are you, brother?
I've already maxed out one of my New Year resolutions.
Which is to stop telling stupid dad jokes.
No, I'm never going to run out of that any more than I'm going to write the right year on the checks. I wanted to be on the best legal live stream that there is, and I did it within the first half hour of this first year.
There you go.
There you go. That
and,
was
and,
very
and,
kind of you.
and I'm still on it, so that really.
That's what's
That
making it
says
the
a lot.
best.
That says the
baby.
strength of Joe's stream. That says the strength of his
Exactly.
quality.
Thank you, Conley. I appreciate you guys coming in here. Oh yeah, so this is something I can give Erin a little blast the horn as well. So what I wanted to, it's funny you mentioned as far as being the best legal live stream. So right before, an hour or two before the show, I was on Destiny's channel and I was debating with him the Trump Florida action, the criminal case against him down in Florida. And he's very strong believer that if you do something wrong and you're taking documents and exposing us to risk, that you should be prosecuted. And that he clearly lied about, he clearly played games with the boxes, and accordingly, it makes sense that he should be prosecuted. Now, I was arguing with him rather vehemently about this point. But I'm wondering what thoughts you gentlemen both have on that. So, anything you got? What do you got?
It's all political.
Yes.
Whether he did it or he didn't do it, the interest in it on the people prosecuting him is all political. It's not on principle.
Well, even if it's political, it doesn't mean that he didn't expose us to risk.
That's true. I agree. But I think it's a political. I mean, obviously, all these politicians, they all expose us to risk. They're all using private accounts. Biden's done it. The Clintons have done it. The Obamas have done it. Who knows what Trump may have done or not done, but the choice to do what they're doing to him. And I'm not myself much of a Trump fan, but in my opinion, it's just politics. Like this latest thing about taking him off the ballot is just the latest in a series of purely political maneuvers.
But what about as far as actually defending what he did? Is there? I mean, because that's, like I said, that's not really a defense. That's just saying, well, you didn't go after Obama, so why are you going after him, right? But
Well, it's not me saying that. Why are you going after him? Because I know why they're going after him. They don't want this guy in particular anywhere near the office again. But I hear you. And in terms of the legal arguments, those get pretty technical, right? Is this a record that he can declassify? Did he declassify it? What was going on down there? And some of the moving the stuff around looks a little shady. I know we did a debate with Nate on your channel a long time ago on some of this, and there's more than one way to read these statutes, right?
Right.
And
yeah, go ahead, Sean.
I was gonna say, I think ultimately the bigger problem is all these statutes were drafted. They never anticipated, oh well, we'll indict the president for this. Like that is, I think, an even bigger issue. It's generally, Private Bob who leaks the documents, or whoever it is leaking things out there. It's never it's never been the idea of, and kind of like what you said, Steve, with the all the different email accounts and all that stuff going on. It's never been somebody who's actually important. And I mean that's the bigger thing here. It's never been a big time person who's ever really had the problem. And I think the closest one is the guy who got caught shoving papers down his pants. What was his name? It was
well, they got Oliver North, didn't he?
No, he got in trouble, I thought, for lying because of Iran-Contra. But no, there was a guy who, like around the time of the 9/11 Commission, had shoved a bunch of papers in his pants that I thought made the Clintons look bad. And he was walking out of the archives, and they caught him with them, and he admitted all of it. And they were like, "Yeah, it's all good." Like he got a slap on the wrist and was let go. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. Yeah, Sandy Berger, that's his name. I think that's probably, he was like a national security advisor or somebody in that, the NSC, the National Security Council. That was like the highest person that I think has ever been charged with any of this stuff or ever done any of these things. So I think that also introduces a problem of, we've never been here before. This is rarefied air. And when you're doing legal stuff, being in rarefied air is never a good thing. Like being a trailblazer can be very perilous in the law.
But again, respectfully, that's not going to be a compelling argument on a legal perspective. As far as just because it's the first time it's ever happened doesn't mean that he didn't commit the crime.
No. I think the fact that it's not clear is the point where, well, if it's not clear how this all shakes out, it goes back to the idea that if it's not clear, then the tie goes to the runner at the end of the day. And I think there's a lot of issue there with that.
Yeah, but that's not going to win you an argument in the Supreme Court, right?
Well, yeah.
The argument that I made was this. The argument that I was, and I was actually offended when he kept accusing me of being disingenuous and not actually believing my own arguments. And I was like,
"You're talking to Destiny." That's.
He was losing it on me. He was losing it on me. He was so angry.
He's got a lot of stuff going on in his plate anyway.
Yeah, I know. I know his plate's pretty full, but I certainly wasn't gonna go down that road because
no.
But the point I made was if Biden tomorrow was to go into Central Park with classified documents and start handing those documents out, doesn't say anything. He's like, here's a knock list of all of our CIA agents who are working outside this country and working undercover outside of the country. And he starts handing, it's a current confidential, one of the most confidential things you can possibly imagine. And he starts handing that out in central list of the names and where they're located and what their aliases are. And he starts handing that out. Does he have a right to do that? Is he breaking the law when he does that? The answer is clearly no. As someone who's possessing it, can they possibly be charged that you're now handling classified documents? The answer is obviously no. So the point is that it must be that inherently they are declassified by the very action. It's a verbal act. The act of giving it to someone else is a verbal act. Similarly, if someone gives it to themselves when they have status A heading into status B, it is a verbal act that it is automatically declassified. And unless you're talking about certain documents, which under the Energy Commission, arguably, perhaps he cannot declassify. The law, the way it's written, implies he cannot unilaterally declassify, that it would be declassified whether he says it or not, even if he says nothing, even if he doesn't know that it's declassified. It's still declassified. He does not need to know that it's declassified or make a statement saying, I hereby declassify these documents. He doesn't have to do anything of the kind. The very act serves as declassification. Now, is this the law? No, I don't know. It could be the law, what I'm saying. It's logical to say that this is the law because of the Central Park example I'm giving you. So when he takes these documents and he brings them to Mar-a-Lago, that is an act in an unsecured skiff, something that's not following proper classification. When he's leaving and planning putting it and clearly putting it away there so he's basically giving these documents to him as president with authority, to himself as non-president. If he would drop it in the mail and send it to himself while he's president, and he receives it when he's not, if he drops it in the mail as president, receives it as non-president, everyone would recognize, yeah, that's the same thing as him handing out in Central Park. It's the same thing. So so when he's taking it from DC to Mar-a-Lago, so now that is a verbal act of declassification, even if he doesn't know it. It is. That's just what happens. Now, is this logical based on how we understand classifications and specifically declassifications, which are much easier? It's much easier to declassify, and it makes logical sense why it would be easier to declassify, because when you classify something, everyone who's handling that document needs to know they're handling a classified document, as opposed to if you declassify and you don't tell anyone. Well, no one needs to know that. The worst case scenario is that they'll accidentally store it with other classified materials and be locked away somewhere that no one knows anything about it. So if you don't publicize your declassification, there's no harm. If you fail to properly publicize your classification, there's great harm, because people will not be handling it like a classified document because they just don't know. So there's obviously a lot of protocols which must follow for classification that don't necessarily have to follow for declassification. All this is a logical way of understanding classifying versus declassifying. Is this actually the law? Well, there's no law that's actually written as to what standards and protocols president must follow in order to declassify. So nobody knows what the law is, and we won't know that until a judge tells us what the law is. So to me, this is a logical way of understanding the law, of interpreting the law. This is the way the law should be understood by the court and should be applied by a court. But until such time as we actually have a court weigh in on this, nobody knows if this is actually true or fiction and a fabrication in my own mind. But it is the most logical way of understanding the law. So that's why that's why I said that when he takes it there, anything he did with those documents, there's no way he can be charged with it. Now, with respect to things that he did with respect to lying to the government or and stuff like that, any issues of obstruction based on that, there's a potentially there's more of a serious issue in that regard, potentially, because at the time that he's engaging in that, there's a question as to whether or not then the question comes down as to whether or not he's obligated to abide by these as a former president. And there, I think he's in far murkier ground. But that's the legal argument that I presented, which he was saying, I am full of crap and don't even believe what I'm saying. Like he was going nuts on me. Like we were barking at each other, and I was so my question is, does this make sense to you, gentlemen? Does this not make sense to you, gentlemen? I mean, is there a flaw in what I'm saying? Tell me your thoughts. You're lawyers, so I know you lean right, so you're likely to agree with me. But
well, let me ask you this question, Joe, because there is a logic to what you're saying, which is that the president, when he's in office, can declassify, right? Mm-hmm. And if he goes and shows it to somebody, that's an act of declassification, right? You're not going to prosecute him for that. So let's say Trump says, okay, I'm headed out of office, even though he was accused that he'd never leave. I want boxes 1 through 10, and they'll go down to Mar-a-Lago. So under your logic, which I think is sound, in theory, that's a declassification because he's going to possess those after he leaves office. Now, let's say overzealous assistant never talks to Trump and says, well, I'm going to take boxes 11 through 20 too. I'm going to take those down to Mar-a-Lago, and those have, the nuclear code that they accused him of having, which he, there's no actual evidence that he did. But let's say it's in this box 14 of 11 through 20 that Trump never knew about and never requested. Then now Trump has them. Are they still classified? And could he be in trouble for mishandling them at that point because he never had this mental intent
to
take them, right? To conduct an act, which itself would be not an oral declassification, but an intent to declassify. So maybe some of those boxes down there under government theory could be some of his staff did it and Trump never intended for all of these documents, because people are making a good point, which is not like Trump sat down in a room and rummaged through each sheet of paper. Not that he would have to under your logic. He could say, I want this scope of things or whatever. But what if more was taken from Mar-a-Lago than he ever even intended or thought about? And it's just sitting down there, kind of like Biden's garage, where he didn't have any idea what was in it.
That's a great question, by the way. I speculated on this show, and I never said this publicly, but I'll say it now. I speculated on this show that would likely happen with respect to these boxes and which boxes he decides to take. He probably said, I want all the documents relating to Operation Evergreen, Operation Snowcap, like there's certain, like whatever operations that that's probably how I don't think he went through page by page these documents. That sounds ridiculous to assume that he did something like that, but that's probably how he did it. Is like anything related to this incident, I want those documents to be shipped down to Mar-a-Lago. That's likely. That seems the likeliest way that these events unfolded. So your question is, now let's say that he said, these are the documents I want, and all of a sudden they throw in Operation Boxcar, which he never even mentioned. Now he's storing them in an unsecured place. Well, in that case, the question would basically be, I mean, as far as burden of proof, how the heck would the government ever prove that he didn't ask for those and to be sent down there? They're
going to know he didn't ask for him, because they're going to sweat out some whatever
kid,
staffer.
some
Yeah, he's going to
underling.
be like, I guess I messed up. Like, that's usually how that happens. So.
But this is just
but I think that's
thinking
a really
about what you're
interesting.
talking
No,
about on Lawgic.
that's a great question, Steve. And I'll tell you right now, that probably would be a bigger problem for him.
But in theory, he should cooperate with that, right? In theory,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd be like, "Oh my gosh, I didn't realize that I had all this stuff about the Lincoln assassination that showed that it was an inside job." So
he was never meant to be on the penny.
I don't think it's the Lincoln assassination.
Now, just because I see this in the chat, I'm not suggesting there was actually a document that says, here's the nuclear codes on it. And Trump had it. But
this is the stupidest thing about the nuclear code concern.
Yes.
Don't tell me for a second that they're not changed. They weren't changed.
Well, of course, but this was in the media. This was in the media that Trump had all this classified nuclear weapon information and all this stuff. So
it's so stupid. I gotta tell you,
had most of that anyway.
If the DoD failed to change the nuclear code,
well, it doesn't matter. They all get the moment like the way that all works is like Biden takes office, they give him the little credit. It's called the biscuit, and it's got, hey, you're picking the numbers out. Which codes do you want to have? There's a whole entire process for that, and then there's always changes and revisions to that stuff. That doesn't mean though those things still aren't classified though to an extent. And
that's Steve, not how it works, Sean. If they asked Biden to pick a nuclear code, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So
it's not that simple though. But but as far as like and Steve, I don't mean to reveal your power level, but I know you have it on your bio for your channel. I mean, your prior work experiences involved dealing with classified information and dealing with things that involve clearances and stuff like that. So I know like the press is worried about that stuff, but it's not that simple as like, oh, it's just, here are the nuclear codes kicking around type of thing, right?
No, and of course I didn't have anything to do with that, but the communication levels we did at SOCOM, you even if you had what you had, it wouldn't be useful for very long, because I'm not getting into that. And then some things were things, in fact, you had to memorize when you would go places. So there's a lot to it, and I think all of that stuff, I'm sure at the nuclear level, is much more sophisticated than any kind of they got to stay one step ahead of things, right? So yes, I totally agree. Biden would not pick password, and then that'd be okay to, and with all the the things they would have to do what they need to do anyway.
Password.
Mr. President, what's your password for launch? Cheese.
I gotta tell you, Steve, you do have an air. You have a very military air to you. Yeah. So I mean, I assume you served. I don't remember, but I assume you served.
Yeah, it was a long time ago though, because I am so old now.
What rank did you achieve?
I was an NCO.
Okay.
So I was a sergeant.
Okay. And did you ever think about becoming a JAG?
Well, yeah, I did think about it, because I was down at Fort Bragg. I had, taken the LSAT and due to a mental deficiency, decided that why don't I go to law school? And I didn't know any lawyers.
Right.
So when I got out, I did it. And the Army guys were like, well, you should stay and be JAG. But I just didn't want to do it. But in retrospect, it would have been fun. I liked the job I had, but for, I wanted to go off and do this other adventure, which was law. And I didn't want to do it in the confines of the Army because there were a very limited amount of people in the Army who I thought were cool and wanted to hang out with, and I didn't, and JAG wasn't where we were. Now, in retrospect, older and wiser, I think they do some cool things, but they weren't where I was, and the people that I got to know were very cool people.
All right. So when you came out of law school, you went straight to private practice?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I was a civil litigation at a big firm, and then ended up as a general counsel in a construction company that was owned out of Switzerland, and it was general counsel for North America. So I flew all around and we did a lot of government contracts, even though we had some foreign ownership situation going on that we had to balance out, and got to see a lot of cool things. And now I do other cool stuff. So it's been good. I've enjoyed it.
I noticed that you managed to keep your work almost strikingly apolitical, which is impressive. And I'm wondering what your secret is to that.
Well, my primary secret is there's no shortage on the internet of people's opinions about politics. All right. So me adding a voice to that, it doesn't really add anything. And then while it is fun, say, to talk to you about it or Sean about it or Nate or somebody like that, a lot of times people are just emotionally responding to political arguments. And right. I don't find that fun to talk to somebody who cannot reason at all. Right. And I'm old enough. When I was in college, liberals, they weren't really progressives called that then, they were liberals, but a lot of them had reasoning capacity, and you could have a good debate about, is this a good policy or that bad policy? There wasn't a concept of, oh my God, I'm triggered if you say anything I don't like, and I can't handle your opinion. Right. You could have a debate back then. And I think there are fewer opportunities for that now than there used to be. And now it's just, you're screamed down in comments and stuff if you say something, and people are assessing. For example, do you love Trump unconditionally? Is he the new savior who's come for you? How could you say anything about him? Or if you don't think he's the devil incarnate, then you're obviously a right wing, whatever. So I don't find that interesting at all. So I don't think I can help people understand politics better than they currently do.
I understand that, but I find myself like just naturally engaging on that. I hate to cut off this conversation, so I'm very curious about how you while that might be just like how you just managed to just strip it all out. Like there has to be something that you're doing to strip it out, because for me it just naturally just seeps in. But I do need to find, because we are coming up to the Central Time Zone for the people in Central Time. We're coming up to their midnight, so I'm supposed to find somewhere to watch that. So if any of you in the chat have any suggestions, because it is like 4 minutes too. This is, those of you who are unfamiliar, this is Southern Law Guy. Southern guy. It's a Southern Law Guy.
Southern Law Guy, baby.
Southern Law Guy. It's just Southern Law. So this is Southern Law. He's based, badass, and smart as F. So and I enjoy hanging out and chatting with him. I think I met you during this past year, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that was definitely a plus for 2023. Sean, have you figured out where we're going to watch some ball drop somewhere in, like, I don't know, Chicago or something?
No, I don't know. I don't know what they.
All right, so I gotta find it somewhere.
I was gonna say, if you aren't familiar with Steve, I highly recommend his channel. It is worth a good watch. Does nice streams on the weekends, kind of recapping cases that are going on as well. So I recommend it.
All right, let's see. Ball dropping.
I feel like a ball dropping is a good metaphor for things for 2023.
Yeah.
Even if we don't find the actual ball dropping, it just feels like a ball has been dropping all year long. Maybe a lot of balls.
It's been bouncing.
Someone's saying Minneapolis. Minneapolis? Really? They drop a ball in Minneapolis?
They got ABC News in Chicago. The chat's reporting. CBS is Tennessee.
Yeah.
Is New York? I don't need Times Square. Everyone wants to show me New York. I don't want to see New York.
Yeah, we've already done New York. We did.
We could show it again if we sync the time really well. No one's gonna. How is someone going to know? You're going to hear their accent. You're going to hear them drop their R's. You're not going to hear that.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I got something here.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's loud.
terrible.
Nice.
That was terrible. This
Yeah.
is
I know it depends. It depends on where you go. Some places do really cool, like things that drop. Like there's a town up here on the Lake Erie coastline. They do a it's a walleye to fish in the lake, and they have it drop down a pole.
look
for
at
New
that.
Year's.
This is just disastrous. This is terrible. There's a minute 43. No one in the
This is Central
downtown
Time
Chicago.
Zone.
This is Central Time Zone.
Mhm.
It's not
Who actually
playing
cares about Central Time Zone? Is that a real time zone?
apparently.
I guess.
So they claim. I got a minute 27 till the ball drops. I'm seeing fireworks. I don't even know if this is live fireworks.
What channel is that? This is just a countdown, right?
This is a countdown.
Hmm.
Yeah. If you want to see, someone tell me if I want to see a ball drop, I need to go to this website called Chatterbait.
Yeah, you would probably see a few balls dropping on that, I think. You got to be
56 seconds.
You got to be
Six-
very careful with the Google.
Yes. 69 seconds till the ball drops.
There's only 50 seconds left for those of you in Chicago, and
Yes.
I guess Houston,
Mhm.
right? I think Houston's in the sounds like Central Time Zone. So no one gave me a website. No one gave me a website. All right. But Prospering Woman, I'm gonna try to pull up people who are in Central Time Zone, or at least claim, because an hour from now they'll probably tell me they're a Mountain Time Zone. And how would I know?
Yes.
All right, Houston in the house. Tia, Happy New Year, Tia. 40 seconds in Chicago. Yeah, all the yummies are gonna go nuts, shooting off their brand of fireworks. 2, 1. Happy New Year! All right.
Again, yes. Happy New Year, Chicago, and
Happy New Year.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that was exciting.
For
Okay.
those who are not in the hospital, Happy New Year.
Yes.
I'm sure there's people getting shot in Chicago right now.
Yeah, who's going to be the first death of 2024?
That probably has happened
Yeah,
within a couple of
sadly.
seconds.
Yes.
This is some channel called Logo Blocks. Look at what I was just watching here. I'm like, why is someone
Just people on there just kept saying happy.
people becoming members of this channel? 772,000.
Oh god, they're probably raking in.
95,000 watching it now.
It's just raking it. It's like when CBS is doing a trial and they're getting super chats or something, and I'm like,
hell?
oh god, what channel was it? What major news outlet during one of these trials? Somebody bought memberships, and I'm like,
Why?
oh my god, like that's yeah. But hey, it's the dopamine hit, the dopamine rush. It's just you give it to a corporation instead of small people.
What am I missing here? Why was the A, the R, and the exclamation point red, and all the rest of it was white?
Oh,
Is that
I
a
don't.
coded message.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
That is weird. This is what that is weird. Why is the AR an exclamation? I don't know.
The Ye, maybe it's a Kanye thing. They're
It's
pro
a
Kanye.
that's as good an
Yeah, it could be
explanation.
yeah.
That's
Happy
as-
New Ye.
Happy New Yay. It's pronounced yay. Thank you very
Oh,
much.
is it? Okay. Sorry about
Yeah.
that. See, that's where I'm from. I would have no idea.
Ye, yeah.
All right.
We just have yee-haw where we're at. We don't have a yay. Yay is when you're happy about something.
Doing a reflective on 2023 and looking ahead to 20. I'll ask you, Steve, seeing as how you just popped in here. What litigation related story surprised you most this year?
Oh, surprised?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know you guys were talking about some of the cases earlier. Sean did of national interest, the Trump Colorado stuff, the SBF stuff. But I guess that's not so surprising that that's going on, and that they're trying to cover up for current politicians. That's unfortunately not surprising, right? And then you did talk about some of the criminal cases. You got Murdaugh, and Is that surprising that a lawyer might have been killing people or might not have been, or somebody as powerful as his family was finally found himself on the wrong side of the courtroom there at the defense side of it? That was an interesting case. I think that has taken a lot of surprises to it with the book by the clerk, the plagiarism of the book by the clerk, the allegations that she talked
part's
to the
hilarious.
jury. Yeah, it's out of control down there. I mean, it is South Carolina. It's not North Carolina. Let's be real clear here.
Yes.
Right.
Well,
He's in North Carolina.
Yeah.
So
It's the best Carolina.
Yeah. North Kakalaki. Yeah. Did you see the part though where she
By the
was
way-
in the?
I'm sorry. No, I was just going to ask you: is there some sort of like rivalry between North and South Carolinians?
Well, it's kind of the imaginary one, right? Like South Carolina likes to think they're in a rivalry with North Carolina. The macrocosm of that is UNC, which is down the road for me. That NC State here in Raleigh feels like they're in a rivalry with UNC, but UNC Tar Heels always want to act like they're too good to be in a rivalry with NC State. They're in a rivalry with Duke, right?
Okay.
And Duke is where, before North Carolina became part of the North, people from the North would come down and send their kids to Duke, and then they would move to Cary, which was containment area for relocated Yankees. So that's where we kept them all, and UNC liked to think they were part of that. Over time, we actually did become part of the North. They then became concentrated area.
Oh my God!
Yankees.
I'm only learning that there's this whole freaking culture that is like just part of normalcy for you, that likely is not part of normalcy for most Americans, and certainly not for me. So you said containment area for relocated Yankees. That's what you
Cary.
call.
That's like a suburb of what it used to be a suburb of Raleigh. It's gotten even more pretentious than it used to be, and it's its own thing now. But because we've been successful at recruiting businesses, we've had so many people come here from the North, by the way, which I like. But I track the bagel biscuit index, right? So as the amount of biscuits available changes relative to the amount of bagels, as how I keep an eyeball on the population. And so at this point,
This is totally a Jew-related thing for sure.
I love bagels, man, but they're everywhere now. That's all we get. We really, and I hate to admit this, we really don't even go to Bojangles now. We will just go, and we don't even like Bruegger's, which is the local. We want New York bagel because it's the best bagel. So this is how I am, right? I'm basically, I need to change my accent at some point. I've got to. I got to learn how to drive more aggressively. I got to stop saying hello to people I meet. I got to pay higher property taxes. But we love they don't call them Yankees anymore. They just call them people from the North, New Jersey or New York, because they bring their high property values down here, and they help raise the property values that we have. So
nice.
We appreciate that.
Nice. Now North Carolina is actually a pretty good state. It's actually a pretty good state. Yeah, and a lot of people love like a lot of Jews love flooding down to Florida.
You can be his etiquette coach, Joe. Like My Fair Lady.
Yeah, I'll be like insurance. Insurance. I'm insurance. No, it's not insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's oh, he's got a book.
Yeah. Apparently he does.
Yeah.
So Joe, if you come down here, I want you to help me with this book and have Jewish literacy.
Nice.
This is what I got to peek into the mind of my Jewish
it's supposed
friends.
to teach you. It's supposed to teach you how Jews. Is it a book about Jews who are literate, or?
It's really about. It's really as I looked at it, because it's been a long time since I looked at it, but it's more. It's written by a rabbi. It's more about for Jews and to discussing whether younger Jews now have the culture, the knowledge of their culture, the history and stuff that he thinks that they should. Do they know more about maybe what happened in America or something like that in the last 100 years than they know the history of their people? So that's more what it is than it's just me spying on it, right?
Nice.
To try and understand it a little bit more.
Yeah, I kind of have like a deep loathing for the culturalism of Judaism. Like I sort of feel as if like it's like thinking. I was talking on stream last week over the Christmas holidays. I was talking about like some of the songs that are deemed Christmas songs, like Santa Claus Coming to Town or Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer, which are much more about, it's much more cultural type of thing, that this is classified as a Christmas song because it's something that makes you think of Christmas or in Christmas time, rather than actually think about what Christmas is about, which is, you know, obviously the purpose of Christmas is to be for Christians to celebrate the birth of Jesus. So that's not what it's supposed to be about. It's supposed to be, that's not what those songs are conveying. And I was actually amazed when I was thinking, because I never really thought about it before, that, you know, in there is Jewish culture, and we have songs also, and it seems to be a fight between, like, you know, the older generation, the younger generation, as to like fighting for that culture, as to like which culture would ultimately predominate. And I never really thought about it from a Christian perspective, but there certainly is something of a similar battle that religious Christians probably fight with their young, or with, you know, pop culture in general, about but the whole thing about, like, where a lot of Jewish culture is always trying to show legitimacy of Jews or Judaism through the success of various individuals who were considered stars of their industry, whether it's someone winning a Nobel Prize, or Sandy Koufax and, you know, striking out people, or Hank Greenberg, or whatever it is, that they would try to find some sort of legitimacy, like, oh, as if like now that Hank Greenberg existed and hit like enough home runs, or Sandy Koufax struck out enough people, or I
Does
guess
Rod Carew count since he converted after he played?
whatever. Well, but now all of a sudden, I guess that means Torah is real now. It's like, yeah, it's so stupid. It's like to me, it's the most childish, insecure thing in the world, to try and find some sort of validation through the accomplishments of one individual who happens to share genetic DNA with you. That it's embarrassing. It's like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, what are you, such a child? You're so insecure that it's like, oh, thank God for Sandy Koufax, or some Nobel Prize winner. Like, now, oh, okay, well, at least we held our own and contributed to society because someone came up with some sort of string theory, or some stupidity, or some other, not stupidity, but some other insight that no one came up with before. So now we deserve not to be like gassed. Like, I don't know what people are supposed to take from it. Like why is that a necessary thing to prove yourself or your self-worth? So whenever I see stuff related to Jewish culture, I'm always concerned, or it trivializes Judaism into like, oh, matzah balls, ha, Jewish, bagels and lox, Jewish. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand that if you're not Jewish, that to you, those are foreign things, and you sort of feel like you're getting a flavor from Judaism from it. And I get that. I understand that. The same way, if I eat feta cheese, it makes me think of, Greek yogurt. All of a sudden, I feel like I'm ready to start playing a mandolin, because like now I understand Greece. You know, you know what I'm saying? It's like because how much interaction do we have with these other countries? Oh wow, you had pasta. You really understand Italians now. It's so stupid. It's such a childish way of trivializing what cultures are actually about, that it's like, it's embarrassing. But I guess, you know, if someone's not going to be living the culture, that's the extent of their involvement with it. But when Jews themselves are desperate to sell it as something that has merit, to me, that just reeks of insecurity, which I find to be embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for them, not for myself. I'm just like, oh my gosh, like I'm embarrassed by your Jewishness for you. I don't know if that makes any sense, but yeah,
Makes perfect sense.
Speaking of which, Dove Omega says, Joe, let everyone know we have started the portion of Exodus. Well, there you go. There you go. What he's referring to is that religious Jews will read from the Torah, the next segment of the Torah. We read through the Torah during the course of the year. And we just finished the book of Exodus this past Shabbos, this past Sabbath. And next Shabbos, we begin reading a section from Exodus. So there you go. What document was exposed, please? This is talking about the Trump thing. And I don't know. You know, the answer to that is, well, why are you bothered by Hillary Clinton? What documents were exposed by her server? Like, that's what they'll say back. But yet you think that there was something terrible that happened there, which I had a whole debate about pointing out why I thought that Hillary Clinton's email server was 1,000 times worse than anything Trump did. And the point I was making is that A, she doesn't have the power to declassify, and B, she has no idea what's coming in. And she's just exposing whatever may be sent to her. That's insane, as opposed to him saying, hey, I want all the stuff from Operation Crossfire Hurricane or whatever it is that he wants to take with him, that he at least knows what he's taking. It's sort of a pre-sorted group, as opposed to Hillary, who's like, I have no idea what's coming into my email next, but Putin could read it before me. Like, that's insane. That's a joke. So Jay Sekulow band did a live concert tonight. During the concert, Jay said he thinks oral arguments at SCOTUS could come as early as January in the ballot cases. Does that sound right, or did he misspeak? No, I think they're going to come fast. I think they're going to come. I think that it's very likely that they really could. This could get processed, even though SCOTUS rejected certiorari for the Washington D.C. case. I do think it's definitely going to be expedited by the D.C. Circuit Court, and I would not be surprised if after they hear it, the D.C. Circuit Court, whatever they decide, whether it's for Trump or against him, that they end up that it gets before the Supreme Court in relatively short order. That would not surprise me. But I wonder, I would like feedback from you gentlemen on this. First of all, what do you think the Circuit Court's going to do? Like, how long do you think it's going to take? What do you think they're going to? You think they're going to rule a Chutkin, or do you think they're going to find Trump's favor? What do you think is going to happen there?
Well, at least for your super chat, I think that's about the ballot cases, and you know, in Colorado, they stayed.
The Colorado ballot case.
So
you're right.
They stayed their decision. In the event there was an appeal to the Supreme Court, which there is, and then I think the Secretary of State in Maine suspended hers pending some Superior Court review, which will go up too.
Correct.
And
yes.
to be fair, this issue
that has to happen fast. That has to.
Yes, and this is the definition of. I mean, this is an issue of why you have the Supreme Court, right? Because you have all these different opinions in all these different states on the Constitution of the United States of America. That's the court for it. It's extremely important for the nation to have a resolution to this. A late resolution is harmful in itself. Whatever they're going to decide, I think they should do it rapidly. They should take the case and go as rapidly as they can and get the decision out there, so that we don't have this roiling debate over what the application of the 14th Amendment is for somebody being on a ballot or not.
What do you think is going to? What do you think the Supreme Court's going to decide?
That they can't take him off the ballot for this.
Do you think it's going to be 6-3 based on the classic political lines, or do you think it's going to be something different, like 5-4, 7-2?
I would bet it probably wouldn't be 6-3, just because somebody will do something you don't expect. But I would, the way I read the amendment, at least, I think this shouldn't be happening this way. They're adding in requirements to be president that aren't there. The 14th Amendment says Congress can make the laws. Now, you know, I'm not on the Supreme Court, but they need to answer the question, whatever their answer is.
Well, what do you think is his strongest argument to have Colorado overturned?
Oh, I think they don't have the authority to do it. The 14th Amendment is not for them to use that way, because it says Congress shall make, and it uses the word shall make the laws to execute that amendment. You're
saying Section 5 of the 14th Amendment.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you go back into the history of it, they had the office of president. I think at one draft they took it out. So I think it's adding something to the presidency for them to do it this way. Just like you can't add qualifications. There is some case law on that. You can't add substantive qualifications to somebody in an office like this. You can have administrative things, but not substantive things. And so I don't think they have.
Is there case law on that? Because I was asking that question. Like, let's imagine that the state of Colorado said that in order for you to run for president, you have to be 50 years old. Like, imagine they said, so we're not going to take anyone under 50 who applies. Would they have? I was like, would they have the ability to do that if they were so inclined? So you're saying no? Is there case law on that?
I think that's been clear. The minimum requirements are set out in the Constitution. Those are the requirements. You can't, like, there's times where the states can do things further than what the federal government's done, but that's the bottom floor. They don't get to raise the floor.
That is it. To go with what Sean
How do we know that's true?
Well, some cases that I read, what they did was they basically divided it, kind of like you would see procedural versus substantive stuff. And they said if it's a procedural or administrative requirement, like you have to have at least 5,000 people before we'll print your name on the ballot or something like that, they will allow that, because that's viewpoint neutral. It's not it's not really a new requirement for the office. It's more administrative in nature. But if it were to become substantive, then they wouldn't have the authority to do it. I can't quote the case off the top of my head at this point. And it's certainly, it's not going to control what the Supreme Court does here. But I'm buying what Sean's saying based on the cases I've read.
Yeah, and there have been cases where it's dealt with, represented like congressional races, senatorial races. So it's not just for the president. The Supreme Court has clearly said you don't get to. The Constitution sets the qualifications.
Yep. That's what I read was on the Congress too.
So what about this? This was part of my debate with Pisco, where he was basically trying to make the argument that the states send electors. How they select those electors is their plenary decision. If they were so inclined, they could eradicate voting altogether and just say we're picking these electors, and these electors are going to go and vote for us.
Yeah,
so,
technically they could.
So and he actually argued that historically that's what happened in Washingtonian times. So for like the first 30 years, that's basically what he alleged happened. I haven't had a chance to research whether it's historically accurate or not, but let's assume it is historically accurate. So in that case, now and I countered and I was like, but once they set up that there's an election, they can't just start playing around with the terms of like how those elections are going to operate, and that they cannot raise those minimums. But I didn't know of any case law that actually supported the supposition that I was making. And I'm curious if you guys are aware of something that says that they cannot unilaterally decide to change the requirements as long as they're not going below the standard thresholds, but for them to individually decide, our state decides we want to raise that threshold. That how we know that the states are prohibited from doing that.
I forget the cases, but nobody, not even the Colorado Supreme Court, would come in there and say Colorado can change the voting age to 35, to 40, for the president, the running age, and they would agree you can't do that. I mean, that's a clearly settled issue, and like Steve said, it becomes this issue of how do we get about making the election happen is different than the actual qualifications for the election. I forget the cases, but that's not something I would even see, the crew people, the people on the other side opposing Trump and the Colorado Republicans would try to argue they have the authority to do at this point. I don't even think that's something they would admit to.
Right. And to be fair, that's not what they're saying. What they're saying is the 14th Amendment tells us he's not qualified to be in this office if he was involved in insurrection or whatever. So they're saying that they're following the Constitution. Now, you could read it the other way, the way that I happen to read it, but that's why we need the Supreme Court to step in on this. They need to settle this issue.
Yeah, I was saying I expect it to be at least 7-2. And the reason I expect it to be at least 7-2, and the most likely one to bend in my mind is Elena Kagan. And the reason why I say that is, and probably Sotomayor is the least likely one to bend, only because she's been there long enough. I anticipate that Chief Justice, that they're not going to, they don't want to cede this level of power to the states. I think it's such a backward reading of the 14th Amendment to say, if you look at the context from an originalist perspective, forget about textualist, which text is probably favoring him as well when you look at, is it even referring to a president? But let's just put that argument aside, which is what the lower court hung her hat on. But when we put that argument aside, we look at it from an originalist perspective of like, what is the mindset? What's happening in the country when they're passing the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments? Is that we had just finished the Civil War, and the point of the Civil War was states do not have unilateral authoritarianism that they can decide what's going to happen. And we don't want to have someone who is just a captain of a rebel army leading troops against my forces 6 months ago, sitting next to me in Congress after they swore last time they're going to uphold the oath, and they broke that oath. Now they're coming back in here because the state decided that they were going to send them on back up here. So if someone did that, what is our authority as Congress to stop that from happening? Well, let's write this Section 3 of the 14th Amendment that will give us that authority to say states don't have this power. This is a federal decision when it comes to someone who breaks the oath. And given that perspective, to say that an individual state can now tell the rest of the country, hey, we're not allowing this guy to run, seems like the exact opposite of what the intent of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment was. And from that perspective, to read the Section 3 is empowering states to actually use a section of the Constitution as a basis to remove someone from a ballot is basically giving the exact opposite effect to the 14th Amendment from what its intent was. And that's why, from originalist perspective, and I think what Chief Justice Roberts is going to do is that's why I'm confident that we'll get a 6-3, because this is and the idea of stripping power from the states and leaving it in federal government is very consistent with what the three middle justices of Roberts, Kavanaugh, and Barrett are likely to be all about: establishment and institutions and federal government, yay, state government, not such a big fans of, as opposed to the three real conservatives, of course, such Alito and Thomas. So that's how you have your 6-3, and I expect that that Roberts is going to go to Kagan and KBJ and Sotomayor and say to them, if you leave us here at 6-3, then everyone's going to sit here saying that the reason we found this way is because we're all about Republicans, and this is going to be the most divisive thing in the world, and that's why at least one of you is signing off here, and preferably all 9 of us are going to sign off, knocking off this stupid decision from Colorado. And hang your hat on whatever basis you want to, but you're going to be at the very least concurring with this decision if you're not completely signing off on it.
And consider the ramifications of what they want to do here, because they didn't really think through the nuclear option on the Supreme Court, right? So if the idea that a trial level judge, any county or municipality or whatever, anywhere in the United States, can make a factual determination by jury or not, right? It can be a clown show like what happened in Colorado, that the candidate engaged in insurrection, and that is binding as a factual issue, then that person is not qualified to be on the ballot to be president, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So you could have somebody up here in the mountains of North Carolina who just hates Joe Biden and decided that his lack of enforcement at the border is basically a form of insurrection, and he could be right or wrong. But if he makes that factual finding, I guess Biden's off the ballot. I mean, do these people ever think ahead of time that this thing could have negative consequences beyond the fact that I hate Trump? Let us stop Trump. No one should be able to protect democracy. We can't let people vote for the people they want to vote for. Do they ever think past that?
There are like, I just did the math on it. There's like 3,200 counties, parishes, boroughs in America. That's 3,200 separate decisions. And even within those counties, there's many counties where you live in, Steve. I'm sure out that way in Raleigh and then in Charlotte, there's multiple judges per county.
Absolutely.
So you're going to have the same floor of the courthouse making, which judge, how is this going to work? And I think the big thing, I've had time to quit being black-pilled on this whole thing. I think the part about that where Congress shall, that's saying Congress has to do it. It's not saying, somebody could come up with an answer. No, it's very clear. If somebody's going to come up with an answer, it's going to be Congress. And if Congress doesn't come up with an answer, then that's the reality of the situation is there's no answer.
They did come up with an answer.
Well, I get that, Joe, but I'm just saying.
So it's not like this is Congress shall. It's not like, well, since they didn't, someone has to step into the void.
Well, no,
they did, and after a while, they said we don't need this anymore.
Well,
so we're getting rid of it.
Well, I think the argument is even if they hadn't, then there's if Congress had. Well, how do we enforce this? Well, Congress never passed anything. Well, then you can't enforce it. Yeah. But yes, I agree. Once you got to World War II, and at that point, all the Confederates were dead, we don't need to have the Enforcement Act anymore because, well, the Confederates are dead, and we don't need to worry about. So Congress for once did something right. Well, this law has no longer needed of a use, so we're going to abolish it and pass a new law.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question for a second.
Sure.
Let us imagine that instead of it being this murky type of thing of was this an insurrection, was he engaging, is incitement engagements, and all this other stuff. Let's assume. Let's deal with the hypothetical here. That instead of doing what he did, he actually pulled out some semi-automatic machine gun and marched in front of those troops and literally started shooting up Congress. Okay. But they didn't have time to impeach him, whatever reasons. And
just time out real quick, Joe. I did want to inform everybody. Not with a rifle, but people have stood up in the gallery of the House and shot at people on the floor of Congress before, and that happened once, and people got killed. Like that has happened before. Yeah, a bunch of Puerto Rican separatists came in with pistols, and they started just hosing people down from the balcony.
Okay, so let's
And
say
in Puerto Rico, they treat those guys as like, they're heroes. But I'm just saying, so when people talk about things getting bad, like things have gotten really bad before.
so let's assume that someone who had sworn an oath, let's say you didn't have someone who was a murky area under the text like the president, but it was a senator. It was a senator, a member of the House, who actually went up there and started mowing people down. Now this person, so would you think that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, and there's for one reason or another, there's no trial, or the evidence
Never gets charged.
he never, for one reason or another, he never gets charged. Or let's say the president, let's say the president pardons him. Right. Okay. So now, do you think Section 3 of the 14th Amendment would not apply to that person?
I think Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, if he's pardoned, when you're pardoned, all liability is gone. But yes, if he has not been convicted of treason or insurrection, how do you prove the insurrection?
And I'll take it further than that. I don't care if he's convicted of anything unless a federal court does it. Because Joe, if I take your example of a very clear, let's say Trump stood out there with his oh my God, AR-15 and said, "We're taking this government down, baby. We're overthrowing it." That would be insurrection, of course. But if you allow that factual determination to go to any state level judge, then that means any scenario goes to a state level judge. They have subject matter jurisdiction for this, and then they can concoct insurrection out of any nonsense that they want to, like they currently are with the clown show of Colorado. And so, no, I think it's Congress's responsibility to think about the ideas that you just put forward, and because that's what the amendment says. Congress will make these laws, and if they want to do it, then they need to do it. Maybe if the federal court brought charges or something like that, and Trump was actually, or whoever was actually convicted of insurrection, it might matter. But I don't think there is subject matter jurisdiction at the state level for this at all under the 14th Amendment.
And I like your subject matter jurisdiction argument. I think it's a fairly compelling argument. One of the things I had a big issue with was the fact that this was being weighed and parried.
It's from Daryl Brooks. I have to give credit where credit is due.
Yeah. No, I had real subject matter jurisdiction issues.
You should have a merch store and sell those for like $15 a piece.
Yeah. Let me get to a couple of these here. Jay Sucklow's band did a live concert tonight. During the concert, Jay said he thinks, we got this.
The oral arguments thing may happen, but it's going to be a little while before they get to. And I think
they're going to do it well before Super Tuesday.
Well, I'd like to think so, but I mean,
March 5th.
The bigger example of that is the Nixon tapes when all those guys were going to trial in the aftermath of Watergate. Like a bunch of Nixon's aides and people were going to trial. It still took the Supreme Court like 60 days to get it all done. And this is even bigger than that. So, I mean, I could see it happening after Super Tuesday in the elections, but if it happens after that, I mean, it also hopefully kind of kills the issues of general election challenges going forward too. Because I could see them if they do a very limited thing here, it'll say, well, you didn't say we couldn't do it for the general election, and then we're back to square one again. So hopefully this is Congress or the Supreme Court just crushes it all together. That's my only other concern now.
That would be ideal, because I think that it's time for the Supreme Court to actually put some of this crap to bed.
Hey, Jim, I see you got a super chat come in with an extremely good point. It's orange, and
Tankrat 2.
So
my boy.
So this is the thing. I'm going to disagree with this, because these Puerto Ricans may have done what Sean said and mowed people down from the gallery directly in Congress, but that's one thing. But it's not like they did something serious like move a lectern, which is true insurrection, right? The moving of the lectern, I think, is what the founding fathers, that's probably what got them mad at the king in the first place, is the king can put a lectern wherever he wants to, right? You keep moving that lectern, and we're going to throw your tea in the harbor, and we're taking this whole continent over, okay?
Yes.
So the Puerto Ricans may have indeed mowed people down, but they didn't move a lectern. So
yes, and they didn't sit at Nancy's desk. And Joe, I just wanted to say, the lovely future Mrs. Martin 2.0 brought up, we didn't mention Daryl Brooks, and she's upset because that was like her favorite trial.
Oh,
but we did get it in with a sign, though.
Yes, I know you brought that up, Steve. So that was very good timing wise. She just brought that up to me. She was very sad that we didn't mention him.
What
So,
a classic idiot that guy was.
Oh, God, he was great though. It was great. It was great material. Thank God for that part. His rap videos were perfect though. I love those. Did you ever see those, Steve?
Yes, I did.
So.
Yes.
Yeah.
I lost part of my soul watching those, but I did see them.
Yes.
Yeah, I apologize. I realized that there were certain people who I was supposed to be bringing into this stream that I never sent them. They were supposed to be joining the second half, and I had never sent them a link. So I sort of was remedying that now. So I didn't.
Joe, with that being said, I kind of with the lull in the action here,
brother,
I
appreciate you coming by. I hope you have a phenomenal 2024. Make sure that you're strapped and.
Always.
And I hope that this forthcoming year is a year of blessed union. That you
that's not happening this year, but some point in the future to be determined.
Blessed events.
And if you're going strapped with a Glock, you're doing it without the founder in this new year. So
yes, poor Gaston. Yes.
Anyway, I thank you for joining me, and I look forward to having you on in the future, brother.
Thanks, Joe. And I'm going to talk to you about setting up for coming by me and Steve.
Yeah,
it's always good to see you. I'm glad I got to talk to you.
Well, you want to share with the audience where they can find you and what you're all about?
Yeah, I will. But I did just want to say, Steve, it's nice to actually kind of talk to you in a little bit more of a kind of slowed down setting, and then the kind of like everybody jumping in on Friday. So I appreciate that much. But you guys can find me at Potentially Criminal on YouTube, Locals, Twitch, Twitter, the book, Facebook, Kick, Rumble when Rumble wants to work, and you guys see me there. Live show every Thursday at 9:30 Eastern Time, the only time zone that matters.
That's true. So, God's time zone. God's time zone. Yes, as I say, God's time zone. Yes. All right. Well, thank you for joining, brother. I'll see you soon.
All right. See you guys.
Wacky Chick says, my dad, retired colonel pathologist, took care of the remains of Lebanon Marines and USS Stark. He can't vote. I don't know. Yes. Andrew, I'm sure you asked that while Andrew was still here, which was a while ago now. To me, if you serve, I think you should be able to vote, but that's just me. Just Revere says, search Panthers own Jags on X. Dude threw a beer on a fan. What can fans sue for?
Oh, the Panthers, Carolina Panthers. He threw, that's what they're talking about, right? He threw a drink onto the Jaguars fan. But, I'm not this guy's attorney, even though this is the Carolina Panthers, but I feel like if you own the Carolina Panthers with the record they've got, you got a good start at an insanity defense. So there is that potential.
Oh, their best receiver is like 47-year-old Adam Thielen.
Their best receiver was a guy catching a drink that the owner threw at him. Unfortunately, he was a Jaguars fan.
Yeah. He says, my uncle loved pointing out how Raider always cleverly hit his missing finger. I didn't know, but he had a missing finger. And Happy New Year, Joe. Thank you so much, Just Revere.
Where did he keep that missing finger?
I don't, maybe it was in the drawer. I don't know. He also sends me one of these. Says, tried to send 20 on YouTube, tell you to check my Rumble rant, but couldn't. Happy New Year, Joe. I don't know what happened, why you couldn't do that. Viola Pride says, I live in Las Vegas, but I have 40 acres in Arizona and only pay $160 a year in taxes. Jesus.
Nice.
Jesus.
3 acres in Arizona. It's just enough for a cartel landing strip.
She has 40 acres.
Oh, 40. Well, that's enough for a cartel private jet.
Private fleet. Johnny Reb says, Joe, the 20K on a hammer, 30K on a toilet seat is a quote from Independence Day. The movie was Will Smith referencing black funding for Area 51. That was from an earlier super chat that I missed out that point altogether. Let me get to the last couple one of these. By the way, LBJ in a debate with Goldwater outed the existence of the secretive SR-71 Blackbird on political debate, not charged. Yeah, because you can basically do whatever you want. You can declassify whatever you want, wherever you want. Janelle says, some legal scholars say Pedo Joe should be impeached for not enforcing immigration law. Is he actually just invalidating those laws? What about for student loans? I defer to you.
Well, of course, I'm sure the commenter knows, he doesn't have the authority to invalidate the laws, but
Failure to prosecute.
Yes. On the other hand, who can force him to who can force him to enforce the law, right? And he's taken a very liberal view of what the law is, which presidents sometimes do. But yeah, I think we're getting worse about that, right? That if I don't like what the Supreme Court says, then I'll just say they're illegitimate and I'll just do it anyway, even if there's not really. I mean, this whole thing at the southern border is absolute bananas, and suing states that try to do anything about it.
Isn't that astonishing that
it
Texas is being sued by the U.S. government
Yeah.
for putting up barbed wire to try and close up the border? Like they're trying to cut down. They're trying to cut down the barbed wire. The U.S. government is trying to cut. The federal government is trying to cut down barbed wire put up by the state of Texas, saying it's not your domain. You're not allowed to do this. And it's like, what the hell is happening here? Like, give me the argument. If you're a Democrat, give me the argument here as to why it is that you have a problem with this. Like, what? It's insane. It's really insane. What's son-in-law's view on voting in combat? So earlier, you may have missed this, but earlier, Andrew Branco was in here, and he was professing that the only people who should be voting are those who are a net positive to the government coffers and or someone who had served in active combat. So that would be in lieu of actually paying and contributing to government largesse in his utopian world, where that's the only appropriate people he feels to be voting. So do you have any thoughts on this topic that you would like to express publicly?
So I feel like Andrew his universe of people anyway was citizens, right?
Right.
So there was
starting with them being American citizens.
Right. So there's the tax thing. If you're not a net negative, I think that's what you're saying. But nevertheless, a predicate is you're a citizen, which to me is, of course, clearly reasonable, right? Mm-hmm. So to me, the bigger threat is somebody a net drain at any point in their life on the tax base versus the idiots that vote. What's the bigger threat? To having good government, and idiocy, I think, is the bigger threat, because people can make good decisions and not just try to steal money from the treasury, although many will. I tend to look at it that I'm more sorry that idiots vote than I am that people who haven't been in combat or whatever. And I did see some of that, and it kind of devolved into, well, okay, so you got some 11 Bravos out on patrol, and they pull out a clerk or a typist or whatever to go with them. That gets into the whole thing about the Marines. Everybody's, an infantry person first or whatever they call themselves, and they're a cook second, So I wouldn't have a dividing line like that, but I wouldn't have a dividing line based purely on service at any rate. But
you would put it on IQ, or?
Well, I would like to at least start with the theory that we don't have people vote unless they show up to vote, or there's some reason why they can't get there, and they establish their identity. I would like.
You're so old school. You're so old school.
let's at least start there, and then if you wanted to go beyond that, like maybe you should have at least have heard of the person you're voting for, or know something then other than you're going to get a $10 gift certificate if you let somebody turn your ballot in. That would be nice. I think idiots voting are bad, and but I don't have a good answer for that. I understand the theory of restricting voting is attractive because maybe you get a better outcome in terms of better representatives. But I would be satisfied first with elections that aren't fortified by the ludicrous late ballots that come from people that you can't confirm whether they actually ever intended to send a ballot or not. We had a lot of that going on, fortification, I think, in the last election. And that just reduces the perceived integrity of the whole process, and maybe the actual integrity of it.
I think that as important as integrity is the transparency of integrity. It's not simply enough for it to be actually be accurate, but the American public has to have confidence that they can tell that it's actually accurate, because otherwise no one has a reason to trust that what is being reported is accurate. So if there's transparency, at least we know, you could go through it and see for yourself if you were so inclined. But when things are being hidden behind paneling and people and poll watchers are being shoved 100 yards away, that's when the American public basically says, F you, this is a scam. And that must lead to friction. It must, no matter who wins. No matter who wins, it's going to lead to friction.
Well, I feel like some of these thoughts about who should be allowed to vote and stuff are coming from people's frustration with the overall lack of transparency in the process and what they think may be actually occurring. Because you can't tell, right? I know you know this, Joe, because you fought this battle before too about open courts, being able to sit in a courtroom. Are you a journalist or not? Can you report or not? Yep. And what goes on in a courtroom? Most judges will take that seriously. That the public has maybe they don't have a right to broadcast every trial, but they have a right to know what's going on in the courtroom, generally speaking. And the election process should be transparent as well, or else trust but verify is what Reagan used to say. Mm-hmm. And I don't even trust it in the first place, but I damn sure think it should be verified. And to do that, it should be open.
Speaking of which, I still have not gotten any response from New York as to whether or not I qualify as a journalist, which was supposed to take 30 days. And I submitted it like 2.5 months ago. So
that's a government 30 days.
I guess so. North Carolina vinegar-based barbecue is the best. Okay. Catholic Holy Book of Armaments discuss grandma and the reindeer quite a bit. Is that really true? I don't know if that's probably a joke.
I feel like I'm not Catholic, but I did go to a Catholic church once, and I feel like that's not true.
Okay. God bless us one and all. Peace. Old Jews and young Jews still listen to the Grateful Dead, Joe. Perhaps that's possibly true. Lost in law. There's an argument that when understand the drafter's intent of things, you leave off a list of are as important as what the things you leave off a list are as important as what is on. Agree, applicable. So he's obviously referring to the fact that it doesn't say president, it says officers, and when you leave it off, look, that is my perspective. I am very much of a believer, and I was arguing, I think, with Sean about this last week or so, where I was basically trying to say that I read the Constitution with such a fine-tooth comb and an assumption that every word in there is intended to have meaning. Now, some might be phrases that are supposed to be, a phrase of that has a certain connotation by using a phrase, but that there is no extraneous words and no omissions, but that it's basically supposed to be, it is the American people's version of gospel as to what is the law of this land. So that being the case, much as like when I read, like when rabbinic authorities would read Torah, they literally will ask, why is it this word used when it should be, we would have thought it should say this other word. It must be, it's designed to imply something. Similarly, it is with a similar fine-tooth comb that I will look through and try and understand, why did they put it in this order? Why did they use these words? Why did they put it in this order? What are we supposed to draw from that? What's the implication of that? Why use officer? Why use officer of the United States? Why would it say insurrection and or rebellion when insurrection would seem to imply insurrection or rebellion when it seems like insurrection wouldn't cover rebellion? And I start trying to philosophize as to what's going through their heads when they're choosing the language that they choose, because I assume that when you're drafting the Constitution, unlike a regular statute, they know that this is going to be scrutinized by the entire country to see whether or not this is an appropriate law to become part of our Constitution. So I do look at it very, very diligently and perhaps overanalyzing it to a ridiculous degree. Other lawyers are basically, I had Sean in here saying, well, there's certain language that's in the Constitution that just seems lost and confusing and not really purposeful. And that's not a healthy way to read it. So my question to you is, which approach do you think is appropriate when you are dissecting an amendment in the Constitution?
Well, first, to kind of answer the super chat, I feel like what's on the list is the most important thing. And to be fair to the argument of the Colorado side, they're not saying, hey, their presidency is left off the list. They're saying it is included in the list of office. Mm-hmm. Right. So they're saying, no, it's in there. Now, having said that, I think what this super chat is pointing at, which is you look at, well, what did they mean when they wrote it? Right. Mm-hmm. Because like you said, Joe, when you use the word or, rebellion or insurrection, that implies a difference between the words. Right. Or else it's pointlessly redundant. Mm-hmm. Why would you have that? Mm-hmm. So.
And one would assume, I think, I think it's fair to say that insurrection seems like a lesser event than rebellion.
Yeah, I would think so, because rebellion to me means you've declared your independence. You're trying to shoot at these people, and an insurrection maybe is a little more covert or whatever. I don't know what they meant.
Or it's less of a global turnover attempt. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like rebellion is we're changing everything, as opposed to insurrection is we're changing the tax code. Like, that's it. You know, we're going to fight to the death to change the tax code and shoot up all these tax people. So like that's more of an insurrection rather than we want to get rid of the government as a whole. So that's how I look at a difference between insurrection versus rebellion. But
so, you get into these non-law things of like, well, what was the debate about the language? So you can try to understand what they meant when they wrote it. But primarily, as it is written, it is what it is. And then it's up to the Supreme Court. And as you know, they divine things out of it, the penumbra. They come up with things that weren't there even during the debates, that just can't be divined into the original intent, but they find it there based on the modern understanding. So you have that competition of the living document, in addition to, well, if we read this, can we truly understand it without understanding what they left off and why they wrote this out of it? I think that is important. In theory, though, you should be able to read it, and what you read there in black and white, that should be the most important thing. And so that if the word office doesn't contain the presidency in it, then this amendment certainly doesn't apply to that. And you're going to have a debate over that. And you're going to look at, well, they actually listed it and took it out. And so did it really mean that? And all of that. And I think the Supreme Court have to answer that. I mean, I've for decades argued about the Second Amendment because of the things that it says, and people will cherry pick things out of it since I'm pro-gun, I don't like it because they take this one amendment in the Bill of Rights and act like what it's there for is to give the government the ability to have an army, a National Guard, a highly regulated National Guard. I'm like, well, why would they stick that in the Bill of Rights? And why would they, when they did it, why would they write the right of the people to keep and bear arms? That has to mean something, right?
Right.
Like the first 10 amendments weren't about, we need to make sure the government has the power to issue lots of regulations. But then you get on the other side of it, the gun people, which I'm a gun person, you get them and they'll be, which part of don't infringe don't you understand? And I'm like, well, sadly, because I'm a lawyer, I understand a lot about that. Like I also understand in the First Amendment, you have time, place, manner restrictions. The Second Amendment, like any other right, has a context to it. And then you have to stop talking at that point because people will just get mad, and you know how that goes.
Yeah. That's actually, it was the Second Amendment, which was what made Sean say to me, don't tell me every word in the Constitution means something, because start trying to explain this the way they drafted the Second Amendment. They simply could have said, shall not be infringed, and that it could have been done there.
But I think there was a debate there to try and get it passed, and this was the language that they squeezed through. And sometimes, Joe, even with respect to your point, you can maybe get something passed as long as people think, well, I got a fighting chance to have my interpretation adopted later. I'll go along with this if you go along with that. It should be maybe more sacred than that. But maybe the Second Amendment is a little bit of horse trading in language there. But I can read it harmoniously because the primary point of it in the Bill of Rights is the right of the people. And then the purpose of it is militia, which in this state at least is basically all adult age males, right? So militia was not the National Guard or the Army or something like that. It was the people, essentially. And what did the word regulated mean back then? Just like we're talking about, what does the word office mean? Did regulation mean that we're going to have a code of federal regulations with the barrel can't be less than 18 inches and all that? Or did it mean, as other people say, well-ordered, well-functioning, that you can't have a good people's militia if they don't have the right to keep and bear arms? And, let me, I don't want to bring the mood down, but when I looked at October 7th, one of the things that would really surprise me the most was that the restrictions on civilian gun ownership that were occurring at that time, because I really thought every window would have a rifle pointed down, shooting these people that were doing what they were doing. And boy, was I surprised to learn that the concept of firearm ownership in a place where I think has a maximum danger, Israel, was so much more restrictive than, say, it is me sitting in Raleigh, where I've got essentially a giant arsenal in this house, right? Mm-hmm. So that surprised me. But
I was unaware that they're so restricted with their gun ownership, and Yeah, you're asking great questions as to why it is that they're so restrictive. I think that Israel has far too many leftists who have been overseeing its operation for a long time. And
see, we already had a comment there that I love the Second Amendment, but no, there's no but there. It's just I know how to read laws and stuff. There's no but there. There's no but there. I have a giant arsenal here, and I am totally in favor of civilian citizen rights to keep and bear arms for all the purposes that encompasses, which don't have anything to do with hunting animals unless you just choose to hunt an animal. But on the other hand, do I think Ted Bundy or Darrell Brooks should have a machine gun? Which part of infringe don't I understand? So there are naturally going to be some limits on that. And it's just where those lines are drawn in the concept of a right that I think is important for the people. And this state happens to be a state that takes that right pretty seriously. North Carolina does. So that's good, I think.
Yeah.
But that's why I don't like to talk about it, because you get people that, imagine considering me anti-gun or anti-gun rights. Like that's absolutely insane.
Right. Yeah. But I get the same thing whenever I talk about Trump, where I'll be like, look, I think the guy was a phenomenal president. I think his policies were exceptional. But as a person, I'm not a huge fan of the way he carries himself. I certainly wouldn't want my kids to be like that. And that sounds to some people in my audience like blasphemy. Like I'm basically, and I'm like, come on, let's be honest. I mean, there's certain signs of insecurity there that make, concerns that everyone has to agree that everything he does is great. That's not the sign of someone who's genuinely strong and not like having some sort of issues inside. And you could have questions about his infidelity and his bravado and the fact that everything has to have his name on it. There's a lot of things you can talk about him personally, but at the same time, that doesn't change the fact that the policies he implemented, both domestically and more importantly in a foreign scale, were just off the charts amazing. So, and unfortunately, some people who were genuinely noble people historically were terrible presidents. So the nature and character of an individual is not necessarily reflective as to how effective or good they are at the job of being president. So he happens to be someone who was great at it on his first go round, at the very least. And that doesn't mean that I'd want my kids to grow up to be like him. So, Tank Rat 2, new YouTube member. God bless you, brother. Tank Rat. I didn't even know there was a Tank Rat 2, but there is. Tank Rat has been supporting me. He gifted 20 memberships before, and I guess he didn't have this account in here.
May there be many Tank Rats to come.
Amen. Let's Tank Rat 2000. I'll get me a Hummer soon. Daryl B 2.0 upcoming. Robert Cremo going pro se. Do you know much about this case?
Well, I don't about the person that this who's being referenced here. The Cremo the crop. I don't know what this person did or what the trial is, but I
never heard of this case.
Yeah, I mean, the Darrell Brooks set the standard for how dumb can you possibly be as a pro se idiot, and it's going to be tough to beat it. It's really going to be tough to beat that.
Did you cover much of that trial? Did you cover that trial? I mean, how much involvement, if any, did you have with that trial?
I think I streamed the sentencing phase of it, and I don't really think if I did stream something else about it, I don't remember. But I have looked at a lot of the documents and done stuff on that. So I've seen a lot of his nonsense. I listened to it when I was doing other things and all that. He's awful. What he did is beyond comprehension in terms of just how callous and empty a person can be and devoid of humanity. He's awful, but he also had that certain element to him that he was entertainment in a disgusting, weird circus-like way, right? Like you just wanted to see the next stupid thing he was going to say.
It is an interesting thing, right? That there are people like that where it's like you despise them, but can't look away, and you're just waiting for them to completely, implode, and you want them to be brutal, to go through a brutal misery, while at the same time you still want to keep watching their idiocy. It's an interesting psychological thing that I never really dissected, but I'm kind of curious about. I mean, it is interesting, right? Like, why is it that so many people It's like we're almost drawn to the macabre, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Megan Mob asks, Joe, to answer your poll, who's as fabulous as Charles Nelson Riley? Match Game 75 with Gene Rayburn. We need more great game shows with legit comedy. Hashtag raising the mood. Well, thank you. I appreciate you raising the mood.
That's a good thing to do.
Indeed. Tim Riggs says, I fully accept the safety risks associated with having. Oh my gosh, it's 3 minutes too. We'll come back to this. It's 3 minutes to Mountain Time Zones stuff. Oh my gosh. I just realized we're about to hit midnight in Utah. I gotta find something now. Where should I find this? Anyone have anything? Anyone have anything? What do you got? Yeah, I see Maddie Adams says that's me. Yeah, it's about to be 2024 for her too.
There's got to be a ball dropping somewhere in this nation of ours.
Where would it be? New Year's 20.
Somebody did mention Calgary. I don't know if it has to be an American ball or not. And I don't even know how Canada does time. What their time zones are. Did they know?
I don't. This is so not a real time zone. New Year's 2024 Mountain. Why are you not doing this?
Las Vegas Sphere. That ball's already on the ground, but that probably would look cool.
Vegas is good. New Year's Vegas ball drop. Do they have that? There's Vegas ball drop. Times Square, Las Vegas.
Birthday shout out. Tell me your name.
Shout out coming up. Wait 1 minute though. I think it is.
Oh my gosh.
1 minute
Oh my gosh.
Until Mountain Time crosses the new year.
Nailed it.
Well done.
Great. We're about to celebrate Mountain Time New Year, so about a minute away. All right. Thank you.
Are we a minute away?
She's going to finish that meal in 2023, though.
I don't know.
Who is in Mountain Time right now?
Ain't no ball. What's this?
Happy New Year. Not a bad deal.
What is
All
this?
right, keep my eye on the phone to turn.
All right, I'm gonna do it, Dave.
1 minute.
1 minute.
It's not 1 minute.
Arizona in the house.
Give us the countdown. We'll stand up and get it going.
Oh, this feels like New Year's right here. To me, this is exactly what New Year's always felt like.
Yeah, he's got the hat. He's got it all going. He's got a pot with food in it.
Oh, you live down south. You're used to warm weather on New Year's.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, Mountain.
There it is. Congratulations
Well,
to
that
these
was
guys out in Vegas.
Oh,
Did his ball drop?
Wow. Didn't think I'd start 2024 with that image. So there you go.
They're doing it right there. They're having a great time.
Yeah.
An hour away. An hour away, you guys.
I actually have
Holy
a mystery
cow.
ghost.
Let me see that
This
crypto
thing
cat.
also
Oh my-
has 144,000 subs. I don't know, 13,000 people watching these schnooks. I don't get it. And you and me, we're fighting for scraps. But
we got the best time zone in the U.S., right? Don't we? Don't we have the earliest time zone? Like all the rest of it's always catching up, right?
They are always catching up. They're
East
always
side, baby. Well, that's not east. I don't know how to be east gang. Just no west side.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
I failed there.
Tim Riggs says, I fully accept the safety risks associated with having rights to speech, religion, to bear arms, to be free from warrantless searches, etc. The Bill of Rights should be taught in multiple levels of basic schooling. I think that we need tons of civic lessons, including Bill of Rights, and for people to understand stuff like that freedom of speech relates, and that the Bill of Rights is exclusively describing your relationship with your government. Like this is something that every kid should understand, and almost seemingly none of them do. They just don't even understand conceptually like what's happening here, like what it's all about. I didn't understand it when I was in high school. Like no one really explained. It was only as I got older and I started really understanding like why there's a constitution, how it's operating. It sounds just like a very archaic, unrelated to me type of things to a high school kid. So you need to sort of sit them down and just sort of explain to them the significance of of our American heritage and the brilliance of what the founders gifted us, and the legacy that we've inherited from them in our American heritage, why it is that there's such a massive American privilege, why it is that how it is that your civil rights that are recognized by the Constitution is such a friggin' unique thing, an amazing thing, that and the sacrifice where these people who could have taken these rights from you 250 years ago to their own personal benefit said, no, that's not our domain to even try weighing in on. That's God's domain. And then and the conviction that they had to say, instead of being the nobles and kings of this new land that we're creating, that we're going to recognize the inherent godliness of every individual human being. I mean, this is just concepts that never existed beforehand. They literally created these concepts and then vested those the recognition of those rights to their children, descendants, and the beneficiaries of that is every one of us whose ancestors moved to most of whom moved to this country long after, and we're able to enjoy the blessings of that. And the saddest thing is when people just fail to fully appreciate how amazing those blessings are and how rare they are even today, that the level of protections we have for your First Amendment rights in particular and your Second Amendment rights, that these protections do not exist, even though others tried emulating. They set a model for the world, and those who tried copying the model did a piss poor job of emulating it. Because you see, even in a country that's a democracy like Israel, they still don't have the robust, recognition of your Second Amendment rights. Even these Western countries, whether it's the EU or it's Canada or Australia, that you see free speech ain't really that freaking free. And in Great Britain, that they're trying to mirror the Americas, and it's still not that free. Nobody has the robust protections for civil liberties that we have here. And few Americans, seemingly, certainly below a certain age, very, very few and far between the ones who actually recognize how amazing a blessing that is and what a gift that is that has been bestowed upon them because they had the good fortune to be born in North America, south of the 48th parallel. It is 48th, right? I mean, that's the 4840. So that's what I'm thinking. South of Canada. So anyway, that's just something that I could not agree with you more, Tim. This should be taught to everyone. Everyone should know. Caligula, thank you for the 5 memberships. God bless you. And to Greg Warrener, God bless you as well, my friend. I appreciate you guys sharing charitably people's membership and helping them, encourage them to come on back here, where I basically can just wax sentimental about the beauty of our founding fathers. The sheer number of people that come through the education system without a basic understanding of their rights and how the system functions is appalling. I think I just expressed that. Can just hear Southern Law's truth. Oh, he's awesome. If you weren't aware, Radar was on Match Game. I was aware. Him and a whole host of past comedians. If you don't know Match Game Joe, I'd be disappointed. Are you kidding? I can actually hear the music playing in the background as the comedians are all writing down their thing. Johnny says that he really loves his ice cream maker, except when he gets his blank stuck in there. Wah, 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 wah. They're all writing out. And you're like, there's always gonna be something mildly perverted. In our area, the ball was raised 2 hours ago. I mean, dropped, right? And thank you for the for the membership. Another good Lawgic membership from you, Greg. I appreciate you, brother. Speaking of things that we should appreciate, I don't know if you know this fine person who I'm about to bring in here. I promised I was going to bring mystery guests. I actually have a set mystery guest aside from this one who I'm about to bring in here. A surprise mystery guest that I plan that I know is coming in here. This one actually was a little bit of a surprise to me because I figured people might show up that I just sort of threw out there and didn't commit to me until the show actually started. And this fine man who I haven't seen in friggin' forever is Jeff.
Hey,
Legal Vices.
howdy, gentlemen.
You guys know each other?
Yeah.
Joe.
Mm. Why is that like something that like obviously hello?
How many times have the three of us been on Laid Back News on a Friday night together?
You're never on laid back.
How many dozens
And
of
it's
times
never
have we
Friday
been
nights.
together?
It's Friday night where you are. It's not Friday
No,
night
it's,
where
it's,
I am.
it's Saturday morning where I'm,
Oh.
or what the hell is it? Yeah, well, yeah.
It's Friday afternoon by us.
Well, it's early Saturday morning where I'm from. So yeah.
Jeff, how was the new year ringing in? Was it great?
How did
No,
I
not really.
stop for a second? How did you turn your camera into like a porthole?
Yeah, it's
No,
that's awesome.
It's just an awesome little vignette feature, I guess.
Is that what it is? No, did you do
Yes.
something that it
No.
looks like it looks like you were looking at you through a porthole?
A peephole.
Yes.
No, there you go.
Like you should literally be showering right. I feel like it's weird that you're
Happy
wearing
to
clothing.
oblige.
It's weird that you're
That's
wearing
just-
clothing.
It's just it's a vignette feature. You
Yeah,
turn
it
up,
brings the
there you go.
focus. It brings the focus
Yeah.
to Jeff. Look at that.
Yeah, puts the
No,
focus
I
where
like
it needs
put
to
it
be.
back. Put it
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, it's cool. I
that
don't
is
have
way
the technology to do that.
cool. Yeah.
That's all the technology I've got right there. Just cleared it out.
How have you been, Jeffrey?
Not too shabby.
So
Just moving along,
it's been,
enjoying the one day off I get for New Year's.
and by you, it's 2 in the
Ooh.
afternoon now.
It's 4 p.m. Wow, I don't have that much technology at
You're
my fingertips.
14 hours ahead of us.
Yes,
Wow.
exactly 14 hours ahead of you.
Wow, that's crazy. I know
it's easy.
India-
It's easy to commute. It's easy to compute. You just add 2 hours and then flip AM PM, just swap them back. So you're good.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just like, it's crazy how far away from us you are. You must be like more than 10,000 miles.
I guess you can be more than 10,000 miles away from someplace before. It's pretty close about the point you start getting closer to them again.
I figured
That's-
25,000 miles around, right?
Yeah.
So,
It's
I figured
about 5,600 miles from Los Angeles.
6,000 miles from Los Angeles.
5,600.
5,600. So Los Angeles is like 3,500. It's about 9,000 miles. You're saying? Wow. So how are things going for you out there in Korea? How are things going to your
Good.
channel? I don't know anything about you anymore. It's almost I feel like I haven't seen you in 6 months.
Well, I know you just, you're so focused on yourself. You just don't have time for us.
No. It's that you basically told me that you're a stupid broken time zone. You're never willing to come on stream with me ever again. That's essentially what you said to me. No,
or nothing
people
close to
think
that.
I'm making a
Joe.
joke. People think I'm making a joke. That was the excuse he gave. Was that the time zone. I'm like, okay.
Hey, you get me for a little bit at lunchtime about my lunchtime, which is about 10 p.m. your time. So.
Right. Yeah. 10 p.m. my time is noon by you. Right. So that's you're busy doing your own deal at that time.
I'm sitting at my desk.
I take it from the only thing I can take from that is that you have a girlfriend, and that's your time that you hang out with her. That's
Nope.
assuming.
Nope.
Mm.
I'm just in the office. But like today, I didn't see your message until about 30 minutes before you started. For some reason, it got lost somewhere in the deep stacks of all of the well wishes. You sent it like 5 days ago. So
I did.
Yeah.
I
I just saw it this morning.
but to be fair, like given the different time zone, like for you, it was 3 days ago. So
Yeah. We're just doing haven't done a darn thing all day.
So what was the
Just
biggest?
watching the sun go down over here, thinking, I should probably open my front door at least once today.
I planned on covering the biggest stories of the year and try and remind people of stories that they probably forgot happened in 2023. And one of them is the one that's near and dear to you. That every time I hear this story, I think of you, and that is the El Titanic story. That I think a lot of people forgot, like what a big deal, the vanishing of the what was the name of the Titan?
Yes, the scrunching of the Titan.
The scrunching. The scrunching of the Titan. Have there been lawsuits filed about that yet?
Oh, I'm sure they were filed very, very quickly thereafter.
Right. No,
But it's going to be years before anything actually happens.
I have a feeling it probably. But those lawsuits, I think I was talking with you about this as to the proper location, the proper venue for a lawsuit of this nature. And I think they left them from the coast of Newfoundland, right? And I was asking you whether they can follow this in the United States. Like, what's the locale? Does it go based on where the decedents are from? Like, how does this work with respect to finding?
Well, I'm guessing there was some sort of choice of law or clause somewhere
barring a choice of law clause. Barring a choice of law clause. That's such a freaking cop-out answer.
Well, it's probably the right one.
That's a cop-out answer. And I know it's probably true. Everyone should understand that in a contract, they very frequently will say that in the event of a legal issue, a legal dispute, or whatever, that it will be settled under the law of the state of X, and they usually will give in this court, and frequently even in the county that it's going to be in, and they can be very specific. And yes, it's true in contract law that whatever you write in the four corners of the document will almost certainly govern. So yes, that is all true.
So you're saying if a horribly unsafe company that didn't really have any inspections or licensing or oversight whatsoever happened to also have a really bad contract.
A neglectful lawyer. A lawyer who's as neglectful as the guy who did the weather stripping on the outside of the Titan. So,
well, it'd probably be a tort claim, and that would be, I guess, you could go where the people live, where the company does business, where the company's located at. I think any one of those is fine. Yeah. So I'd guess there's a lot of forum shopping going on.
It's nice when you can put in the fact section that the CEO said, "I hate safety."
Yeah, yeah, that's always a help thing. Testing's overrated.
This is the stupidest story of the world. It's the stupidest tragedy of all time.
That's unfortunately what he said, though. That's like a real thing.
I hate safety.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. I wonder if they're going to get and James Cameron's probably going to be subpoenaed to testify because supposedly he warned the dude, right?
Yeah. A lot of people did, apparently. So testify what a piece of crap that thing was. Or what they assume it was.
I think they're going to let him testify by avatar, though.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
He won't have to come live.
I am not an avatar.
I will tell you that I think that trial will be fire if they stream it.
I think there's going to be a lot of trials.
Yeah, I think that trial will be fire. And you're right, there will be, because every decedent is going to bring their own action. But then the questions, I mean, whether or not they'll be able to collect or it'll be stripped dry. There's probably insurance.
And all of the poor rescue workers who were emotionally damaged by having to look for it, and all of anyone that can get it. But see, the thing is it a paper company that has zero assets?
Yeah, exactly.
Which is a very high likelihood, unless, again, assuming he was a really, really bad lawyer that did their job for them. There's probably zero assets to recover.
One issue I do not recall discussing with you that you might have some knowledge about, given your expertise, is that I remember hearing, I don't remember if it was an interview with James Cameron or someone else, that they were basically saying it is impossible that the Coast Guard was unaware that this thing had been destroyed within 3 minutes of when it happened.
Yeah.
Because there would just be like this loud crunch that they would hear like across the world. And that they had to have known that this thing was gone.
Yeah, that's pretty much the understanding.
So my question is, can you think of any of, you were talking about the rescue workers and stuff and things of that nature. Can you think of any claims that could create against the Coast Guard, which might be a federal tort claim against the U.S. for their failure to timely notify the public as to this tragedy?
Nothing particularly jumps to mind. Because they can still say we weren't absolutely sure. There's nothing else it could have been as far as we know, but we just wanted to be very, very sure before. But that is the understanding, was that they knew.
They knew, and they just like had people just searching for nothing. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Should I ask you some political questions?
I think as long as no more work questions. It's a holiday.
Oh, you're on a holiday. I'm not going to. All right. So what is going on with you? Tell me about your channel. What's happening with you?
Not much. We're just kind of doing our thing. We've got. I have no idea what I'm doing tonight yet. Still thinking. Usually we do the maritime stuff on Monday, but nobody wants to hear about horrible disasters on Christmas and New Year's, so we've postponed it for 2 weeks.
Really?
Yeah.
You're like, because you didn't want to. You see, that's not how. Respectfully, I mean, and you know your audience far better than I know your audience, but respectfully, I don't think that people look at it as a sad thing when you talk about these tragedies. Maybe you wanted to take off. Maybe you wanted to take off, and that your excuse is I'm not.
Oh, no, we did something else. We didn't. We just didn't do the maritime stuff.
I'm just saying. I don't think people are watching your stream weeping. Like I just don't. That's just not the vibe that I get.
Well, there's the fun ones where cannibalism's involved and things like that. But there are some pretty damn tragic stories. And the one I was going to be doing on Christmas, I realized was particularly tragic. It's about a lifeboat disaster that occurred in England on 20th of December 1981, where they sent that because they're all volunteer lifeboat crews in the UK. They sort of dispatch from their little private little areas for each village or city has their own little lifeboat crew, and they went out to rescue some people, and literally everybody in the lifeboat crew died because of the weather and all these other factors that were doing it. So I figured, it's probably not what people want to hear about on Christmas, is the people who didn't make it home for Christmas in 1981. So we'll just push pause.
All right. So
Shackleton's a good story for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody who made it.
Can I?
Yeah.
Kind of at least.
Did you ever see the movie The Perfect Storm?
No. But we talked about, I can't remember which case it was based on, but we talked about the case it was the movie was based on. One of the fishing trawler things. But yeah.
Can I ruin the movie for you?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I watched The Perfect Storm like 6-8 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I was watching it. I was like, okay, this is an interesting movie, whatever. And you see that's the growing drama. And they show like all these different incidents that are happening on the boat, personal frictions. This guy is hating this other guy and he thinks he's not working hard enough. And then the guy who's yelling at him all the time, one of them ends up having some hook line that like basically catches onto his gear, and he gets yanked overboard, and his mortal enemy dives into the water and risks his life trying to save his life, and they become friends. And then they had the biggest haul that they'd had in a long time, and they were all struggling and miserable, and they had this big massive haul, and they're trying to decide, do we bring it back home? There's reports of a storm, there's supposed to be other hauls, should we go back? I don't know. There's issues with the radio and all sorts of decision making that's going on the boat, and they can't communicate with anyone because the fax machine's out or whatever it is. And then the storm starts hitting, and the noble captain is so majestic. Oh, what a noble hero George Clooney is. If you thought that, like, basically if you took like Jesus and Moses and the most charitable man you ever met and wrapped them into one, they were like a smattering, tiny little inkling of Captain George Clooney in this thing. This guy is so kind and so handsome and so sweet and so funny and so amazing, and everything that he's doing on this boat, and so thoughtful and so wise, just brilliantly wise and brave. When the storm is hitting, he's climbing up on this thing, and the boat is ratcheting back and forth, and he's climbing out, and the boom deck or whatever stupid thing they would call it on a boat, he's out there, it's flopping around, and he's flying around, manages to fix it in order to save the ship while it's in the middle of this crazy storm, and the boat is coming up this way and it's coming up that way, and all these different things, until finally the thing flips on over and they get stuck in there, and like they're slowly trying to figure out like what can we do, and they realize that they're never going to make it, and then they all died. And I'm watching this thing, and like I only realized at the end, I was like, hold on a second, they all died? Wait, if they all died, than everything I've been watching for the last hour and a half about the drama and the ship catch and the fish catch and the debate that this guy wants to go back, the other guy says we shouldn't go back, and then they're mad about the not going back when the storm hits, and the ship and the captain, and he's flying out on the boom deck, and that's swinging around out there. None of that. There's no way to think there's no reason to think for a second that any of that happened. So I basically spent the last hour basically feeling like, oh, wow, this is a little bit of a dramatization of events that we know that happened, when it's not a dramatization. It's literally a fabrication that's being sold to me as based on true events, when it's got zero more basis in true events than if the captain was literally curled in a fetal position from the moment they went out there because he saw a fish that looked scary, and he was sitting there like this the entire time saying, "Let's go back." And there's a mutiny on the ship. They're like, "You suck. We all hate you. We're going to catch more fish." We don't know what the heck happened. No one knows what happened because they weren't in communication with anyone.
Well, the one thing we do know is that the ship had started back home 3 days before the storm hit, so they were well on their way back home when the storm hit. That's kind of really all we know.
Oh, I don't know. There's just a lot of
So other than that,
a lot of made up stuff that's happening there that they were selling to me for an hour and a half there. That this is a telling of the tale, and I was like, this is completely made up. I mean, what happened on land? Yeah, that could have happened. I mean, that the people who were worrying about them. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, but.
Well, welcome to Hollywood, Joe.
No, I'm very upset about it. Okay, I'm very upset about it because I was believing in it. And the reason I was believing in it is I was like, I was convinced someone had to have survived, otherwise they wouldn't know all this stuff. Someone came back and told the tale. Maybe they exaggerated, maybe it was hyperbole. When I saw they all died, that's when I lost it. I'm like, this is crap. This makes me.
I can see it affected you.
Yeah. It was 9 months ago, and I canceled my Netflix subscription over it because I was just like,
wow.
I was like, you baited me, you tricked me into thinking that this is the story, and it's not. It's not.
Well, we've spent 2 weeks at least, I think, on the voyage of the HMS Wager in 1741, which was part of a fleet from England that set out to harass the Spanish off the coast of Peru and to sort of capture Peru. They left with 1,800 people in their fleet on 8 boats. They came back with 0 boats, and 200 people of the entire 1,800 people were surviving at the end of this few year escapade.
How'd the 200 survive?
Well, they were on Admiral Anson's ship. They were part of the admiral ship that managed to survive a bunch of stuff and then go over to. They sort of accidentally circumvented the world. They got to South America. Then they decided, hey, we think we know where this Spanish galleon is that's carrying all this silver between China and everywhere else. So they went off to China and captured the ship, and then they just kept going around the world. But only 200 of those made it. Of the others that weren't on that ship, 33 made it. So there's like 200 on that ship, and like 33 other people survived. Wow. But no, wait, like 8 survived. And that's the other thing is like, oh, how do we know this happened? Because I mean, that was the cool thing. The crew of the Wager, they got shipwrecked coming around the southern tip of South America in the winter, which is really, really the worst time to do that because they've got the currents and the waves and things. They just there is no land between Antarctica and then South Africa and South America, so the water just continues to cycle, and then it bottlenecks around those 2 points of land. So it increases. They get 90-foot waves. They get winds constantly.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, that kind of thing. And
no,
these guys.
I had to do that. I'll explain why. You finish the story.
Yeah, it took like a month for this ship. It got separated from the rest of the crew. It took them a month to go around the tip of South America because they were going against the winds, and they ended up getting shipwrecked on a place that later became known as Wager Island. And within 2 weeks,
I wonder how it got that name.
Yeah, yeah. Within 2 weeks, they'd resorted to cannibalism, mutiny. It just went Lord of the Flies instantly, which is part of the problem you have with like mercenary crews. There's so much involved in this story, and it's great how we all came to know about this. The wager, they were horribly understaffed, so undermanned, undercrewed. So what they had no conscription at the time, so there was not enough volunteer Army people or Navy people to put on the boat, the Royal Navy. So they went into press gangs, basically, where they were kidnapping people and they still didn't get enough people. So to finish crewing the wager, they literally raided what would have been the 18th century equivalent of a VA hospital.
No way.
They went to a hospital, a retirement home for injured and disabled war veterans, and they were pulling people with missing limbs, with sicknesses and illness in their 50s, 60s, and 70s. They were literally raising some of them in their cots from the shore onto the boat to crew this thing. And the cook was 82 years old. And this is back when the average life expectancy was 40 years.
Right.
So they're pulling in just these people from
probably Methuselah on that boat.
Yeah, these are people who'd be like 150 years old today and just putting them on the ship. But when it crashed, they separated up in all these different groups at the very, very end. Some tried to escape, some tried to walk. And even the guys that managed to build a smaller boat, they took their lifeboat and sort of extended it and made a larger boat. Even they were kicking people off along the way. And their idea was just to get back to London, tell their story the way they wanted it told. And I mean, part of it was abandoning the horrible, horrible captain where they shipwrecked. They got back and like, here's our story. And then like 2 years later, one of the group that they had abandoned on shore along the way showed up in England. And it's like, oh shit, we better start writing our story fast. Then another group showed up later, and then the captain showed up 5 years later. And so there was three competing stories, really, three competing books that were all published. And I mean, the captain, he gave his story. The first guys to get there gave his story. And then the middle group gave their story. But one of the cool things about it was the people that were stuck with the captain, one of them was turned out to be the grandfather of Lord Byron, the poet. So it was his father. He was his father. Wow. And it turned out to be, so he had a good writer there with him.
Wow.
But so there's these three books that were written there. So we know what happened, but we don't know which version of the truth is what happened.
Like I said, if one person survived and they're telling over his perspectives as to what happened, I'm like, okay, fine. You know, that's like, it's rooted in something rather than literally just making up events out of thin air, which is what the movie actually is. That's what pisses me off. I was like, there's literally zero basis to think that any of this happened.
And that's what's going to happen with the Titan movie.
I thought I heard a Zippo there, Jeff.
You may have.
That was him.
Yeah.
That's a distinctive sound, if that's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me. I need to. I got
the ASMR.
I need to blow my horn for a second here.
Do it. Blow your own horn.
Yeah. So this is for Mr. Frizzy Fro, who sent me a $500 Rumble rant, which that's never happened before.
Wow.
Yeah. So I thank you.
So this is like real dollars, not Emirati dirhams that you were confused about earlier.
Yes, apparently, yeah.
Which was still a lot, though. That was still a lot.
That's are you kidding me? That's amazing. In fact, he sent more later on, which I'm going to come to soon. He says, "Thank you, Joe, for always being yourself for the New Year stream and for the great selection of guests. Cheers. God bless you. I hope that the year for you is a phenomenal year, and that I continue to entertain you and give you myself, which is what you were thanking me for. And I hope this year is a year of perfect health, wealth, and personal growth for you and your entire family, both near and extended." So thank you, brother. I really appreciate you. Let me make sure. So I also missed this. Bella says, we still have another hour here in Vegas, Joe. That's how long our son is. But this is the right channel. They have super nice fireworks when the ball drops. And somehow I missed it. I'm sorry. I suck. I'm so sorry. Also, I wanted to drop this out there for you. 20 membership. Tank Rat 2, this is like the third. or for its significant contribution that he's made tonight. So God bless you, Tank Rat. You are awesome. And the following is not a cult type of cult at all. I'm not the leader of the following. I'm just a follower, just like you. It's not at all. Some people are going to lie, and they're going to say to you stuff. They're going to say, oh my gosh, it's such a cult. It's such a cult. It's not at all. There's no self.
And that's exactly what Charles Manson said.
There's no harming others. There's no self-mutilation. There's no Kool-Aid. There's no spaceships. There's no squirrel. There's no squirrel taunting. No goat sacrifices. No spraying blood on your walls. No sleeping in crypts.
No, well, who wants to join this then if there's no sleeping in crypt?
No self-jabbing.
Boring.
No self-jabbing. No stabbing yourself in the leg, and no cutting off of any of your body parts. There's no identification under various genders or anything of that. There's none of that. There's just some mild farm work, and strong community, greater unity, and of course personal growth.
Did you say mild farm work?
Mild farm work. Someone's got to grow the crops. Okay.
So Joe needs his agricultural.
I mean, yes, we covered that earlier. Diaz says, LawTube as a presence helps us understand how the legal system affects our daily lives, not something confined to TV courtroom dramas. Hopefully, not that I know really what LawTube is, but yeah.
Well, yeah, it just lets you realize that those TV legal dramas got nothing on real life.
Yeah,
that's true.
They just wrap them up in 30 minutes.
Timmerick says, I'm pretty blasted, but I would say this anyway. I bloody love my country, and I love the foresight of our founders to enforce restrictions on our government. I just wish our politicians would adhere to their oaths better. Yeah, that would be a good thing. Zero Fuchs says Vegas is Pacific time. No, it's not. Is it?
I don't know.
Yes, it is.
That doesn't. They check back 3 a.m. your time. LOL. Awesome. That's pretty funny. Marbury v. Madison wrongly decided. Marshall's opinion kind of assumes the conclusion. What do you guys think?
Joe, this is some kind of conspiracy here because that group you showed, they were in front of a Vegas hotel, right? They acted like it was New Year's.
Maybe they were doing it for the mountain folk.
Were they green screening? And then
I don't know. Yeah, that's a good. I don't understand. And they're like an hour. That is really weird. That's a great question.
There was some way to search quickly whether Las Vegas was actually in that time zone or not. But
there's no way. That's the sad
There's no way to do it.
There's
no way to do
zero
it.
chance any of us will ever be able to know what time zone Vegas.
They can't do it. They can't figure it out. They don't even know.
There's no one knows. Even in Vegas, they don't know. If only there was some invention that man would make, which would help us look up information of that kind. But I think that's beyond the capacity of man. What do you guys think about Marbury v. Madison? Wrongly or rightly decided?
I think it's clearly wrongly decided.
Why do you say that?
Because they didn't have the power to decide what they decided. But they said they did, so, infinite loop. Lather, rinse, repeat. That's my opinion.
Steve, you agree with him?
Well, yeah, and that ship has sailed at this point, huh? Since
you're a little late to the game on this one.
Yeah.
But wait, I have an argument to make.
Did you consider?
This is like people 400 years in the future are going to be going, but wait, there's still something about this sovereign citizen movement. Let me explain. I found something new.
Tankrat says, LOL, the longest flight I was on was from UK to near Spokane, Washington. That was 14 hours and 4.6 thousand miles. From UAE to Arizona is 2 flights covering 8.3 thousand miles. I can't even imagine. Oh my God.
Yeah, it takes about 14 hours. It depends on which direction you're going.
It takes longer.
From here to
it takes longer coming here, right?
I always have to figure it out, because you're chasing the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah. Magma says there's no way that NATO or the U.S. hydrophones didn't hear the Titan implode. There's no way there wasn't an SSGN in the area that didn't hear it. That's what.
Well, they kind of admitted to it.
We know.
We heard something that could only have been that, but they're not saying that they were absolutely 100% sure.
Endless 13 says. Remember for 3 months, boat was the FV Andrea Gale. What boat was? Which one was that?
The Perfect Storm ship.
Oh, whatever. Yeah, okay. Well, don't even get me started. Court TV. I think I've been started actually. Court TV Addict says, "What are your thoughts on Racket's sober January? About time to pull up."
Good for him.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I hope I'm happy for him. If that's people are gonna make their own choices on what they want to do. So, Airplane movie is the story of Flight 93 during 9/11. That's so. Shut up. He's making fun. He's saying like much like The Perfect Storm is the story about the Andrea Gale. So too, Airplane is the story of Flight 93 during 9/11. That's pretty funny. Adrian says, I felt the same way when we saw it. I was mad no one survived. My mother said, of course no one survived, and looked at me like I should have known. Like, no, I didn't know. You're late on Rumble Rants, Joe. Vegas hasn't changed yet. Still have 30 minutes. I think she's in Vegas. She's the one who told me. So wait, where am I supposed to find? All right. Matthew says, Vegas, I'm coming Pacific time. The confusion was the sphere was counting down other zones too. Oh, so that's what's happening.
That damn sphere.
Damn sphere.
Yeah, I need to get a unidirectional microphone because this omnidirectional Shure usually picks up the dog snoring and crunching more than it picks up me. Sorry to everyone hearing my dog snoring and chewing on things.
Are you kidding me? I feel like it's almost like there's certain smells and sounds in New York. So that's the same thing. There's certain smells and sounds of Jeff joining my stream. So if you didn't have the dog in the background, I wouldn't know it was you. Nana 1776 says Vegas is PST. Start partying since 9 p.m. 23 minutes to go. So use the link you had before. I didn't see her link though. That's the thing. I didn't see her link. Like now I gotta go find the friggin' link. Where is it? I'm looking. You know what? Maybe she's a digger. She might have put it. She says we still got an hour here. Where's her link there? I'm looking in her. I'm looking in Rumble. I don't see it in Rumble. I'm gonna check in. I'm gonna check in the other thing. I actually have a surprise mystery guest. That was not you, Jeff. Even though you're kind of a man of mystery. Yeah.
Oh, that's me.
And that person popped up for a second backstage and then disappeared a second later. So I hope that their stay ends up being extended a little bit more. Fan says they're still looking for Crossfire Hurricane Binder. Okay. Oh gosh.
Good Rolling Stones song.
Oh, there's all right. Viola just gave me the link. And
Zoom in on it.
Okay. Wow.
I heard the link.
What? You heard it?
I heard a helicopter.
Yeah. I'll share it with you. This is what we got here. This is what I got going on here.
Zoom. So yeah.
There you go. Very
I
big.
think I'll take one more pond over there.
Whoa.
Are you big on New Year's resolutions, Jeff?
No, I don't do them because I always disappoint myself, and I'd rather not have yet another failure in my life. No, I just try to be a little bit better every day.
Well, what about you? What about you, Steve?
My New Year resolution is to come up with some good ones for next year.
Yeah,
I got 12 months to do it.
I would still fail doing that, even something like that.
I get like any litigator, I'll just get another extension.
My New Year's resolution is to learn a certain dance move. And I know that.
Which
what?
one, though?
Do not twerk for us.
Okay.
I'll show you which one. I want to learn this before my daughter's wedding.
Now's where the employer runs up. You can't be filming in here. It's illegal.
I've got to dig it up so I can share it. I'll share it with you. But I showed it to my son as to how to do this, what this move is supposed to look like.
All those people are on their phones. It'd be funny if one of them were watching you while you're watching them on their phones.
That would be cool. Actually, Ron Coleman is restreaming me.
Sweet.
Not that I mind.
Hi, Ron Coleman.
He's not awake, but
He
He's
will be
really
sometime.
not. He literally just left it running. I'm wondering what's going to happen when I turn off.
Brewdog in the house. There you go.
Will his? Do you think his stream ends when my stream ends? I think it's just going to be redirected to what I don't know what's going to happen to him at that
Yeah.
point.
When one stream ends, another begins.
Just where.
So you want to see the dance move that I plan on learning?
Yeah.
Sure. Intrigue us.
Oh, yeah. This is
I've got one I hope it is.
what. What do you hope it is?
Well, let's see if I'm right here first. Probably not, because the odds are
Chances
pretty
are
slim.
very small. Very small. Yeah. All right. So I got to pull this up here.
That is actually the one I was thinking of. Yes.
Get out of here.
Yes. That is exactly the one I was thinking of.
Gosh, isn't that the coolest thing in the world?
Yes, it's a big thing here in Korea.
Oh my gosh. I'm like, I totally could learn how to do this. I totally could do this. I actually am having to be a pretty good dancer. At least I was back when I was younger. But the fluidity of dancing is not something you lose. It's not the fluidity, it's more the muscle strength, because there is, I think, significant stomach muscle strength that's required. But it literally looks like the dude's walking on air. It is the coolest freaking thing in the world. No?
There is one Korean kid that is a ridiculously weird master at this.
It's crazy. I could totally do that.
Are you going to have the right shoes for that?
I think you could do it in any. It's not the
Yeah, you can
shoes.
pretty much do it in any shoes. Yeah.
It's not heel to toe. No, it's actually what he's actually doing. When he breaks it down, is he's actually lurching onto the other step before without ever landing that foot, and then switching feet. You basically have that foot, keep that foot in the air, and then just just lift your foot in the air. You like lurch yourself up and land on the same foot, and that first foot never comes down. But then right away you switch feet.
Yeah, I put the link in the private chat to this little Korean kid that is just like wildly good at it.
Well, let's see.
How weird is it that I had it? That's the one I picked. I thought, oh my god, that'd be awesome if this is it.
Oh yeah. That's
Wow.
crazy there.
Wow.
He just looks like he's floating, that little kid.
Yeah, it's crazy. Don't tell me that I'm not going to have like everyone just like astonished if I do that. Wow. So cool. All right.
Follow me.
Okay,
I'm
I
sure.
could totally do this. It doesn't look like anything there, but then all of a sudden it looks like that. Wow. That's crazy. All right. How long can that take me?
Well, about a minute, according to the video.
I'm thinking
He'll be doing that in a minute.
I'm thinking 9 minutes. It'll take me 9 minutes to learn how to do that. So I figure like some point I can already moonwalk. That's not hard. I can do the moonwalking is really not hard. That I can actually do pretty fluidly. So
Oh yeah.
do you guys know how to dance? Do you sing?
No.
Dance? Do you have any? Can you act? Can you
Sing
you
and
tell
act dancing
jokes?
is dancing is not something that I do.
Can you keep
everything
alive?
else we're good.
Can you keep a fish alive? Can you change
Until it dies, yeah.
Tell us your skills.
I can act like I'm dancing, but I can't.
I can't even do that. I do it so badly, people think I'm ironically making fun of dancing. I'm like, no, I'm giving it my best effort, really.
All right. Well, this is what's happening live right now. It's still 15 minutes left before anything happens in Pacific time.
Woo!
I was supposed to cover stories. My diggers are going to be all mad at me because they did all this research to try and find me big stories of the year, and I was supposed to basically cover like the main stories of 2023. What do you think? Let me ask you this: as far as stories that unfolded in 2023, okay, what was the stupidest story that you can remember happening this year? I know it's a hard question.
The stupidest story.
Yeah, it could be stupid. It could be funny.
Our government.
You gotta be a little more. Because there was a whole bunch of stupid stories that happened this year, but like Dylan Mulvaney going on a Budweiser can.
That was dumb.
That people
Yeah.
people forget that this is what happened in 2023, and these stories have to be told, passed down to our children. They forget about the whole Target thing with their tuck bathing suits. Yes, the rise of the tuck bathing suits and the impact that had on them financially. Well, anyway. But what's the matter?
I'm just thinking of stupid stories.
Stupid stories. All right. Who do you think? Which politicians do you think had the biggest rise this year? This was a good year for that man or woman.
Biggest one.
Because I'll tell you, if I can come up with someone who, if you ask me, biggest political winner of the year and biggest political loser of the year,
I'm going with Fetterman.
You think he's the biggest winner of the year?
From where he started when he was elected to will he be able to, unfortunately due to his stroke, be able to form a sentence to becoming one of the most reasonable, wisest people to speak in our government right now. So he's traveled a long way, is what I'm saying.
That's not okay. Okay,
but
I like it.
Is it the real one though, or is it the
question.
clone, or the stand-in, or whatever he's supposed to be?
That was one of the stupidest stories of the year. Also, that was. Yeah, because the story that Jeff is referencing is when there was all this speculation that this is not the same Fetterman who people voted for, but some clone who was standing in for him. You can see by the shape of his ears, of his earlobe, and look at this eye and the skin tone, and his face was melting at certain points. And yeah, did he look really different at different times? Yeah, he did. I'm not going to kid you, but that was pretty stupid. That's like when you're like, okay, guys, just chill. If you ask me who the biggest winner and loser of from the political games from 2023, I think it has to be two people from the same story. That's Matt Gaetz and Kevin McCarthy. I mean, think about this. Coming into 2023, Kevin McCarthy was supposed to be the lead guy for the GOP. Like, he was it. I mean, the one aside from Trump, perhaps. This was. Everyone knew he was going to become speaker. Everyone expected he was going to be. A year ago, it was like, yeah, he's going to be the speaker. It's just a matter of how many times he's going to take a vote and a little bit of a hassle from the Freedom Caucus. And, and all these people standing up to him were looked at as being losers. And even after he was ousted, he was still manipulating things behind the scenes. And we're finishing 2023 with him announcing his retirement. I mean, think about what an utter collapse of a year this has been for that snake Kevin McCarthy. And on the other side of it, Matt Gaetz, I mean, he basically took 8 people from his own Freedom Caucus and turned Washington, D.C. on its head to get in a fairly based Speaker of the House and stood up to the most powerful member of the RNC. That's an amazing accomplishment. And how he managed to pull that together. That's an amazing. Those are two opposite fortunes, and no one would have foreseen a year ago.
Well, DeSantis stood up to some people too, but he needed elevator shoes to do it.
Yeah, well, DeSantis, I think, had a terrible collapse this year also. I mean, a year ago, if you mentioned DeSantis for president, a lot of people took that very seriously, and now I think the dude's way behind Nikki Haley, for crying out loud. I mean, what the hell is that? He's not second. He was second for a long time. He's well behind Nikki Haley at this point. That's a pretty significant fall from grace.
Well, Jeff's right. The thing people are thinking about most with him now is a forensic audit of his boots, and that's not where you want your campaign to be at this point.
Yeah,
that's pretty funny. The other political story that I think is really interesting to me is that I think is very significant from this year actually happened very recently, and that was George Santos being removed from Congress. Because that story.
That whole thing is a stupid, weird story.
Everything about this story is the funniest, most bizarre story imaginable. From his whole "I'm Jewish" to his fake CV to his mother dying in 9/11, but not really in 9/11, but she really just didn't like 9/11 or something like that. I mean, just the craziest, stupidest lies, and then being literally one of the most base dudes in all of Congress. and then like all his exposure about how like this dude was like really freaking corrupt with the money, and yet despite there being no conviction but just a bunch of charges that he's thrown out of Congress, and frankly he has no recourse on that because Congress can govern themselves. And he becomes the only person who is not thrown out of Congress. From what I understand, the only sworn-in member of Congress has 6 members of Congress ever, and the others were all under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Is that right? That's what I remember seeing something to that effect. So
that's your department to tell us those facts.
Yeah,
you're the smart. You two are the smart guys in the room.
So another thing that I won't forget for about 2023 is HR 25. This is an inside joke for my show. If you're not a regular watcher of this show, you cannot appreciate the significance of HR 25. But there's a guy named Patrick whose last name I can never remember, who one night, roughly, 9 months ago, he came in and he was yelling at me about it, all excited about HR 25, HR 25, HR 25, which HR 25 was basically a bill that Congress was proposing to throw out there that was effectively going to eliminate income tax and basically put us on a fair tax designed to basically charge that we take 23% off of every dollar you ever spend in a supermarket or on anything ever. And that was the 23%. And that's what HR 25 was all about. So this guy came in and he was telling me how excited he was about HR 25. And I told him this is the worst thing in the world and it's never going to pass. But even if it did, God forbid if it did. And my philosophy behind the terribleness of HR 25 is that if such a thing were to ever pass, well, you can understand that the government would then start saying they need to track our spending of money. And the best way to do that is to abolish paper money altogether and just have us working on credit, each of us like having to have our own basically scan barcode in your wrist to buy and sell anything. And this would be like the worst form of government oversight imaginable. And that's what would be the natural outgrowth, because they're going to be like, how can we make sure we're getting what we need unless we actually are monitoring every transaction? If there's paper money, it's impossible to monitor anything. So that would be how they would institute this government oversight. And that was a terribly terrifying thing. He was arguing with me that's never going to happen, and that I'm wrong. And we spent like an hour arguing about this. And like, a month later, he came in and he starts talking to me. Joe, did you even read the bill? I was like, I don't need to read the bill. I know what it's about. I can tell you right now. So he's like, there's nowhere in there does it say anything about that. I was like, it's not in this bill. It's going to come in the next bill 6 months later. Everyone knows what's going to happen. He would every 2 months, this guy would come in and just send me super chat after super chat after super chat talking about HR 25. And it got to a point where I was like, what's HR 25? I don't remember what that is. I don't remember. And he would just keep sending me like one super chat after another. And I was like, what is that about? I don't remember. And he never seemed to realize that I was totally trolling him into just sending me like more and more super chats about HR 25, which is something I told him I was going to do if he kept bringing up that stupid nonsense. So anyway. So my chat really, they fell in love with Patrick and HR 25. So that was the background on that. It is 2:55 a.m. Eastern time, which means it is time for us to peek in on Vegas, where the ball is about to drop.
Ooh.
Is there gonna be fireworks, you think?
Did they have a ball there?
No, I don't see no ball. I don't see no ball.
All right, happy New Year, everybody.
Wow, that guy was really enthusiastic.
Yeah.
I think he just got the bill
Don't
for
boom
his
this
table.
Cute up.
Hey, Tony, we're at Brewdog, on top of Brewdog.
If Joe starts to get a cast, I don't know what that is.
I think that's that's a lack of confidence in your dancing, Joe.
Oh, there's no reason to have any confidence whatsoever in my dancing ability.
We still have another year for HR 25. Yeah, that's true. It's only HR 24 this year. So, my diggers are yelling at me in the chat not to forget to go through their stories that they covered for me. Do you have a link for me, Big Boop? So I can at least go through.
Like you can almost cut the New Year's tension in the air with a knife.
You can, right? I want you to know something. Because I live in New York, I never appreciate how weird and unique New York is until I see any other large city compared to it. And I'm like, this is like literally nothing. Like, I mean, New York is like a whole freaking raucous party. And this is just, there's nothing happening. I mean, this is Vegas, you would think. And there's just nothing.
That subscribe button. We're on the road to 150,000 subscribers. I think we can actually get there. 4 minutes and counting. Everybody hit that thumbs up right now. 3 minutes. We will get there.
Yeah, they will get there.
Thumbs up. Let folks know.
I'm behind stream, they're saying. All right, now we're good.
And lady, move your subscribe button so you can see the non-action behind it. What's Vegas? People are like, all right, I got to stop drinking and gambling to go 3, 2, 1, yay. Leave me alone. I'm busy.
Do you think 2024 is going to be it's going to be for the world in general a happier year, or like compared to 2023? How do you think 2024 is going to
be? The entire world has to put up with the U.S. election. It's going to be horrible.
Who do you think's on the ballot in the end?
Oh, he's got a sparkly hat. Wow.
Oh yeah, that's the guy we had before. He was celebrating Mountain Time. Well, I'll turn him up.
All right, Dave, you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Go, Dave.
Y'all ready for the fireworks? Y'all ready for the fireworks? Yeah, it's gonna be good stuff.
All right.
Like, woo, we brought our kids to the bar.
I did the shoot over the sphere stream, but it's the Earth going in a circle right now.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Vegas, guys.
Vegas.
There it is, champagne.
There you go.
Ooh, let's go, David.
All right, here we go. Dave.
Yeah,
Here we go.
all right, hey, all right. The crowds are crazy down there on the strip.
Crazy.
It's packed.
It is definitely packed. We have 1 minute. I'm gonna keep this steady.
There's your
There
countdown.
it goes.
Oh, very exciting.
Yeah, nice.
That's hilarious.
All right.
Woo. Yay.
Park MGM's right.
500,000 people on the strip. 8 casinos will shoot off fireworks. No cars allowed on the strip till 3 a.m. Wow. All right, let's see what we
Arya's a
got.
little off down there.
Let's see what the fireworks look like. These 8 casinos.
Somebody's off.
Should be
I
nice.
think park teams are going faster than everybody else.
Now that the entire country will be in
We got some mixed
2024,
numbers going on
finally.
here.
The slowpokes.
Except for Hawaii and Alaska.
14,
Oh,
Park
they don't have
MGM
that.
and 34.
9.
Gotta stick
8,
around for 4 more hours.
7. I hate when I shoot up too early. That's one casino. There's another casino.
He's not even looking at the fireworks. He's like, yay.
Oh,
Smoochers.
that's
Smoochers.
He's filming his phone, filming it.
Yeah.
yeah. That's what we're seeing here.
Happy New Year's, Vegas.
And they're never going to watch these videos again.
In the world, of course.
It's an interesting thing about fireworks, which it's way more enjoyable in person than on video. Oh, not anything on video. When you're there, it's like, wow, that's
Turn
cool.
it up with us tonight. The fireworks are unreal. Cranking up.
These guys sound like they're announcing the opening of a Michaels.
They're going to have a wide selection of paint.
Yeah.
Charlie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for sticker.
Benjamin
the fireworks
Pink.
going, you guys. Happy
Benjamin
New Year's
Moore.
2024. They're setting them off. Perspective.
There's someone at the top of that hotel going, keep it down. I'm trying to sleep. Oh, wait. What's this other countdown at the other end for?
good question. Yeah, I see
They're,
that.
they're counting down for the slow people.
Nice. Yeah.
Why do they have? Oh man.
Leave the nuggets yet. All right.
Oh, I guess.
Well, it's 3 seconds.
Yay, counter down to nothing.
Yeah, that was just a replay in case you missed the first countdown.
Wait, I wasn't paying it. I was in the bathroom. Wait.
They were counting down to 12:03 a.m.
Yeah.
What did it say after 12? 11? Oh, thank God. I didn't.
Wow, smash that thumbs up on you guys and ring it 2024. Almost 60,000 thumbs on here.
There's 60,000 people watching this stupid channel. I don't understand it.
I think he gives out winning lottery numbers every so often. Maybe that's what it is.
Maybe because he's 3 minutes ahead.
Absolutely. We got it out. Be careful.
They're really struggling with this.
Yeah, not as tall as you, but I know.
Joe, can we be the first to say that those fireworks are actually dispersing nanoparticles designed by Bill Gates to the people in the crowd below for further mind control in 2024? It's like an annual inoculation. Come to the fireworks show.
That's almost certainly true. Definitely more likely than not.
It's like one person cheering on the entire rooftop there.
Yeah. And they're doing the woo too. Woo!
Yeah.
Woo.
Whoa.
I can hold it if you want.
Yeah, because I'm kind of like, all right, look, there's all the chicken.
Wow. How long do you think this goes for?
Over here.
I don't know, but it's not too late for him to send that hat back through Amazon and get a refund.
Wow, 2024 is bringing out a funnier Steve.
Whoa. We need another whoa.
Yeah, we're getting
Come on, lady.
a lot of woos in the
Yeah.
There
Woos
it
are
is.
what does do it. Oh, nice.
There you go.
Well done. Let's see how festive you are.
Whoa.
Wow.
Somebody can still whistle. That skill hasn't been lost to the time.
I guess they're not jabbed.
Woo! I want my own fireworks.
I see you got your lights going on there.
Yeah, sweet.
Yay! I feel like I'm included. I feel seen.
This is great.
There we go.
Make it stop. How do I make it stop?
You guys know all the tricks.
I just don't know the one that makes it stop. That's the problem.
What is that? That's lights in your room?
They're my streaming lights.
Just scream Alexa.
Help me. There we are.
Someone actually pointed that out to me, by the way, when I'm streaming and there's like 1,000 people watching. Some of them don't have me in headphones. So if I say something like, Alexa, turn off the lights.
Yeah.
Like that, it actually does that.
I do that just for jokes sometimes. It's, hey, Siri, call the police.
So they've got a kid on the stream now, or else somebody found a helium bottle.
2024, everyone. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, too.
This year's so old for us, though.
Yeah. Hell, I'm already done with my first day, and you're just starting.
Wow.
All right, here we go. Picking it up.
Here we go. It's been going for 5-6 minutes.
Yeah,
They renewed the woos, though.
Yeah.
it worked.
These must be the finale. It's woo worthy.
This was a great link, Viola. I'm not kidding. This is I feel like I'm getting something out of this one compared to the other one, with like
You're not going to get this many woos on any other stream. That's why this has got 160,000
You know
people
what?
watching
This is
it.
better than anything else we watched. This is
There it is.
There you go. With balloon animals. Uh-oh, there's some ticker tape there. Like they literally chose the most boring place in Vegas to do this from.
But it worked for them. There's 65,000 people watching them. Wow. All right.
So in LA, they're just shooting off their hip cannons into the sky.
You think there's a clown up there? They see all these kids with these balloon shapes. Is there like a creepy clown somewhere that they're not showing on the stream?
Probably had it on stilts and just like that'd be funny if he's like on stilts and just sort of flipped over the edge.
If he was on stilts, people maybe said, "Hey, here's DeSantis. He's trying to get some votes," and then he had to leave because it's not a political rally. Oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah, that's excellent.
They're synchronized. Wow. So there's like fireworks central somewhere in Vegas.
Okay.
They did it. They succeeded.
They lived through another year. All right. Good job.
Wow. Happy New Year. Happy New Year's, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Hold on, let me fix this up for you, Dave.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
All right. And I've just got to say, Happy New Year's is a trigger for me.
Why is that?
Because it's Happy New Year, not Happy New Year's.
Oh.
That just irks me. I know it's always irked me, and it always will irk me. Irk is a word we need to reintroduce into the lexicon.
This is certainly true, with far more alacrity.
Exactly.
What? That's not the right word. That's not the right word.
Indubitably.
I get that's the closer word. I always get triggered because I remember when I was like married for like 3 years or so. I was living in my apartment, and I had a downstairs neighbor who was living there, who was they had an accent, and like it was Friday night one year when it was New Year's, and so Friday night in the winter we go to sleep early.
Like, you just did that on purpose, didn't you?
What?
You said when it was New Year's.
Oh. You're welcome. So, and all of a sudden, my wife and I were woken up to them. Apparently they were making phone calls. So, and for an hour and a half, we just heard "Happy New Year, Happy New Year, Happy New Year." Hey, Happy New Year. And it's like, okay, it's not Happy New Year. That's not it. That's definitely not it. And you don't need to call everyone you ever met on the phone at 1:00 in the morning to know who are. I can't even imagine a soul that I would call at midnight to say Happy New Year or Happy New Year's, and certainly not Happy New Year. So, yeah. But apparently that was a cultural thing. I think they were Polish or something. I don't know. But
it's always the people that like the worst time is your birthday and your phone starts going crazy at exactly midnight. It was first. I want to be first. Happy birthday first.
Well, Joe, that was just a telephone pole. Sorry. It's terrible. That's terrible.
That was good.
There's no woo really in that. There's just awful.
No, this is the 500K. We got this. Bella Stella hitting me. 20 good Lawgic memberships. God bless you, Bella Stella. You probably know what the following is all about, and you're welcome that Bella Stella brought you into the fold. Not that I'm the leader of the following. I'm a follower just like you. A lot of people get confused about that. Allegan says, want the views update city time zone for each one? Oh, hell no. No. Debbie says one of your chat mentioned an earthquake in Japan, 7.4, 7.5, and now they've issued a tsunami warning for western coast for up to 5-meter tsunami. It's starting. Happy 24. Happy 24. It's starting. It's starting. Have you seen anything? Are you looking that up right now?
Well, it's odd. Let me see here. Yep, they've been given evacuation notices.
Really?
Yeah. Just warnings. I mean, now, yeah. I mean, hell, we get them all the time here in Korea. If the wind blows a little too hard, if somebody's like, because they didn't give them the last time this earthquake thing happened, so now they want to be extra cautious and give them every time there's even a hint that there might be something happening later on.
What do people do when a tsunami's coming? Like, what the hell can you even possibly do?
Get to higher ground.
That's what it is. Just go to higher ground.
Yep.
So in a place that they issued tsunami warnings, are there just like tens of thousands of folk hanging out on a mountaintop? Is that what
If
happens?
they get there, yeah. Tops of
Everyone
buildings and
drives
whatnot.
on up to a mountain and they're all just like park their cars and get on out and like walk the rest of the way so that they're standing at the very top of the mountain and can watch their fellow Japanese drown. Like I'm asking this seriously. Like what do folks do?
Yeah, go to the tops of buildings. Like the hill right behind my house is a designated tsunami.
I just want to point. Oh, so you're saying it's not like they drive miles and miles. They just go to
Yeah.
like some. Oh, okay. I just want to point this out. The top of a building sounds like the stupidest place to be for a tsunami. That sounds like what the idiots of the world are like. Oh, because if we're on the top floors of the building, when a 30-foot wave hits this 4,000-foot building and knocks out the bottom floors, we'll still be okay. That's not a plan. That is not any sort of plan. That's the opposite of a plan. That's just not understanding how basic physics work, that if the bottom floors get taken out, the top floors are not long behind. That's like,
well, that's kind of not how tsunamis work, though.
so
I mean,
how
it's
does
not
it
like
work?
it's not like a tidal wave that comes. It's just a sea surge.
Okay.
You'll watch like the sea go out, and then it just comes in and just keeps rising and rising and rising and rising. If you go back and you look at some of the Japanese tsunami video, you'll just see it's just like it comes up against the sea walls and it just keeps climbing, and then it goes over the sea walls, and then it takes trucks and boats and things with them over the
And
top.
what
And then
happens to those trucks and boats?
they get washed into the middle of the city.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. So now when they all come crashing into like, and the waves come, they don't smack up against the side of the building. It's just the water just starts steadily rising.
Yeah, pretty much.
No,
there actually is some pictures of a large ship sailing past an office building. It's some of the footage there in Japan.
That's pretty wild. That's actually pretty cool.
And then Godzilla comes, yeah.
All right. Entry required says Astoria Park when the barges are in the East River, in my opinion, is the best place in New York City to see fireworks. Yeah, it is. I've gone there on July 4th, and it's amazing. Good entry also says happy New Year from this New Yorker in Sweden, and to all my chat, my fellow expat prospering in Korea, and to Steve, courtesy of Mr. Entry Required. And I want to apologize to my diggers. I'm not going to get to the story. I thought I would. There was a plan. There was a thought. I hope you forgive me. Fan says they're still looking for the Crossfire Hurricane binder. Okay. I'm not sure when that came up. And yeah, I think I covered everything. I think I covered. If I missed your chat or your rant or whatever, I apologize. I want to thank Mr. Legal Vice's Mr. Southern Law. Links to their channels. Can you want to, before I wrap on up here? Can you guys take a moment to sell yourselves?
All right, $5.
All right, perfect.
Is that
cheap?
Who's going to give me $5?
All right.
If you want to check my channel out, you can do it. I got a lot of legal stuff on there, and I have the latest video is a rendition of New Year's Day, not New Year's, but New Year's Day.
Nice. So that's you'll find that at Southern Law. Are you on YouTube and Rumble or on Locals? What are we
Just
selling?
YouTube right now.
All right. And Legal Vices.
That's the channel name. That's where I am. You can find semi-legal stuff there. You might accidentally stumble across a fact or two that might be useful, but we don't intentionally try to do that. We're covering a bunch of stuff. We've got the YNW Melly double murder retrial, which has been pushed back to March from February.
Wait, they're being tried again?
Yeah.
What happened?
There was a mistrial in July.
I thought they were.
It was a hung jury.
It was a hung. Oh, it was a hung jury.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
And there's this new case out of Florida with a Guatemalan immigrant. He was like 17 at the time, I believe. He comes from a very, very small Mayan village and speaks this Mayan dialect called Mom, which like only about 500,000 people on planet Earth speak. And he was just sitting talking to his mother on the telephone, eating something next to the Motel 8 where he was staying at. And the cop rolled up on him. First thing the cop says is stop. And the guy's like, what? And within minutes, there's 4 cops on top of him. They tased him 7 times in 2 minutes. He's just screaming. He doesn't speak Spanish. He doesn't speak English. He speaks like this Mayan dialect. And so he has a couple of words in both languages. He's screaming out, no, sorry, family. And they just basically tortured this kid for 7 minutes. And the first
in this video,
the first officer,
he refused to like stay down. That's the one thing I noticed is he refused to stay down. Now maybe he didn't understand English or something like that.
Well, see, that's why I hate these videos like this, is because it's like, it's like it's slapping your child, and your child is crying. So I'm going to keep slapping you until you stop crying. Right. That never works. Here, I'm going to tase you until you stop. I'm going to blast you with 50,000 volts of electricity until you stop doing this.
Right.
You just trigger the fight or flight thing, and it's a self-preservation thing you just can't overcome. Plus, the poor kid comes from. They have no police in his village. They have like a council of elders. The only police and military he's ever dealt with is the Guatemalan military that's been on basically on a genocidal campaign to wipe them out since the 1980s. So he doesn't have a great. And the first thing the cop does is reach for his pocket where he had all of the money he was supposed to be sending back to his family. So he probably thinks the cops are going to try to steal from him. But it was horrific and it was bad. And then the cop that was first on the scene walks back to his car, promptly dies of a heart attack. And they charged him with felony murder of a police officer. And then they said, well, that probably won't stick. So now he's charged with aggravated manslaughter of a law enforcement officer.
Really?
And they're looking to put him in jail for the rest of his life.
Wow.
And it turns out the medical report said the 52-year-old officer suffered from arrhythmia of his heart, hardened arteries, clogged arteries. He had bronchitis, and high blood pressure. But this kid, aggravated manslaughter because the dude just happened to cash out.
Where does eggshell case fall in on this issue? Because on a civil matter, him having an eggshell skull or an eggshell chest wouldn't be relevant, but on a criminal matter, it might be. Especially if he thinks he's acting in self-defense.
In other words, it's aggravated manslaughter. They still have to prove that he knew or should reasonably have known that him resisting would have led to this police officer's death.
Right.
Which is just stupid.
It might be Ghazni who shared this with me.
Where
did this happen?
In Ghazni's town, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
He's consulting with the trial counsel. That's all he can say. But it's a terrible, terrible case. It's stupid. It really, really is stupid. His saving grace is probably going to be the fact he was, and people are, he was in the country illegally. Well, he was until he was in the federal detention facility, and then they released him to the custody of a distant relative. So he was just as free to be walking the streets as everybody else, pending the resolution of his immigration stuff. So best case for him, I think, is in the middle of all of this, the feds just come in and go, all right, immigration, you're out of here, give them the boot. If they do that, but it's a tough case.
Yeah, I thought you were going to tell me that he's got he's got some claim against them for violation of his civil rights. That's what I thought you were going to go with this case. Not that he's facing like 20 to life or whatever.
Yeah.
They give him for criminally aggravated.
That's what it is.
manslaughter.
Yep.
Wow.
And he is also filing civil stuff. So
I'm sure he is. Wow.
I'm trying to get his civil lawyer on my channel.
Oh well. Yeah, that is a crazy case. It's crazy to think that there could be a case where a guy could be spending the rest he that from one incident, from the very same incident, you can have someone potentially becoming a multimillionaire or spending the rest of their life in jail. Like that's how wrong each side could be in this case.
Yeah.
That's bizarre. That's not something you see every day. All right. Well, I'll have to save him. So
You can save him, Joe.
I'll do my best. I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm gonna landing my plane here and tell you all. I hope that 2024 is a phenomenal year for you. I thank each and every one of my guests who I'm privileged to know, much less have join me on stream, and very much appreciate their friendship and their company, both tonight and frequently in the past. And I'm going to wish them and each and every one of you that 2024 should be a year of great blessing for you and your family. You should have perfect health, and that you should have challenges that enable you to grow. But they should be challenges that you feel confident that you can rise up and meet and become a better you. So, because ultimately at the end of the day, challenges in our life, as long as they come in small, manageable doses, are actually they're a blessing. They're not at all a curse. They're something that's necessary for us in order to find our own sense of happiness and achievement. So with that, I wish each and every one of you an amazing 2024. I thank you for joining me, and I will say Happy New Year's. Be happy, eat some bugs, and as always, Godspeed.